Side gaze. Alternative form of side gaze. Side glance. Alternative spelling of side glance. Side glances. Plural of side glance. Side hand. To move by placing the palm of the hand on top and sliding sideways. Side-handed. Sideways from the hand. Side-handedly. Indirectly. Side-handing. Present participle and gerund of side hand. Side-ands. Third person singular simple present indicative of side hand. Side lever. Sideburn. Side levers. Plural of side lever. Sideline. Alternative form of sideline. Sidelined. Simple past and past participle of sideline. Sidelines. Plural of sideline. Sidelining. Present participle and gerund of sideline. Side loader. A forklift truck which has its forks mounted on one side. Side loaders. Plural of side loader. Side lobe. Alternative spelling of side lobe. Side lobes. Plural of side lobe. Side lock. Alternative form of side lock. Side locks. Plural of side lock. Side neck. Alternative spelling of side neck. Side-necked turtle. Any turtle of the suborder Pleurodira, characterized by protecting its head by turning it to one side rather than, as hidden-necked turtles do, withdrawing it into its shell. Side-necked turtles. Plural of side-necked turtle. Side necks. Plural of side neck. Side netting. The net at either side of the goal, extending from the touchline to a few yards behind it. Side posts. A message sent privately to a single member of a listserv. Side posted. Simple past and past participle of side posts. Side posting. Present participle and gerund of side posts. Side posts. Plural of side posts. Side saddle. Alternative spelling of side saddle. Side saddle flower. Synonym of turtle socks. Side saddle flowers. Plural of side saddle flower. Side saddles. Plural of side saddle. Side scroller. Alternative spelling of side scroller. Side scrollers. Plural of side scroller. Side scrolling. Alternative form of side scrolling. Side slip. Alternative form of side slip. Side slipped. Simple past and past participle of side slip. Side slipping. Present participle and gerund of side slip. Side slips. Third person singular simple present indicative of side slip. Side split. Alternative form of side split. Side splits. Plural of side split. Side splitting. Alternative form of side splitting. Side splittingly. In a side splitting way, extremely funnily. Side stick. Alternative form of side stick. Side sticks. Plural of side stick. Side straddle hop. A jumping jack. Side straddle hops. Plural of side straddle hop. Side striped jackal. A species of jackal Lupulella adusta, sin. Canis adustus, native to Central and Southern Africa. Side striped jackals. Plural of side striped jackal. Sideswipe. Alternative form of sideswipe. Sideswiped. simple past and past participle of sideswipe. Sideswipes, plural of sideswipe. Sideswiping, present participle and gerund of sideswipe. Side table, alternative form of side table. Side tables, plural of side table. Side taking, the act of taking sides. Side to side, moving horizontally from one side to another and back. Side view mirror, synonym of wing mirror. Side wheel, having a paddle wheel on each side, set of steam vessels. Side wheeler, alternative spelling of side wheeler. Side wheelers, plural of side wheeler. Side whisker, having side whiskers. Side whiskers, alternative form of side whiskers. Side wife, a woman who among others has the potential to become one's wife, or who is fulfilling the role of one's wife in addition to one's actual wife, a concubine. Tidatch, a pain in one's side. Sideatches, plural of sideatch. Sidle, alternative form of siddle. Sidearm, a personal weapon, such as a handgun or sword, carried on the hip in a belt, sheath, holster, etc. for rapid access. Sidearmed, simple past and past participle of sidearm. Side armor, one who throws with arm roughly parallel to the ground. Side armors, plural of side armor. Side arming, present participle and gerund of sidearm. Side arms, plural of sidearm. Side art, artwork on the side of an arcade game cabinet. Side bag, alternative form of side bag. Side bags, plural of side bag. Sideband, the band of frequencies each side of the frequency of a carrier wave, formed as a result of modulation of the carrier. Sidebands, plural of sideband. Sidedang, a hairstyle that consists of long hair brushed forward over one eye, similar to a fringe haircut, but worn on one side only. Sidedangs, plural of sidebang. Sidebar, a short news story printed alongside a larger one. Sidebar comment, an unnecessary, often argumentative remark made by an attorney or witness during a trial or deposition. Sidebar comments, plural of sidebar comment. Sidebarred, simple past and past participle of sidebar. Sidebarring, present participle and gerund of sidebar. Sidebars, plural of sidebar. Sidebearing, the margin of empty space around a glyph in a font, measured from the glyph contour's leftmost, rightmost, topmost, and bottommost points to the sides of its bounding box. Side bearings, plural of side bearing. Side blade, a panel immediately behind the rear door of a car, often contrasting in color with the body work. Side blades, plural of side blade. Side block, a secondary weblog ancillary to the author's primary blog. Side blogs, plural of side blog. Side blown, of an instrument that is blown on the side rather than at the end. Sideboard, a piece of dining room furniture having drawers and shelves for linen and tableware, originally for serving food. Sideboarded, simple past and past participle of sideboard. Sideboarding, present participle and gerund of sideboard. Sideboards, plural of sideboard. Sidebone, a morbid growth or deposit of bony matter at the sides of the cornet and coffin bone of a horse. Side bones, plural of side bone. Side to, the view of the bared breast as seen from the side, either by design or by accident. Side boobs, plural of side boo. Side both am, a surname. Side both ams, plural of side both am. Side bottom, a surname from Old English. Side bottoms, plural of side bottom. Side box, a box placed alongside the main text in a book, etc., containing further related text. Side boxes, plural of side box. Side boy, one of an even-numbered group of seamen posted in 2 rows on the quarterdeck when visiting dignitary boards or leaves the ship, historically to help or even hoist him aboard. Side boys, plural of side boy. Side burden, the rock and subsoil that lies next to a mineral deposit such as a coal seam. Side burdens, plural of side burden. Sideburn, singular of sideburns. Sideburned, having sideburns. Sideburns, facial hair reaching from the top of the head down the side of the face to the side of the chin. Side cap, alternative form of side cap. Side caps, plural of side cap. Sidecar, a one-wheeled attachment to the side of a motorcycle to allow for a separate seat for a passenger or cargo space. Sidecar file, an accompanying file that stores data, such as metadata, which is not supported by the source file format. Sidecar files, plural of sidecar file. Sidecar cross, a version of motocross with dirt bikes equipped with sidecars and passengers riding them. Sidecarist, a sidecar enthusiast. Sidecarist, plural of sidecarists. Sidecars, plural of sidecar. Sidehasts, to eject waste material that has been excavated or dredged to the side rather than hauling it away. Sidecasted, simple past of sidecast. Sidecasting, present participle and gerund of sidecast. Sidecasts, third person singular simple present indicative of sidecasts. Sidechain, alternative form of side chain. Sidechain, simple past and past participle of sidechain. Sidechaining, the use of an audio compressor that controls the gain from main input to output based on the level of the signal at the sidechain input, typically by a disc jockey to lower the music volume automatically when speaking. Sidechains, plural of sidechain. Sidechair, alternative form of sidechair. Sidechairs, plural of sidechair. Sidechannel, an indirect source of information about what a system is doing, such as execution time, version number, etc. Sidechannels, plural of sidechannel. Sidechick, alternative spelling of sidechick. Sidechicks, plural of sidechick. Side country, an off-piste terrain. Sideshow, synonym of piat. Side girls, plural of side girl. Sidekai, the inner curvature of a ski or snowboard that allows smoother turning. Sidecats, plural of sidecat. Sided, simple past and past participle of side. Sided against, Simple past and past participle of side against. Sided with. Simple past and past participle of side with. Tie dish. Alternative form of side dish. Side dishes. Plural of side dish. Sidedness. The condition of having a specific number or form of sides. Side dress. To apply fertilizer between the rows of a growing crop. Side dressed. Simple past and past participle of side dress. Side dresses. Third person singular simple present indicative of side dress. Side dressing. Present participle and gerund of side dress. Side dressings. Plural of side dressing. Side face. A definitive stamp with a portrait facing to the side of the stamp. Side faces. Plural of side face. Side tall. A monitor speaker one of a set placed at the sides of his stage. Side fells. Plural of side fell. Side flash. Alternative form of side flash. Side flash. Simple past and past participle of side flash. Side flashes. Plural of side flash. Side flashing. Present participle and gerund of side flash. Side foot. To kick something with the instep of the foot. Side footed. Simple past and past participle of side foot. Side footing. Present participle and gerund of side foot. Side fits. Third person singular simple present indicative of side foot. Side form. An alternative or variant form of a word or morpheme. Side forms. Plural of side form. Side gaze. The act of looking sideways to the left or right by moving only one's eyes. Side gazes. Plural of side gaze. Side J. Alternative form of side gig. Side jigs. Plural of side jig. Side draw. A female soloist playing with a band or group of which she is not a regular member. Side drawls. Plural of side draw. Side glance. To quickly look at something to the side, usually without turning one's head. To glance sidelong. Side glanced. Simple past and past participle of side glance. Side glances. Plural of side glance. Side glancing. Present participle and gerund of side glance. Side ray. A form of upgrade involving a switch to a different but equivalent product. For example, another manufacturer or another operating system. Side rated. Simple past and past participle of side grade. Side grades. Plural of side gray. Side rating. Present participle and gerund of side gray. Side group. A functional group that acts as a side chain. Side groups. Plural of side group. Side off. Having a corridor along one side of a building rather than the center. Side a subheading placed at or in the margin of printed matter. Side heads. Plural of side head. Side hill. The side or slope of a hill. A sloping descent. Side hill gouger. A creature from North American folklore, adapted to living on hillsides by having legs shorter on one side than on the other. Side hill gougers. Plural of side hill gouger. Side hills. Plural of side hill. Side jump. A jump to the side. Side jumps. Plural of side jump. Sidekick. An assistant to another person. especially to a superior or more important person. Sidekicker, a sidekick. Sidekickers, plural of sidekicker. Sidekicks, plural of sidekick. Side lamp, a light mounted on the side of a motor vehicle. Side lamps, plural of side lamp. Side length, the length of a side of a polygon. Side lengths, plural of side length. Sideless, lacking a side, open at the sides. Sidelessness, absence of sides. Sidelight, a light found at the side of something, especially of a vehicle. Side lighting, the lighting of a scene or location from the side. Sidelights, plural of sidelight. Sideline, a line at the side of something. Sideline cut, a penalty shot awarded against a player who runs over the sideline with the ball. The opponents take a free puck from where the ball crossed the line. Side puck. Sideline cuts, plural of sideline cut. Sideline reporter, a reporter who is stationed on or near the field in order to be able to closely observe what is happening off the field and to interview players and coaches during the course of the game. Sideline reporters, plural of sideline reporter. Sidelined, simple past and past participle of sideline. Sideliner, one who stays on the sidelines, a spectator or non-participant. Sideliners, plural of sideliner. Sidelines, plural of sideline lines marking the edges. Sidling, directed toward one side. Sidlings, plural of sidling. Sidelining, present participle and gerund of sideline. Sidle, a surname. Sidles, plural of sidle. Sideload, to transfer data between two local devices rather than to or from a remote device. Sideloaded, simple past and past participle of sideload. Sideloading, present participle and gerund of sideload. Sideloads, third person singular simple present indicative of sideload. Sideload, the part of an antenna response pattern which is not contained in the main beam. Sidelobes, plural of sidelobe. Sidelock, a lock of hair worn at the side of the head. Sidelocks, plural of sidelock. Sidelong, directed to the side, sideways. Silot, a plot of land beside a property. Sidelots, plural of sidelot. Sidely, of or relating to the side of something, lateral. Sideman, a soloist playing with a band or group of which he is not a regular member. Side meat, a cut of pork with a sweet taste, typically taken from above the flank of the pig. Side meats, plural of side meat. Sidemen, plural of sidemen. Sine mode, any of a series of frequencies usually observed as small piece regularly spaced each side of a main frequency. Side modes, plural of side mode. Sidemore, a suburban area in Bromsgrove, Worcestershire, England. OS grid ref SO 9571. Side mount, an equipment configuration which has scuba sets mounted alongside the diver. Side mounted, mounted as a side mount. Side mounts, plural of side mount. Side neck, ellipses of side-necked turtle. Sinex, plural of side neck. Sidena, a surname from German. Sidenes, plural of sidena. Side note. Alternative form of side note. Side notes, plural of side note. Side a path for bicyclists located alongside a roadway. Side paths, plural of side path. Side synonym of pay dirt earth which contains profitable quantities of ore. Side people, plural of side person. Side person, a sideman or sidewoman. Side persons, plural of side person. Side base, a part forming a side of something. Side pieces, plural of side piece. Side pipe, an exhaust pipe which exhausts to the side of the vehicle. Side pipes, plural of side pipe. Side plating, plating along the side or edge of something. Side pod, an aerodynamic device to improve airflow between the front and rear wheels of a racing car. Side pods, plural of side pod. Side post, a vertical supporting post beside a door, gate, etc. Side posts, plural of side posts. Side product, my product. Side products, plural of side product. Sidequel, a type of sequel which portrays events that occur at the same time as the original work, but with different characters in a different setting. Sidequels, plural of sidequel. Side quest, a quest given to the player that has no direct bearing on the main story or campaign of the game. Side quests, plural of side quests. Sider, one who takes a side. Sidereal, dated form of sidereal. Sidereal time, alternative spelling of sidereal time. Sideramine, any of a group of fungal allynes that bind ferric iron. Sideramines, plural of sideramine. Sideraphlite, an alloy, mostly iron and nickel with lesser amounts of tungsten, aluminum, and copper. Siderastrae, any stony coral in the family Siderastridae. Siderastrids, plural of Siderastrae. Siderat, a plant that is grown alongside a crop in order to improve its growth, a companion crop. Siderated, planet struck, blasted. Siderates, plural of siderat. Siderating, present participle and gerund of siderat. Sideration, the state of being siderated or planet struck. Siderazote, alternative form of siderazote. Siderazote, a rare iron nitrogen mineral Fe5N2 associated with lava. Sidereal, of or relating to the stars. Sidereal astrology, a form of astrology that measures the position of the sun relative to the stars. This compensates for the precession of Earth's axis, which causes the zodiac signs to move around the sky relative to the vernal equinox. Sidereal day, one day of sidereal time, the time in which Earth rotates once around its axis relative to the point of the vernal equinox, about 23 hours, 56 minutes, 4 seconds. Sidereal days, plural of sidereal day. Sidereal month, the time in which the moon passes round the ecliptic to the same star, 27.3217 days. Sidereal months, plural of sidereal month. Sidereal The sidereal year of a planet, i.e. in the definition for sidereal year, replace Earth by the given planet. Sidereal RL periods, plural of sidereal RL period. Sidereal period. Sidereal RL period. Sidereal periods, plural of sidereal period. Sidereal Artean period. The sidereal day of a planet, i.e. in the definition for sidereal day, replace Earth by the given planet. Sidereal Artean periods, plural of sidereal Artean period. Sidereal time measured by the apparent diurnal motion of the vernal equinox, approximated by that based on the rotation of planet Earth relative to the seemingly fixed stars. Sidereal year, the ordinal period of the Earth with respect to the fixed stars. Sidereal years, plural of sidereal year. Siderealize, to make into a star or like a star. Siderealize, simple past and past participle of siderealize. Siderealizes, third person singular simple present indicative of siderealize. Siderealizing, present participle and gerund of siderealize. Sidereally, in a sidereal manner. Sideremia, the presence of iron in the blood serum, which is always true in some amount or other. Sidereal, sidereal relating to stars. Siderean, a geologic period within the Paleoproterozoic era from about 2,500 to 2,300 million years ago. Siderin, a Calmarin derivative produced by the fungus Aspergillus versicolor. Sidea, a surname. Sidereos, plural of sideo. Sideris, a surname from Greek. Siderizes, plural of sideris. Siderism, the supposed curative effects of metals upon the body in metallotherapy. Siderite, a widespread brown mineral, Fe-Co3, having the structure of calcite. Siderites, plural of siderite. Sideritic, containing or relating to siderite. Sidero, related to stars or constellations as sidereal relationships. Sideroad, a lesser road leading off a main road. Sideroads, plural of sideroad. Sideroblast, an erythroblast with stainable iron granules in its cytoplasm seen in cases of sideroblastic anemia. Sideroblastic, relating to sideroblasts. Sideroblasts, plural of sideroblasts. Sideroborine, a synonym of lagonite. Sideroborines, plural of sideroborine. Siderocalin, any of a family of proteins produced in the body following bacterial infection that act against siderophores. Siderocalins, plural of siderocalin. Siderocapsaceous, of or relating to the Siderocapsaceae. Siderochrome, synonym of siderophore. Siderochromes, plural of siderochrome. Siderocyte, an abnormal red blood cell that has iron granules that are not part of the hemoglobin. Siderocytes, plural of siderocyte. Siderod, a coupling rod on each side of a locomotive. Siderodromophobia, a morbid fear of railways. Siderods, plural of siderod. Sideroflexin, any of a family of medicinal tortuosulae carrier proteins. Sideroflexins, plural of sideroflexin. Siderographer, synonym of siderographist. Siderographers, Plural of siderographer. Siderographic, of or relating to siderography, executed by engraved plates of steel. Siderographist, someone skilled in siderography. Siderographists, plural of siderographists. Siderography, a 19th century process of reproducing steel engraved designs for printing. The design is engraved on a steel block, then hardened and used to transfer a raised image version to a steel roller under heavy pressure. The roller is then hardened and used as a die to impress duplicate images on printing plates for transferring to paper by the intaglio method. Siderolite, an iron meteorite. A siderite. Siderolites, plural of siderolite. Siderolithic, characterized by iron minerals in grains or pistolets. Sideromancy, divination by studying the burning of straws on heated iron. Sideromlane, a basaltic glass often found in palagonite tuff. Sideromlanes, plural of sideromlane. Sideromycin, any of a class of siderophore antibiotics produced by actinomyces organisms. Sideromycins, plural of sideromycin. Sideronitrite, a yellow, fibrous mineral composed of a basic, hydrous sulfate of sodium and iron. Sideroom, a secondary room adjoining a main one. Sideropenia, synonym of iron deficiency. Sideropenias, plural of sideropenia. Sideropenic, relating to sideropenia. Siderophage, a macrophage that has absorbed iron-containing particles occurring in victims of certain kinds of heart attacks. Siderophages, plural of siderophage. Siderophile, alternative form of siderophile. Siderophile, in the Goldschmidt classification, an element that forms alloys easily with iron and is concentrated in the Earth's core. Siderophiles, plural of siderophile. Siderophilia, hemochromatosis. Siderophilic, being or relating to a siderophile. Siderophilicity, the condition of being siderophilic, i.e. having an affinity for iron. Siderophilin, synonym of transferrin. Siderophils, plural of siderophil. Siderophore, any medium-sized molecule that has a high specificity for binding or chelating iron. They are employed by microorganisms to obtain iron from the environment. Siderophores, plural of siderophore. Siderophoric, relating to siderophores. Siderophyllite, a rare silicate mineral of the mica group. Siderophyllites, plural of siderophylite. Siderophyre, a form of stonier meteorite that contains bronzite and tridymite minerals. Siderophyres, plural of siderophyre. Sideroscope, an instrument for detecting small quantities of iron in any substance by means of a delicate assembly of magnetic needles. Sideroscopes, plural of sideroscope. Sideroses, plural of siderosis. Siderosis, a form of pneumoconiosis caused by the inhalation of iron dust. Siderosome, a microscopic body containing aggregates of hemosiderin particles bound in a single membrane. Siderosomes, plural of siderosome. Siderostat, a heliostat that may be used with stars as well as the sun. Siderostatic, of or relating to the siderostat. Siderostats, plural of siderostas. Siderotechny, the processing and working of iron. Siderotic, relating to siderosis. Siderotyl, an iron sulfide mineral with chemical formula Fe(SO5H2O). Siderotyls, plural of siderotyl. Sideroti, a photographic print using a pigment based on iron. Siderotypes, plural of sideroti. Siderous, composed of iron. Siderovar, a variant of an organism that has a specific siderophore population. Siderovars, plural of siderovar. Sideroxylon, any of the genus Sideroxylon of tropical sapitaceous trees noted for their very hard wood, ironwood. Sideroxylonal, any of a group of aldehydes derived from chrominon present in the leaves of eucalyptus. Sideroxylonals, plural of sideroxylonal. Sideroxylons, plural of sideroxylon. Ciders, plural of cider. Siderurgic, relating to siderurgy. Siderurgical, alternative form of siderurgic. Siderurgy, the iron and steel industry. Sides, plural of side. Sides against. Third person singular simple present indicative of side against. Sides of bacon, plural of side of bacon. Sides reversed is used to turn semornelaps into palindromes. Sides with, third person singular simple present indicative of side with. Sidesale, a saddle, usually for a woman, in which the rider sits with both legs on the same side of the horse. Side saddles, plural of side saddle. Side scan, that scans sideways rather than straight down. Side scatter, sideways scatter. Side scraper, a Paleolithic stone tool used for scraping. Side scrapers, plural of side scraper. Side screen, a panel or window on the side of a vehicle, such as a car or aircraft, designed to protect occupants from external elements while allowing visibility. Side screens, plural of side screen. Side scroller, alternative spelling of side scroller. Side scrollers, plural of side scroller. Side scrolling, that scrolls horizontally. Side seam, a seam running along the side of a garment, a cigarette, etc. Side seams, plural of side seam. Side shadow, to employ references that are not used in the current text. Side shadowed, simple past and past participle of sideshadow. Sideshadowing, a literary technique that uses references not in the current text. Sideshadows, third person singular simple present indicative of sideshadow. Sideshow, a minor attraction at a larger event such as a circus, fair, or music festival. Sideshow alley, a cluster of attractions that may accompany public events such as agricultural shows. Sideshow alleys, plural of sideshow alley. Sideshowman, a showman who operates a sideshow. Sideshowmen, plural of sideshowman. Sideshows, plural of sideshow. Side skirt, piece of body work attached to the lower edge on the side of the vehicle for aesthetic improvement, performance enhancement, or protection. Side skirts, plural of side skirt. Side slip, the angle between an aircraft's longitudinal axis and its direction of motion relative to the surrounding air. Side slipped, simple past and past participle of Side slip. Side slipper. A staff member on a half-pipe who reshapes the slope to keep the half-pipe usable through side slipping, shaving on the sides aboard their snowboards. Side slippers. Plural of side slipper. Side slipping. Present participle and gerund of side slip. Side slips. Plural of side slip. Sidesman. An assistant to a church warden, one of whose duties is to collect offerings during a service. Sidesman. Plural of sidesmen. Sidespin. Rotation around a vertical axis that makes a ball or other object curve in flight. Sidespins. Plural of sidespin. Sidesplit. A split-level home whose split level is visible from the front elevation. Sidesplits. Plural of sidesplit. Sidesplitter. An exceptionally funny joke, remark, or happening. Sidesplitters. Plural of sidesplitter. Side-splitting. Exceptionally funny, hilarious. Side-splittingly. In a side-splitting manner. Hilariously. Side stall. A stall, usually located out of the main way or to the side of another primary stall. Side stalls. Plural of side stall. Sidestep. A step to the side. Sidestepped. Simple past and past participle of sidestep. Sidestepper. One who sidesteps. Sidesteppers. Plural of sidestepper. Sidestepping. Present participle and gerund of sidestep. Sidesteppings. Plural of sidestepping. Sidesteps. Plural of sidestep. Sidestick. A control joystick located beside the seat of the pilot. Sidesticks. Plural of sidestick. Sidestrand. A small coastal village and civil parish in North Norfolk District, Norfolk, England. OS Grid Ref TG 2639. Sidestream. A stream of fluid taken from an intermediate point in a process such as distillation. Sidestream smoke. Smoke which travels into the air directly from a burning cigarette, cigar, or tobacco pipe. Sidestream smokes. Plural of sidestream smoke. Side streams. Plural of side stream. Side street. Alternative form of side street. Side streets. Plural of side street. Side stroke. A swimming stroke swum on the swimmer's side. Side strokes. Plural of side stroke. Side swept. Swept to the side. Side swire. A blow with the side of something, such as the side of car that is changing lanes incautiously. Sideswiped. Simple past and past participle of sideswipe. Sideswear. One who sideswipes. Sidesweaters. Plural of sideswipper. Sideswipes. Plural of sideswipe. Sideswiping. Present participle and gerund of sideswipe. Side-eatable. Alternative form of side table. Side-eatables. Plural of side-eatable. Sidon. Of, from, or relating to Side, an ancient city on the Mediterranean coast of Anatolia, modern Turkey. Sidesend. Plural of siton. Sidetone. The effect of sound that is picked up by the telephone's mouthpiece and introduced at low level into the earpiece of the same handset, acting as feedback, or a similar effect in radio telegraphy, public address systems, etc. Side Sidetones, plural of sidetone. Sidetrack, a second, relatively short length of track just to the side of a railroad track, joined to the main track by switches at one or both ends, used either for unloading freight or to allow two trains on a same track to meet opposite directions or pass same direction. A railroad siding. Sidetrack. Simple past and past participle of sidetrack. Sidetracker, one who sidetracks something. Sidetrackers, plural of sidetracker. Sidetracking, present participle and gerund of sidetrack. Sidetracks, third person singular simple present indicative of sidetrack. Sidetrip, a short trip that one takes interrupting or as a break from a larger trip. Side view, as viewed from the side. Sidewalk, a paved footpath located at the side of a road for the use of pedestrians. Sidewalk artists, synonym of pavement artist, one who draws on the pavement. Sidewalk artists, plural of sidewalk artists. Sidewalk cafe, an outdoor portion of a restaurant, coffee house, or cafe. Sidewalk cafe, alternative form of sidewalk cafe. Sidewalk cafes, plural of sidewalk cafe. Sidewalk cafes, plural of sidewalk cafe. Sidewalk chalk, a colored chalk-like substance made from paint, plaster of Paris, etc. used for drawing on sidewalks or cement. Sidewalk chalks, plural of sidewalk chalk. Sidewalk libraries, plural of sidewalk library. Sidewalk library, synonym of public bookcase. Sidewalk superintendent, a passerby or other person who watches and possibly advises work at a construction project from a sidewalk or other vantage point. Sidewalk superintendents, plural of sidewalk superintendent. Sidewalks, plural of sidewalk. Sidewalk, the side of a tire. Sidewalls, plural of sidewall. Sideward, toward a side. Sidewardly, in a sideward direction. Sidewards, toward a side. Sideway, a footpath near a road. Sideways, plural of sideway. Sideways on, of a stance in which something is positioned at right angles to its expected orientation. Side wheel, one of a pair of paddle wheels position one each side of a vessel. Side wheeler, a vessel, especially a paddle steamer propelled by a pair of paddle wheels position one on each side. Side wheelers, plural of side wheeler. Side wheels, plural of side wheel. Side whisker, alternative form of side whiskered. Side whiskers, alternative form of side whiskers. Sidewind, to move sideways, especially in a series of S-shaped curves. Sidewinded, simple past and past participle of sidewind. Sidewinder, formerly the AIM-9 Sidewinder, first used by the U.S. in 1956, one of the oldest, cheapest, and most successful short-range air-to-air missiles still in use by many countries in the 2020s. Sidewinders, plural of sidewinder. Sidewinding, present participle and gerund of sidewind. Sidewinds, third person singular simple present indicative of sidewind. Sidewise, sideways. Sidewoman, a female sideman. Sidewomen, plural of sidewoman. Sidework, Work done by a waiter or a bartender in a restaurant other than actually serving customers, such as stacking plates, rolling silverware, or preparing ingredients. Side down. Past participle of sidewind. Side. Surname. Side yard. A yard at the side of a building. Side yards. Plural of side yard. Sideways. Sideways. Center. A small village on the outskirts of the town of Sidmouth, Devon, England. Sedgwickian, relating to Henry Sidgwick 1838-1900, English utilitarian philosopher and economist. Alternative form of Shia. Sep, alternative form of Siddha. Siddhas, plural of Siddha. Mythical hills of Irish and Scottish folklore, home of the Shia race, Fairyland Fairy. Sidhu, a surname from Punjabi. Sidhuism, a characteristic one-liner spoken by the Indian cricket commentator Navjot Singh Sidhu, who born 1963. Sidhuisms, plural of Sidhuism. Siddhas, plural of Sidhu. City, L80, a town and rural commune in Setat province, Casablanca Setat region, Morocco. City Kasum, a city in the Rabat Sale Kenatra region, Morocco. Sidai, a surname from Fila. Sidads, plural of Sidai. Sides, sideburns. Sidahi, alternative form of Sadiki. Siding, a building material which covers and protects the sides of a house or other building. Siding against, present participle and gerund of side against. Siding with, present participle and gerund of side with. Sidahet, having a specified kind of siding. Sidings, plural of siding. Sidahi, alternative form of Sadiki. Sidat, alternative form of Sadidi. Sidakan, a barangay of Surigao, Surigao del Norte, Philippines. Sidelaw Hills, synonym of the Sidelaws. Sidelaws, a range of hills mostly in Angus Council area, north of Dundee, Scotland. Sidle, a surname. Sidled, simple past and past participle of sidle. Sidler, one who sidles. Sidlers, plural of sidler. Sidles, plural of sidle. Sidlesham, a village and civil parish south of Chichester in Chichester District, West Sussex, England. OS Grid Ref SE 8598. Sidley, a suburban village on the northern outskirts of Bexhill, Rother District, East Sussex, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 7309. Sidling, alternative spelling of sidling. Sidelingly, with a sidling motion. Sidelings, plural of sidling. Sidlo, a surname. Sema, a surname originating as a patronymic. Sidmans, plural of Sidman. Sidmouth, a coastal town and civil parish in East Devon District, Devon, England. OS Grid Ref SY 1287. cDNA, a class of short modified double-stranded DNA molecules, 864 base pairs in length. cDNA, plural of cDNA. Sidme, a female given name transferred from the surname. Dene, an English habitational surname from Old English eat there sit in age at the wide island. Sidney, Sussex. Ellipsis of Sidney, Sussex College, Cambridge. Sinian, of or relating to Sir Philip Sidney 1554-1586, English poet and scholar. Dedan, former name of Saida, a city in Lebanon, a former city-state in Phoenicia. Sidinglobophobia, sensory phobia of cotton or cotton balls. Dunona, a female given name. Sidonian, a native or inhabitant of Sidon. Sidonians, plural of Sidonian. Sidor, a surname. Sidorenkite, a monoclinic prismatic light pink mineral containing carbon, manganese, oxygen, phosphorus, and sodium. Sidors, plural of Sidor. Tidodi, a surname. Tidodes, plural of Sidodi. Sidphytosite, a triclinic pinaquidal mineral containing hydrogen, lead, oxygen, and sulfur. The acronym of sudden infant death syndrome. Plural of SID. The oat husks or bran with some kernel, used to make sowens. Depth or length, especially used of things hanging low, draping, or trailing. Dedas, plural of Sid. Sidurit, an ancient Babylonian goddess of wisdom, fermentation, and merrymaking. Tiwa, a surname. Tiwals, plural of Sidwell. Sidwellite, a monoclinic prismatic mineral containing hydrogen, molybdenum, and oxygen. Tut, the sink, fall, drop. Seva, a surname from German. Siebenaler, a surname. Siebenalers, plural of Siebenaler. Tedaman, synonym of heptad. Sidamans, plural of Siebenbeing. Siebenbuigen Saxon, a Transylvanian Saxon. Siebenbuigen Saxons, plural of Siebenbuigen Saxon. Siebenburger Saxon, a Transylvanian Saxon. Siebenburger Saxons, plural of Siebenburger Saxon. Siebengebirge, a hill range of the German central uplands on the east bank of the Middle Rhine, southeast of Bonn. Terras, plural of Sieben. Sibber, a surname. Sitters, plural of Sieber. Sibber, a surname. Sibberts, plural of Siebert. Siebold, a surname from German. Siebold's beech, synonym of Japanese beech the tree Fagus crenata. Sibolden, a particular steroid glycoside. Siebolds, plural of Siebold. Di, a surname. Ice, plural of psych. The, simple past and past participle of psi. Zayas, a city in Masovian voivodeship, Poland. Sadolki, a surname. Sandolkis, plural of Sidolki. Sever, a surname. Severts, plural of Seifert. Seifin, a surname. Seifkins, plural of Siefkin. Safer, a surname from German. Safegers, plural of Siefger. Sieg Heil, The greeting Sieg Heil used by the Nazis and by neo-Nazis and people comparing others to Nazis today. Sieg Heil salute. Synonym of Nazi salute. Sieg Heiled. Simple past and past participle of Sieg Heil. Sieg Heiling. Present participle and gerund of Sieg Heil. Sieg Heils. Plural of Sieg Heil. Seo. A surname. Seehaus. Plural of Siegel. Siegbahn unit. Synonym of X-unit. Siegbahn units. Plural of Siegbahn unit. Zit. Military action. Siege engine. A large weapon of war used during ancient and medieval times to batter fortifications, settlements, etc. Specifically, a trebuchet or other type of catapult. Siege engines. Plural of siege engine. Siege house. Alternative form of siege house and outhouse. Siege houses. Plural of siege house. Siege mentalities. Plural of siege mentality. Siege mentality. A collective feeling of victimization and defensiveness in which a group of people believe themselves to be constantly attacked, oppressed, or isolated in the face of the negative intentions of the rest of the world. Siege perilous. In Arthurian legend, a vacant seat at the round table reserved by Merlin for the knight who would one day be successful in the quest for the Holy Grail. Siege piece. Synonym of obsidianal coin, a piece of gold or silver stamped as provisional legal tender in a besieged area. Siege pieces. Plural of siege piece. Siege tower. A siege weapon consisting of a wheeled wooden tower with ladders inside, which was parked next to walls so assailants could safely scale them. Siege towers. Plural of siege tower. Siege train. The materials carried by an army for the purpose of laying siege to a place. Siege trains. Plural of siege train. Siege warfare. Warfare in which the defender is trapped in a position such as a fort or castle while the attacker bombards and slash or barricades them from outside. Siege weapon. A weapon usually very large used by the aggressor in siege warfare. Examples include trebuchets, catapults, cannon, etc. Siege weapons. Plural of siege weapon. Siege engine. Alternative form of siege engine. Siege engines. Plural of siege engine. Alternative form of siege engines. Siege house. Alternative form of siege house and outhouse. Siege houses. Plural of siege house. Siegegraph. The science of besieging, warcraft of sieges. Sit. Simple past and past participle of siege. Siege house. An outbuilding with toilet seats, an outhouse. Siege houses. Plural of siege house. Seda. A surname from German. Siegel-Dis. A connected component in the Fadus set where the dynamics is analytically conjugate to an irrational rotation. Sigil-Discs. Plural of sigil-disc. Sigil-Disc. Alternative form of sigil-disc. Sigil-Discs. Plural of sigil-disc. Siegel zero. A type of potential counterexample to the generalized Riemann hypothesis on the zeros of Dirichlet-L function. Siegel zeros. Plural of siegel zero. Siegel's paradox. The phenomenon that uncertainty about future prices can theoretically push rational consumers to temporarily trade away their preferred consumption goods or currency for non-preferred goods or currency as part of a plan to trade back to the preferred consumption goods after prices become clearer. Siegel-Walther's theorem, a particular refinement of the prime number theorem and of Dirichlet's theorem on primes in arithmetic progressions. Sid ls, without a siege. Siedlei, resembling or characteristic of a siege. Zeta, a city, the administrative seat of Siegen-Wittgenstein district, North Rhine-Westphalia, Germany. Siedenei, an isometric hexacohedral mineral containing cobalt, nickel, and sulfur. Siegenthaler, a surname from German. Siegenthalers, plural of Siegenthaler. Seder, Ebesiger. Siegland, a region of Germany comprising Siegen and the upper part of Altenkirchen. Sieders, plural of Sieger. Sieger, a surname. Siedex, plural of Sieger. Tedes, plural of siege. Seyor, a temporary fort where siege guns were mounted. Seedorks, plural of siege war. Seyfried, hero of the Nibelungenlied who defeated the Icelandic queen Brunhild. Siegfried Line, a German defensive line built in the 1930s opposite the French Maginot Line. Sige, present participle and gerund of siege. Siddha, an Ashkenazi surname from German of Bavarian origin, a less common spelling of sigil. Siller, a surname. Sailors, plural of Siegler. Seyhals, plural of Siegel. Segris, a surname. Segrests, plural of Segrists. Dit, a surname. Dit, plural of C. Didi, among the Sami people, a special site where thanks and offerings are given to the spirits. It is plural of Siedi. Dit, a surname from German. Segapai, synonym of sequoia. Tig, plural of Sikh. CLF, a surname from German. CLS, plural of CLF. Teolide, a triclinic mineral containing aluminum, copper, hydrogen, oxygen, and phosphorus. Tiller, a surname from German. Sillers, plural of sealer. The initialism of security information and event management. Siri, a city in Cambodia. Sema, a surname from Polish. Siemens, a surname from German. Siemens cycle, a technique used to cool or liquefy gases by compressing the gas, leading to an increase in its temperature due to the directly proportional relationship between temperature and pressure, then cooling it with the heat exchanger and decompressing it. Siemens-Martin process, a kind of open hearth process for producing steel. Siemens-Martin steel, open hearth steel. Siemens's, plural of Siemens. Serer, a surname. Serers, plural of Seymour. Sieminski, a surname from Polish. Siemenskis, plural of Sieminski. Ta, a surname from German. Temens, plural of Siemen. Seansa, a surname from German. Samsons, plural of Simpson. The, obsolete spelling of Sion. Era, a province of Tuscany, Italy. Seas, obsolete spelling of Sion. Denias, of, from, or relating to the city or province of Siena, Tuscany, Italy. Xin Fang, alternative form of Xian Fang. Dip, a surname from Khmer. Sinai, alternative form of Sinite. Sinites, plural of Sinite. Sinitic, alternative form of Sienitic. Danguex, a surname. Danguex is plural of Ciencuix. Cinco, a surname from Polish. Cinkos, plural of cinco. Dada, a female given name from English of modern usage from the sienna color. Dedes, plural of sienna. Denis, alternative spelling of Sinese. Seance, obsolete spelling of cyan. The, obsolete spelling of cyan. Thence, plural of saint. Azir, a systems integrator. Des, a city in Lodz Voivodeship, Poland. Zil, a municipality in central Asturias, Spain. Shiralomorphid, any wasp in the family Ciralomorphidae. Ciralomorphids, plural of Ciralomorphid. Cirrosum, a kind of brownish-gray desert soil. Cirrosums, plural of cirrosum. Cirk, a town in Masovian Voivodeship, Poland. Sierpinski, a surname from Polish. Sierpinski carpet, a plane fractal, a generalization of a Cantor set to two dimensions, formed by repeated subdivision of a square. Sierpinski carpets, plural of Sierpinski carpet. Sierpinski cube, synonym of Sierpinski sponge. Sierpinski cubes, plural of Sierpinski cube. Sierpinski curve, any of a recursively defined sequence of continuous closed plane fractal curves which, in the limit and right infinity, completely fill the unit square. Sierpinski curves, plural of Sierpinski curve. Sierpinski gasket, the Sierpinski triangle. Sierpinski gaskets, plural of Sierpinski gasket. Sierpinski number, an odd natural number k such that k times 2n plus 1 is composite for all natural numbers n. Sierpinski numbers, plural of Sierpinski number. Sierpinski space, a two-point Alexandrov discrete space. Sierpinski spaces, plural of Sierpinski space. Sierpinski sponge, the three-dimensional extension of the Sierpinski carpet. Sierpinski sponges, plural of Sierpinski sponge. Sierpinski triangle, a fractal consisting of three copies of itself, shrunk to half size, arranged in a triangular shape without rotating. Sierpinski triangles, plural of Sierpinski triangle. Sierputowski, a surname. Te, a female given name of modern American usage, from the Spanish noun, confused with Kira and Sarah. Ciavlenka, a census-designated place, the county seat of Hudspeth County, Texas, United States. Ciadbrooks, a census-designated place in Sierra County, California, United States. Ciaboons, a municipality of Bohol, Philippines. Cia City, a census-designated place in Sierra County, California, United States. Cia County, one of 58 counties in California, United States. County seat, Thownyville, named after the Sierra Nevada Mountains. Cia de Garridos, a mountain range in central Spain that spans the provinces of Avila, Salamanca, Cáceres, Madrid, and Toledo. Taiwan, a country in West Africa. Official name, Republic of Sierra Leone. Sierra Leone peach. Synonym of African peach. Sierra Leone peach is plural of Sierra Leone peach. Sierra Leonean, from Sierra Leone. Sierra Leoneans, plural of Sierra Leonean. Sierra Leonean, alternative form of Sierra Leonean. Sierra Leoneans, plural of Sierra Leonean. Sierra Madre, a city in Los Angeles County, California, United States. Sierra Miwok, the linguistic divisions of Miwok people who resided in the western foothills Sierra Nevada Mountains, California, often subdivided on maps as Northern Sierra Miwok, Central Sierra Miwok, and Southern Sierra Miwok. Sierra Negra, a mountain and extinct volcano in Puebla, Mexico. Sierra Nevada, a mountain range in Andalusia, Spain. Sierra Nevada bushfinch, Aremin basilicus, a species of brushfinch. Sierra Nevada bushfinches, plural of Sierra Nevada bushfinch. Sierra Nevada de Santa Marta, an isolated mountain range in northern Colombia. Sierra plum, a shrub or small tree native to northern California and southern Oregon, Prunus subcordata, sometimes grown for its edible fruit. Sierra plums, plural of Sierra plum. Sierra shrew, the Shrew-Sorix madrensis. Sierra shrews, plural of Sierra shrew. Sierra village, a census-designated place in Tuolumne County, California, United States. Sierra Vista, a city in Cochise County, Arizona. A census-designated place in Tuolumne County, California, United States. Sierra Vista, a city in Cochise County, Arizona, United States. Zera, of or relating to Sierra Nevada. Derens, plural of Siren. Des, plural of Sierra. Sierraville, a census-designated place in Sierra County, California, United States. De, a municipality in the canton of Valais, Switzerland. As-Ears, plural of S-ear. De, expressing disgust, disappointment, or annoyance. Tiasde, a nap, especially an afternoon one taken during the hottest part of the day in some cultures. Sieste, simple past and past participle of siesta. Siesting, present participle and gerund of siesta. Tiatis, plural of siesta. Tut, a village and commune of Bistritna Sod County, Romania. Siumagaris, a commune of Bistritna Sod County, Romania. Siuoderhei, a village and commune of Bistritna Sod County, Romania. Tuda, a village and commune of Bistritna Sod County, Romania. A small variety of lime bean. Sivlotha, suitable for sieving. Plural of sieva. A device with a mesh, grate, or otherwise perforated bottom to separate, in a granular material, larger particles from smaller ones or to separate solid objects from a liquid. Sieve cell, one of the long, slender, conducting cells of the phloem that do not form a constituent element of a sieve tube, but which are provided with relatively unspecialized sieve areas, especially in the tapering ends of the cells that overlap those of other sieve cells. Sieve cells are typically associated with gymnosperms. Sieve cells, plural of sieve cell. Sieve element, synonym of sieve tube element. Sieve elements, plural of sieve element. Sieve number, Synonym of mesh number. Sieve numbers. Plural of sieve number. Sieve of Eratosthenes. An ancient algorithm for finding prime numbers that works by discarding multiples from a list of potential primes. Sieve out. Synonym of sift out. Sieve plate. A structure of tiny apertures present in adjacent sieve walls that enable the movement of fluids inside the phloem. Sieve plates. Plural of sieve plate. Sieve set. A device consisting of a stack of sieves of increasing fineness, shaken to sort gems by size. Sieve sets. Plural of sieve set. Sieve theory. A set of general techniques for computing or estimating the size of sifted sets of integers. Sieve tube element. A type of sclerenchyma cell located in the phloem that is involved in the movement of carbohydrates. Sieve tube elements. Plural of sieve tube element. Sievable. Alternative form of sievable. Sieve. Past participle of sieve. Sieveful. As much as a sieve can hold. Sievefuls. Plural of sieveful. Tell us. Without a sieve. Sieve-like. Resembling a sieve, thus having holes through which fluids can pass. Siever. One who sieves. Devers. A surname. Siever's law. Alternative form of Sievers's law. Sievers's law. A rule in Indo-European linguistics that accounts for the pronunciation of a consonant cluster with a glide asterisk W or asterisk Y before a vowel as it was affected by the phonetics of the preceding syllable. Sieversian. Of or relating to Eduard Sievers 1850–1932, philologist of the classical and Germanic languages and discoverer of Sievers's law. Siever. A surname. Sieverts. Plural of Sievert. Sievert's law. A rule to predict the solubility of gases in metals, stating that the solubility of a diatomic gas in metal is proportional to the square root of the partial pressure of the gas in thermodynamic equilibrium. Yes. Plural of sieve. Sieveful. Plural of sieveful. Siever. A maker of sieves. Sievers. Plural of siever. Sievirodonsk. A city and rayon of Luhansk Oblast, Ukraine. Sieving. Present participle and gerund of sieve. Sievings. Plural of sieving. Sievish. Like a sieve, unretentive. A surname of Chinese origin. Su Dai. Less sweet as a preference when ordering coffee or tea. Siumai. Alternative form of shumai. Thuert. A surname. Thuerts. Plural of Sewart. Suirak. A surname from Polish. Suiraks. Plural of Suirak. Tit. A surname. Dad. Is surname from French, usually applying to Emmanuel Joseph Sieyès. Dede. Alternative form of Siegen. Dede. Or pertaining to Emmanuel Joseph Sieyès. De. Misspelling of seize. Sit. Misspelling of seized. Des. Misspelling of seizes. Sie. Misspelling of seizing. A golden-haired goddess associated with Earth, mother of Uller and wife of Thor. Sepaka. Any of several endangered medium-sized lemurs that comprise genus Perpithecus. Sevacas. Plural of Sevaka. Syphilimumab. a human monoclonal antibody designed for the treatment of SLE, dermatomyositis, and polymyositis. Zeva, a female given name from Oromo that indicated for you. Sifilay, to whisper or to hiss softly. Tilai, synonym of soufflage. Zeo, a sibilant rail. Zevelt, simple past and past participle of sifil. Sifflement, a hissing sound. Sifflements, plural of sifflement. Diffles, plural of siffle. Dewit, a theatrical whistle. Siflets, plural of sifflet. Sifflicate, to supplicate, petition, importune, or wheedle. Sifflication, supplication, petition, importuning, or wheedling. Sifflications, plural of sifflication. Tifly, present participle and gerund of siffle. Siffer, a surname. Sivards, plural of siver. Tivawit, the western Parusha cephalata, a species of bird of paradise found in New Guinea. Sifawits, plural of syphilit. Sifre Torah, plural of Sefer Torah. That, initialism of scale and variant feature transform. That, to sieve or strain something. Sift out, to isolate or identify one particular thing from a collection that includes less relevant things. Sift through, to carefully go through a set of objects or a collection of information in order to find something. Siftability, the quality of being siftable. Siftable, capable of being sifted. Today, the process of sifting. Tifted, having undergone sifting. Sifted out, simple past and past participle of sift out. Sifted through, simple past and past participle of sift through. Sifter, a tool for sifting, especially one for powdered cooking ingredients. Sifters, plural of sifter. Sefte, third person singular simple present indicative of sift. Tifte, present participle and gerund of sift. Sifting out, present participle and gerund of sift out. Sifting through, present participle and gerund of sift through. Siftingly, so as to sift or sort through. Siftings, plural of sifting. Tata, a surname. Tiffer, designed so that loose powder etc. cannot sift out during transit. That's plural of sift. Sifts out, third person singular simple present indicative of sift out. Sifts through, third person singular simple present indicative of sift through. Who, a master or teacher in the context of martial arts, especially Kung Fu and Tai Chi. Cifuentes, a surname from Spanish. Cifuenteses, plural of Cifuentes. Devas, plural of Sifu. Sifuverdi, a peptide that inhibits HIV fusion and replication. That, initialism of special interest group. That, a male given name from German Siegfried. Segfei, alternative form of Segfeg. Segfegdes, plural of Segfei. Segtune, clipped compound of signature tune. Sigtunes, plural of Sigtune. Seg-feg, abbreviation of significant figure. Seg-fegs, plural of sig-fig. Sida, an island, a terra nullius in Gornja in the Danube, Europe, on the border between Croatia and Serbia. Seval, a surname from Hebrew. Sivala, a surname. Sendalas, plural of Sigala. Seyals, plural of Sedal. Singama, a barangay of Lebanon, Camarines Sur, Philippines. Seda, a district of Tainan, Taiwan. Seganed, any of the family Siganidae of Vebifishes. Seganeds, plural of Siganid. Segatoka, a town in Fiji. Sevalshan, of or relating to Jean-René Sigalt, French physician. Sigat, a municipality of Ilocos Sur, Philippines. Segban, alternative spelling of Sigbin. Sigbans, plural of Sigbin. Sigbin, a creature of Philippine mythology, resembling a hornless goat, said to come out at night to suck the blood of victims from their shadows. Sigbens, plural of Sigbin. Sig block, a block of text used as a SIG email or newsgroup signature. Seg blocks, plural of SIG block. Set, a holiday of the Beta Israel Ethiopian Jews celebrated on the 29th day of Cheshvan. Sigep, Sigma Phi Epsilon, a college fraternity. Sigeps, plural of Sig-ep. Sig file, a text file containing a SIG email or newsgroup signature. SIG files, plural of SIG file. Tet, a surname. Set, simple past and past participle of SIG. Set, alternative spelling of Siggy. Sevya, plural of Siggy. Sede, the act of sigging, insulting, roasting, signifying banter. Set, plural of say. Set, a SIG signature used in posted messages. Thought, to inhale a larger quantity of air than usual and immediately expel it, to make a deep single audible respiration, especially as the result or involuntary expression of fatigue, exhaustion, grief, sorrow, frustration, or the like. Sigh of relief, a release of stress through breathing motions. Sigh, simple past and past participle of sign. Sigh, simple past and past participle of sigh. Sighs, second person singular simple past indicative of sigh. Sigh, a form of temporary marriage in Iran. Sighs, plural of sigh. Sire, one who sighs. Sires, plural of sire. Sighs, second person singular simple present indicative of sigh. Saya, third person singular simple present indicative of sigh. Saisimarmatiai, a city in Marmios County, Romania. Sidle, full of sighs. Sighly, in a sighful manner. Sighing, present participle and gerund of sigh. Sighingly, in a sighing way with sighs. Sighings, plural of sighing. Sizora, a city in Mios County, Romania. Silas, without sighs. Sigh-like, resembling or characteristic of a psi. Size, plural of psi. Size of relief, plural of psi of relief. Thought, the ability to see. Sight bite, a brief visual clip used in a news broadcast or similar. Sight bites, plural of sight bite. Sight draft, a draft to be paid on presentation. Sight drafts, plural of sight draft. Sight for sore eyes, a pleasing sight, something that is beautiful to look at, particularly after a long period of deprivation. Sight act, a visually presented action or device which causes a humorous response without requiring any accompanying commentary or other speech. Sight gags, plural of sight gag. Sight glass, water gauge. Sight glasses, plural of sight glass. Sight impaired, visually impaired. Sight in, to align the sights of a firearm. Sight radii, plural of sight radius. Sight radius, the distance between the front and rear sights of a firearm. Sight radiuses, plural of sight radius. Sight read, to perform a musical piece while reading it for the first time without rehearsal. Sight reading, present participle and gerund of sight read. Sight reads, third person singular simple present indicative of sight read. Sight rhyme, synonym of I rhyme. Sight rhymes, plural of sight rhyme. Sight sang, simple past of sight sing. Sight screen, alternative form of sight screen. Sight sing, to sing a musical piece while reading it for the first time without rehearsal. Sight singing, present participle and gerund of sight sing. Sight sings, third person singular simple present indicative of sight sing. Sight sung, past participle of sight sing. Sight to behold, something amazing or spectacular, or when sarcastic, something ugly or revolting. Sight translation, the act of translating a written text out loud. Sight translations, plural of sight translation. Sight triangle, a triangle and intersection, formed by the two roads or rights of way in a third line, which must be kept clear of obstructions, such as hedges, so that people in one road can see cars approaching on the other. Sight triangles, plural of sight triangle. Sight unseen, not having seen the object beforehand. Sight word, a word that a learner recognizes or is expected to recognize on sight. Sight words, plural of sight word. Sight read, alternative spelling of sight read. Sight reader, a person who is able to sight read. Sight readers, plural of sight reader. Sight saw, simple past of sight see. Sight see, alternative spelling of sight see. Sight see, alternative spelling of sightseeing. Sightseeings, plural of sightseeing. Sightseen, past participle of sight see. Sightsees, third person singular simple present indicative of sightsee. Sight translate, to translate a written document out loud. Sight translated, simple past and past participle of sight translate. Sight translates, third person singular simple present indicative of sight translate. Sight translating, present participle and gerund of sight translate. Sight abilities, Plural of sightability. Sightability, the condition or extent of being sightable. Sightable, capable of being sighted, visible from a vantage point. Sightbite, alternative spelling of sightbite. Sightbites, plural of sightbite. Sighted, simple past and past participle of sight. Sighted in, simple past and past participle of sight in. Sightedness, the quality of being sighted or having the ability to see. Sighten, to add a fugitive color to a paste, to enable the printer to determine whether the figures are well printed or not. Sighten, simple past and past participle of sighten. Sightening, present participle and gerund of sighten. Sightnings, plural of sightening. Sigons, third person singular simple present indicative of sighten. Sighter, a trial shot in rifle, artillery shooting, or sports like football to set the range, targeting, etc. Sighters, plural of sighter. Sighthole, easily or clearly seen, distinctly visible, perspicuous. Sightfulness, the state of being sightful, perspicuity. Sighthill, a suburban area in the city of Edinburgh, Scotland. OS Grid Ref NT 1971. Sightholder, a company authorized by De Beers as a bulk purchaser of rough diamonds. Sightholders, plural of sightholder. Sighthole, an eye hole in a furnace, a boiler, etc. Sightholes, plural of sighthole. Sighthound, a hound that primarily hunts by sight and speed, instead of by scent and endurance. Sighthounds, plural of sighthound. Sighting, the act of catching sight of something, especially something searched for. Sighting in, present participle and gerund of sight in. Sightings, plural of sighting. Sight jogging, sightseeing while jogging. Sightless, without sight, blind, and seeing. Sightlessly, in a sightless manner, blindly. Sightlessness, the characteristic of being sightless, blindness. Sightlier, comparative form of sightly, more sightly. Sightliest, superlative form of sightly, most sightly. Sightline, a line between an observer or a piece of optical equipment and an object of interest, line of sight. Sightlines, plural of sightline. Sightliness, the state or condition of being sightly, attractiveness, beauty. Sight loss, loss of sight, partial or total blindness. Sightly, attractive, pleasing to the eye, affording gratification to the sense of sight, aesthetically pleasing. Sightproof, invisible, not able to be seen. Sightra, alternative form of sight read. Sightradable, capable of being sighted. Sightrading, present participle and gerund of sightred. Sighthreds, third person singular simple present indicative of sightred. Sights, plural of sight. Sights for sore eyes, plural of sight for sore eyes. Sights in, third person singular simple present indicative of sight in. Sights to behold, plural of sight to behold. Sight saw, simple past of sight see. Side screen, a large screen at each end of a cricket field colored to provide visual contrast to the cricket ball to aid the batsman in seeing its movement through the air. Side screens, plural of sight screen. Sightsee, to go sightseeing, to visit places of interest in a city, town, or geographical area. Sightsee, the activity of going out looking at things, tourism. Sightseeing is plural of sightseeing. Sightseen, past participle of sightsee. Sightseer, one who goes sightseeing. One who goes around to look at sights or see things of interest, a tourist. Sightseers, plural of sightseer. Sightsees, third person singular simple present indicative of sightsee. Sightsman, a sight reader. Sightsman, plural of sightsman. Sightwise, pertaining to, concerning, or regarding sight or vision. Sightworthy, worth seeing or visiting in order to see. Sit-out, a seal, signature, or signet. Sijoa, alternative form of sigillic. Sidoa, plural of sigillum. Sigillaria, any of the genus Sigillaria of fossil trees principally found in the coal formation with seal-like leaf scars and vertical rows on the surface. Sigillarian, a member of the Sigillaria, a genus of extinct trees. Sigillarians, plural of Sigillarian. Sigillarias, plural of Sigillaria. Sigillard, any of an extinct family of cryptogamous trees, especially of the genus Sigillaria and similar species. Sigillarids, plural of Sigillarid. Sigillarioid, alternative form of Sigillaroid. Sigillarioid, alternative form of Sigillaroid. Sigillaroid, of, pertaining to, or having characteristics of the genus Sigillaria of extinct trees. Sigillary, relating to a seal or sigil. Sigillate, decorated with impressed patterns. Sigillate, decorated by means of stamps and prints. Sigillation, a sigillate pattern. Sigillations, plural of sigillation. Of sigillation. Sidoes, without sigils. Sigoic, relating to occult or magical sigils. Relating to occult or magical sigils. Sigillographer, one who is involved in sigillography. Sigillographers, plural of sigillographer. Sigillographic, of or pertaining to sigillography. Sigillographical, alternative form of sigillographic. Sigillographically, in terms of sigillography. Sigillography, the study of seals, especially those attached to documents. Sigillum, a seal. Sidos, plural of sigil. Thede, abbreviation of signals intelligence. Thede, alternative spelling of sigent. Thede, plural of sigent. Thede, alternative spelling of sigent. Thede, alternative spelling of sigent. Thede, plural of sigent. Thedens, plural of sigent. Sidria, an ancient city in Sri Lanka. Sigisbeo, alternative form of Sigisbeo. Sigisbeos, plural of Sigisbeo. Sigismundi, a mineral containing barium, iron, calcium, sodium, aluminum, phosphorus, oxygen, and hydrogen, first found in Italy. Sero, a surname from German. Sewa, plural of siglum. Siblarian, relating to a siglum. Seglac, any of a family of cell surface proteins that benzylic acid. Semlax, plural of siglac. Sewer, a surname. Sevlars, plural of sigler. Sevas, without a sig electronic signature appended to one's messages. Sevwe, a surname from German. Zevwes, plural of sigli. Sedwat, an Inuit group residing in the Inuvialuit settlement region in Canada's Western Arctic. Sibleton, the dialect of Inuvialuktun spoken by the Siblet. Sewai, plural of siglos. Sidwite, a triclinic pinacoidal mineral containing aluminum, hydrogen, iron, oxygen, and phosphorus. Simlas, a silver coin of Achaemenid Persia worth 1/20th of a derrick and weighing about 5.6 grams. Selam, a thing which represents something else, is sign, is symbol. Senma, a municipality of Capiz, Philippines. Sigma additivity, alternative form of sigma additivity. Sigma bond, a covalent atomic bond that is rotationally symmetric about its axis. Sigma bonds, plural of sigma bond. Sigma male, a self-reliant and assertive male who occupies a position outside a social or group hierarchy, a lone wolf or maverick. Sigma males, plural of sigma male. Sigma delta converter, any electronic system used to convert analog signals to digital or vice versa. Sigma delta converters, plural of sigma delta converter. Sigma-like, characteristic of a structure composed of sigma bonds. Segmen, a surname. Segmens, plural of sigmen. Segmas, plural of sigma. Sigma spire, a spicule of a sponge that has a sigmoid, twisted form. Sigma spires, plural of sigma spire. Sigmatha, plural of sigma. Sigmate, shaped like the Greek letter sigma. Sigmated, simple past and past participle of sigmate. Sigmates, third person singular simple present indicative of sigmate. Sigmatic, having the consonant s added to the root in order to form a tense or case stem. Sigmatics, the study of the relationships between symbols and the things they represent. Sigmating, present participle and gerund of sigmate. Sigmation, the process of sigmating, addition of a sigma. Sigmatism, a lesb. Sigmatisms, plural of sigmatism. Sigmatoi, synonym of sigmoid. Sigmatropic, describing any rearrangement reaction in which single bonds are broken and others are formed. Sigmatropically, in a sigmatropic manner. Sigmatropy, sigmatropic reaction. Sigmavirus, any virus of the genus Sigmavirus affecting dipterans. Sigmaviruses, plural of sigmavirus. Sigma, a weather advisory concerning the safety of all aircraft. Sigma, plural of sigmet. So, abbreviation of signalman. Semodel, a barbiturate derivative formerly used in surgical anesthesia. Semodont, any of the Sigmodontinae subfamiliae of rodents, including New World rats and mice. Sigmodontine, any rodent of the subfamily Sigmodontinae. Sigmodontines, plural of sigmodontine. Sigmodonts, plural of sigmodont. Semicircular, like the uncial or lunate sigma similar to English C. Sigmoid colon, the asaped section of the large intestine between the descending colon and the rectum. Sigmoid colons, plural of sigmoid colon. Sigmoid flexure, sigmoid colon. Sigmoid flexures, plural of sigmoid flexure. Sigmoid function, any of various real functions whose graph resembles an elongated letter S, specifically the logistic function y equals ex slash ex plus 1 equals 1 slash 1 plus e dash x. Sigmoid functions, plural of sigmoid function. Sigmoid notch, synonym of trochlear notch. Sigmoid notches, plural of sigmoid notch. Sigmoid sinus, a sinus on each side of the brain that is a continuation of the transverse sinus on the same side, follows an S-shaped course to the jugular foramen and empties into the internal jugular vein. Sigmoid sinuses, plural of sigmoid sinus. Sigmoidal, sigmoid, S-shaped. Sigmoidality, the condition of being sigmoidal. Sigmoidally, in a sigmoidal manner. Sigmoidals, plural of sigmoidal. Sigmoidectomies, plural of sigmoidectomy. Sigmoidectomy, a colectomy in which the sigmoid colon is removed. Sigmoideum, sigmoid colon. Sigmoidicities, plural of sigmoidicity. Sigmoidicity, the quality of being sigmoid. Sigmoidin, any of a class of flavanones found in Erythrina sigmoidea. Sigmoidins, plural of sigmoidin. Sigmoiditis, inflammation of the sigmoid colon. Sigmoidity, the condition of being sigmoid. Sigmoidally, alternative form of sigmoidally. Sigmoidosal, a hernia of the sigmoid colon. Sigmoidosals, plural of sigmoidosal. Sigmoidoxes, plural of sigmoidoxy. Sigmoidoxy, surgery to fix the sigmoid colon in place. Sigmoidoscope, an instrument used for examining the sigmoid colon. Sigmoidoscopes, plural of sigmoidoscope. Sigmoidoscopic, relating to the type of examination of the colon. Sigmoidoscopies, plural of sigmoidoscopy. Sigmoidoscopy, internal examination of the sigmoid colon. Sigmoidostomies, plural of sigmoidostomy. Sigmoidostomy, an operation involving the formation of an artificial opening from the sigmoid colon through the abdominal wall. Sigmoids, plural of sigmoid. Segmen, a surname. Segmens, plural of sigmen. Segmund, term of address for a person who appears to be dispensing psychoanalysis. Sigmurethris, of or pertaining to the informal taxonomic group Sigmurethra of mollusks. Sign, a visible fact that shows that something exists or may happen. Sign away, to give up something, such as a right or possession, by signing a document. Sign bit, the bit in the representation of a number indicating whether it is negative or positive, applicable to both 2's complement and sign magnitude representations. Sign bits, plural of sign bit. Sign function, the signum function. Sign functions, plural of sign function. Sign in, to sign one's name on a list when entering a place, to indicate one's arrival. Sign into access a web page or computer. Sign into law. To sign legislation as a mark of official approval. Sign language. One of several natural languages, typically used by the deaf, in which words consist of hand shapes, motions, positions, and facial expressions. Sign languages. Plural of sign language. Sign manual. An authentic signature, especially the signature of a sovereign used to validate a formal document. Sign MAME. Synonym of name sign. Sign names. Plural of sign name. Sign of contradiction. In Catholic theology, someone who, upon manifesting holiness, is subject to extreme opposition, traditionally supposed to point to the presence of the divine. Sign of life. An indication that someone is alive, vital sign. Sign of the cross. Alternative form of sign of the cross. Sign of the cross. A gesture of the hand moving over the front of one's body in the shape of a cross made as part of ritual or to invoke divine protection. Sign of the horns. A hand gesture in which the index and little finger are extended while the middle and ring fingers are held down with the thumb, having various meanings across cultures, and sometimes signifying cuckoldry or associated with heavy metal music. Sign of the times. Something that is symbolic of an era. Sign of the zodiac. Synonym of zodiac sign. Sign off. Misspelling of sign off. Sign offs. Plural of sign off. Sign on. To join something after signing. Sign on bonus. Non-standard spelling of sign on bonus. Sign on bonuses. Plural of sign on bonus. Sign on the dotted line. To formalize an agreement. Sign one's death warrant. To make a decision that dooms one to certain death. Sign one's own death warrant. Alternative form of sign one's death warrant. Sign-ons. Plural of sign-on. Sign on to. Synonym of sign on. Sign out. To sign one's name as an indication that one is leaving some location. To take some action to indicate one is leaving a secured program or web page on a computer. Sign over. To transfer property or rights to somebody else by signing a document. Sign ruler. Synonym of ruling planet. Sign rulers. Plural of sign ruler. Sign spinner. Synonym of sign waver. Sign spinners. Plural of sign spinner. Sign twirler. Synonym of sign waver. Sign twirlers. Plural of sign twirler. Sign up. To add one's own name to the list of people who are participating in something including amateur, but not professional, teams. Sign waver. A form of human billboard who waves or twirls a sign to gain the attention of passers-by. Sign waivers. Plural of sign waiver. Sign in. The process or an instance of signing in. Science. Plural of sign in. Sign manual. Alternative form of sign manual. Sign off. Alternative spelling of sign off. Sign offs. Plural of sign off. Sign on. The username and password for logging into a computer account. Sign on bonus. A one-time payment given by a party entering a contractual relationship to another party entering that same contract as an incentive to finalize the agreement. Sign-on bonuses. Plural of sign-on bonus. Sign-ons. Plural of sign-on. Sign out. An instance of signing out, a procedure executed when exiting a facility, ending a computer session, etc. Sign-outs, plural of sign-out. Signposts, alternative spelling of signpost. Signposts, plural of signpost. Sign up, the act of signing up as for a commercial service or a committee. Sign-ups, plural of sign-up. Sign value notation, a written representation for numbers consisting of a series of numeric signs whose values, added together, yield the number represented. Signa, plural of signum. Signability, the quality of being signable. Signable, that can be signed represented in sign language. Signage, signs, particularly those imparting commercial, directional, or road traffic information, taken collectively. Signages, plural of signage. Signal, a sequence of states representing an encoded message in a communication channel. Signal aspect, the visual appearance of a railway signal. Signal aspects, plural of signal aspect. Signal boost, an instance of sharing or disseminating another's information or material with one's own audience. Signal boosted, simple past and past participle of signal boost. Signal boosting, present participle and gerund of signal boosts. Signal boosts, plural of signal boost. Signal box, a building typically adjacent to or spanning a railway line from where signals, points, and sometimes level crossings are controlled. Signal boxes, plural of signal box. Signal bridge, a structure built over railroad tracks on which signals are mounted. Signal bridges, plural of signal bridge. Signal cabin, synonym of signal box. Signal cabins, plural of signal cabin. Signal check, an instance where a train must stop at a red signal or slow down before passing a signal displaying a yellow aspect. Signal checks, plural of signal check. Signal crayfish, an American crayfish Passifastacus lineusculus having a large claw that it waves to attract a mate. Signal fire, a fire lit to convey a message or serve as a beacon by either light or smoke. Signal fires, plural of signal fire. Signal gantries, plural of signal gantry. Signal gantry, a structure erected over one or more railway tracks carrying one or more signals. Smaller structures usually have a single support and larger structures are supported on both sides. Signal Hill, a city in Los Angeles County, California, United States. Signal indication, the meaning of a railway signal. Signal indications, plural of signal indication. Signal lat, a young man employed in a signal box to record the times of trains as they pass through the area served by the signal box. Signal lads, plural of signal lad. Signal passed at danger, an event on a railway where a train passes a stop signal without authority. Signal phrase, an indication that something is a paraphrase or direct quote. Signal phrases, plural of signal phrase. Signal pistol, a handgun designed to discharge an illumination flare. Signal pistols, plural of signal pistol. Signal post, a post on which one or more railway signals are mounted. Signal posts, plural of signal post. Signal processing, a subfield of electrical engineering focusing on analyzing, modifying, and synthesizing signals such as sound, images, potential fields, seismic signals, altimetry processing, and scientific measurements. Signal strength. The measured strength of a radio signal as received by a radio or NEO device receiving radio signals such as a mobile phone. Signal strengths. Plural of signal strength. Signal timing. A technique which traffic engineers use to distribute right of way at a signalized intersection. Signal timings. Plural of signal timing. Signal tracer. A piece of electronic test equipment used to troubleshoot radio and other electronic circuitry. Signal tracers. Plural of signal tracer. Signal transduction. A series of chemical reactions within a cell which start when a transmembrane protein comes into contact with a chemical signal, resulting in a second messenger being triggered. Signal-noise ratio. Synonym of signal-to-noise ratio. Signal-noise ratios. Plural of signal-noise ratio. Signal-to-noise. Ellipsis of signal-to-noise ratio. Signal-to-noise ratio. A figure of merit that compares the strength of a signal carrying information to the level of noise interfering with it. Signal-to-noise ratios. Plural of signal-to-noise ratio. Signalase. A peptidase that cleaves signal peptides from secreted proteins co-translationally. Signalases. Plural of signalase. Signal box. Alternative form of signal box. Signal boxes. Plural of signal box. Signaled. Simple past and past participle of signal. Signally. The person toward whom a signal is directed. Signalese. Plural of signally. Signaler. Someone who signals. Signalers. Plural of signaler. Signalese. Words and abbreviations used by radio operators and other signalmen to clarify the letters being sent and received, such as the arithmetic alphabet. Signalectic. Related to or involving the Bertillon system of anthropometry. Signaletics. The Bertillon system of anthropometry. Signal gate. Alternative letter case form of signal gate. Signal gate. A security incident around the United States government discussing classified information on unsecured devices via the messaging app Signal, publicized due to the chief editor of a news magazine having been added by the National Security Advisor on the 13th of March 2025 to a group planning military strikes against the Houthis. Signalgrass. A broadleaf weed Brachiaria platyphylla. Signalwood. The property of being a signal. Signale. Of, or related to signals. Signaling. Present participle and gerund of signal. Signalings. Plural of signaling. Signalization. Alternative spelling of signalization. Signalize. Non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of signalize. Signalized. Simple past and past participle of signalize. Signalizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of signalize. Signalizing. Present participle and gerund of signalize. Signalism. An international avant-garde literary and art movement rooted in Serbian culture. Signalist. Someone who makes signals or communicates information by signaling. Signalists. Plural of signalists. Signalities. Plural of signality. Signality. Importance, remarkability. Signalization. The process of signalizing, characterization or differentiation. Signalizations, plural of signalization. Signalize, to distinguish, to make noteworthy. Signalized, simple past and past participle of signalize. Signalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of signalize. Signalizing, present participle and gerund of signalize. Signal, obsolete form of signal. Signaled, simple past and past participle of signal. Signaler, one who signals. Signalers, plural of signaler. Signalus, without any signals. Signaling, present participle and gerund of signal. Signaling event. A transmitter encodes data by producing a signal which is a continuous stream of signaling events, each which has sufficient information for the receiver to recover the original data. Just like a quantum leap is the smallest measurable leap, a signaling event is the smallest possible amount of signal that the receiver needs to recover the original data without error. Signaling events, plural of signaling event. Signaling pathway, a biochemical sequence in which one molecule that receives a signal activates another molecule. Signaling pathways, plural of signaling pathway. Signalings, plural of signaling. Signals, plural of signal. Signale, in a signal manner, conspicuously. Signalman, somebody employed to operate the signals and points of a railway. Signal master, the supervisor of a signalman on a railway. Signal masters, plural of signal master. Signalman, plural of signalman. Signalment, the act of signaling or of signalizing. Signalments, plural of signalment. Signalolipidomics, signalomic lipidonics. Signalome, all the signaling pathways of an organism or cell. Signalomes, plural of signalome. Signalome, relating to signalomes. Signalosome, any of a group of proteins, complexes of which are involved in the regulation of protein degradation. Signalosomes, plural of signalosome. Signalperson, a signalman or signalwoman. Signalpersons, plural of signalperson. Signalplex, a combination of two or more signals. Signalplexes, plural of signalplex. Signalpost, alternative form of signal post. Signalposts, plural of signalpost. Signals, plural of signal. Signals intelligence, information gained from intercepted signals, including traffic analysis. Signalwoman, a woman employed to operate the signals and points of a railway. Signalwomen, plural of signalwoman. Signare, a mulatto French African woman of the island of Gorée or the city of Saint Louis in French Senegal during the 18th and 19th centuries. Signaires, plural of signare. Signaries, plural of signary. Signary, the set of characters in a writing system, alphabet, syllabary, etc. Signataries, plural of signatory. Signatary, alternative form of signatory. Signate, having definite color markings, bearing spots resembling letters. Signation, a sign given, a marking. Signations, plural of signation. Signator, a signatory, someone who signs something. Signatories, plural of signatory. Signators, plural of signator. Signatory, one who signs or has signed something. Signator, obsolete form of signator. Signators, plural of signator. Dignatural, of or relating to a signature. Signature, a person's name written by that person, used as identification or to signify approval of a company material, such as a legal contract. Signature authority, the authority of an employee acting unilaterally to commit employer to contact. Signature song, a song in which its artist or band is best associated with or known for. Signature songs, plural of signature song. Signature strike, a military attack which is based on detecting suspicious activity rather than confirmed intelligence of terrorism. Signature strikes, plural of signature strike. Signature tune, the tune that opens and slash or closes a radio or television program. Signature tunes, plural of signature tune. Signature compatible, of two functions or methods having the same number and types of parameters and the same return type, allowing one to be used in place of the other. Signatureless, without a signature. Signatures, plural of signature. Signaturist, one who holds to the doctrine of signatures impressed upon objects, indicative of character or quality. Signature. Signaturist, one who holds to the doctrine of signatures impressed upon objects, indicative of character or qualities. Signaturists, plural of signaturist. Signboard, a board carrying a sign, or on which signs may be posted. Signboarded, marked with signboards. Signboarding, the use of signboards. Signboards, plural of signboard. Signcrypt, to employ signcryption. Signcrypted, simple past and past participle of signcrypt. Signcrypting, present participle and gerund of signcrypt. Signcryption, a system of encryption that includes a digital signature. Signcrypt, third person singular simple present indicative of signcrypt. An asteroid discovered by Max Wolf on October 22, 1900. Signed, having a signature endorsed. Signed away, simple past and past participle of sign away. Signed in, simple past and past participle of sign in. Signed into, simple past and past participle of sign into. Signed magnitude, the convention by which one bit in the representation of a number indicates the numeric sign, while the rest indicate the magnitude. Signed off, simple past and past participle of sign off. Signed on, simple past and past participle of sign on. Signed on the dotted line, simple past and past participle of sign on the dotted line. Sign one's death warrant, simple past and past participle of sign one's death warrant. Sign one's own death warrant, simple past and past participle of sign one's own death warrant. Signed onto, simple past and past participle of sign onto. Signed out, simple past and past participle of sign out. Signed over, simple past and past participle of sign over. Signed up, simple past and past participle of sign up. Signed, sealed, and delivered, completed, particularly with respect to the conveyance of something. Signedness, the state or condition of being signed. Sign, one who signs a contract, especially in athletic contexts. Signes, plural of signi. Signer, one who signs something. Signers, plural of signer. Sans, plural of seen. Signes, second person singular simple present indicative of sign. Sita, an object, especially a ring formally used to impress a picture into the sealing wax of a document as a proof of its origin. Signet ring, a finger ring bearing a signet, seal or coat of arms. Signet rings, plural of signet ring. Signeted, stamped or marked with a signet. Signa, third person singular simple present indicative of sign. Signet, plural of signet. Signated, alternative form of signated. Signor, obsolete spelling of Senor. Signorio, obsolete spelling of seigneurial. Seigneurialism, obsolete spelling of seigneurialism. Signors, plural of signor. Sign holder, one who or that which holds a sign. Sign holders, plural of sign holder. Sigmiconic, characterized by intricate variations of typography, page layout, color, etc. that reflect spaces and events in the narrative. Seigneur, alternative form of seigneur. Seigneurs, plural of signier. Signifer, bearing signs. Signifiable, capable of being signified. Signifiance, signification, meaning. Signifiance, alternative form of signifiance. Signific, relating to significs. Significance, the extent to which something matters, importance. Significance level, a measure of how likely it is to draw a false conclusion in a statistical test when the results are really just random variations. Significance levels, plural of significance level. Significances, plural of significance. Significances, plural of significancy. Significancy, significance. Significand, the part of a floating point number that contains its significant digits. Significans, plural of significand. Significant, signifying something, carrying meaning. Significant digit, synonym of significant figure. Significant digits, plural of significant digit. Significant figure, a digit that is meaningful with respect to the precision of a measurement, that is, excluding any leading zeros, trailing rounding or placeholder zeros, and non-zero digits not warranted by the accuracy of a derivation or measurement. Significant figures, plural of significant figure. Significant other, one's exclusive romantic partner. Significant others, plural of significant other. Significant wave height, a standardized measure of trough to crest wave height calculated for the needs of seafarers. Exact mathematical definition has varied over time, and currently it is defined as 4 times the standard deviation of the surface elevation. Significant wave heights, plural of significant wave height. Significantly, in a significant manner, or to a significant extent. Significantness, the quality of being significant. Significance, plural of significant. Significate, one of several things signified by a common term. Significates, plural of significate. Signification, the act of signifying or something that is signified. Significance. Significations, plural of signification. Significative, that tends to signify or indicate. Indicative. Significatively, in a significative manner. Significativeness, the quality of being significative. Significativities, plural of significativity. Significativity, the condition of being statistically significant. Significator, one who, or that which, signifies. Significators, plural of significator. Significatory, significant, meaningful, having signification. Significatrix, a female significator. Significative, a writ issuing out of chancery upon certificate given by the ordinary of a man standing excommunicate by the space of 40 days for the laying him up in prison till he submit himself to the authority of the church. Significavits, plural of significavit. Significs, a proposed linguistic science based on the use of the exact significance of terms and concepts. Signify, the concept, object, or person that is referred to by a sign or signifier. Signifieds, plural of signify. Signifier, something or someone that signifies, makes something more significant or important. Signifiers, plural of signifier. Signifies, third person singular simple present indicative of signify. Signifiest, second person singular simple present indicative of signify. Signifieth, third person singular simple present indicative of signify. Significance, misspelling of significance. Signify, to create a sign out of something. Signifying, a practice in African American culture of exploiting the gap between the denotative and figurative meanings of words as by insulting someone to show them affection. Signifying G, alternative form of signifying. Signifying, present participle and gerund of signify. Signifying chain, an interlocking system of signifiers. Signifying chains, plural of signifying chain. Signifying monkey, a monkey character in African American folklore derived from the trickster figure of Yoruba mythology, Asu Aludbara. Signifying monkeys, plural of signifying monkey. Signifyingly, in a signifying manner. Signifyings, plural of signifying. Signing, the act of concluding a contract, especially by an athlete or entertainer with a company. Signing away, present participle and gerund of sign away. Signing bonus, synonym of sign-on bonus. Signing bonuses, plural of signing bonus. Signing in, present participle and gerund of sign in. Signing into, present participle and gerund of sign into. Signing off, present participle and gerund of sign off. Signing on, present participle and gerund of sign on. Signing on the dotted line, present participle and gerund of sign on the dotted line. Signing one's death warrant, present participle and gerund of sign one's death warrant. Signing one's own death warrant, present participle and gerund of sign one's own death warrant. Signing onto, present participle and gerund of sign onto. Signing out, present participle and gerund of sign out. Signing over, present participle and gerund of sign over. Signing up, present participle and gerund of sign up. Signings, plural of signing. Seigneur, alternative form of seigneur. Seigneuries, plural of seigneury. Seigneurize, to exercise dominion, to seigneurize. Seigneurize, simple past and past participle of seigneurize. Seigneurises, third person singular simple present indicative of seigneurize. Seignerizing, present participle and gerund of seigneurize. Seigneurs, plural of seigneur. Seigneurship, state or position of a seigneur. Seigneurships, plural of seigneurship. Seigneury, alternative form of seigneury. Signiforide, any member of the signifority of parasitic wasps. Signiforids, plural of signiforid. Segnes, synonym of sign painter. Segnests, plural of signist. Signataries, plural of signatory. Signatory, alternative form of signatory. Signless, without a sign or signs. Signlessness, absence of signs. Sign-like, resembling or characteristic of a sign. Sign maker, a maker of signs. Sign makers, plural of sign maker. Sign making, the making of signs in various senses. Signman, a person employed to produce signs, a sign painter or sign writer. Signman, plural of signman. Sign off, the act or process of signing off approving with a signature. Synops, plural of sign off. Signor, alternative form of signor, a courtesy title used towards an Italian man. Signor Leps effect, the principle that due to the incompleteness of the fossil record, the earliest and latest known occurrences of a taxon will almost never represent the ages of the actual earliest and latest organisms belonging to it. Signor, Mrs., Madam, title of address or respect for women in Italy. Signoris, plural of signora. Signor, a courtesy title for Italian men. Signorelli, a surname. Signorellas, plural of signorelli. Signors, plural of signor. Signoris, a surname from French. Signori, plural of signor. Signoria, lordship, especially in medieval Italian city-states. Signorio, alternative form of seigneurial. Signories, plural of signori. Signorina, a courtesy title for an unmarried woman of Italian origin. Signorenas, plural of signorina. Signorine, plural of signorina. Signorize, seigneurize. Signors, plural of signor. Signori, a territory or domain, especially under a feudal lordship. Signaut, alternative form of sign out. Signauts, plural of signaut. Sign painter, someone who paints signs. Sign painters, plural of sign painter. Signpost, a post bearing a sign that gives information on directions. Signposted, simple past and past participle of signposts. Signposter, one who signposts or directs people to some resource. Signposters, plural of signposter. Signposting, present participle and gerund of signposts. Signpostings, plural of signposting. Signposts, plural of signposts. Signs, plural of sign. Signs away. Third person singular simple present indicative of sign away. Signs in. Third person singular simple present indicative of sign in. Signs into. Third person singular simple present indicative of sign into. Signs manual. Plural of sign manual. Signs of contradiction. Plural of sign of contradiction. Signs of life. Plural of sign of life. Signs of the cross. Plural of sign of the cross. Signs of the horns. Plural of sign of the horns. Signs of the times. Plural of sign of the times. Signs of the zodiac. Plural of sign of the zodiac. Signs off. Third person singular simple present indicative of sign off. Signs on. Third person singular simple present indicative of sign on. Signs on the dotted line. Third person singular simple present indicative of sign on the dotted line. Signs one's death warrant. Third person singular simple present indicative of sign one's death warrant. Signs one's own death warrant. Third person singular simple present indicative of sign one's own death warrant. Signs on to. Third person singular simple present indicative of sign onto. Signs out. Third person singular simple present indicative of sign out. Signs over. Third person singular simple present indicative of sign over. Signs up. Third person singular simple present indicative of sign up. Signs manual. Plural of sign manual. Signum. A sign, mark, or symbol. Signum function. The function that determines the sign of a real number, yielding -1 if negative, +1 if positive, or otherwise 0. Signum functions. Plural of signum function. Signum manus. The medieval practice of signing a document or charter with a special type of monogram or royal cipher. Signums. Plural of signum. Sign up. Alternative spelling of sign up. Sign-ups. Plural of sign-up. Signwriter. One who writes signs. Signwriters. Plural of signwriter. Signwriting. Any form of clear lettering designed to be used on signs. Sayeblen. Not built correctly, crooked, skewed, or out of balance. Siderne. A surname. Sigurnez. Plural of Sigourney. Sigourney. A surname from French. Sigourneys. Plural of Sigourney. Sigrid. A female given name from the Scandinavian languages of fairly rare usage. Sigrun. Alternative form of sanguine. Plural of sig. Sid. Plural of say. Siguatepec. A city and municipality in Comayagua in Honduras. Siguazadan. A phosphodiesterase inhibitor. Sigencha. A surname from Spanish. Sigenchas. Plural of Sigencha. Seganza. A surname from Spanish. Sedanzas. Plural of Sigenza. Siguria. A deep, expressive form of flamenco music. Siguirias. Plural of Siguiria. Sitter. The principal hero of the Volsunga saga and of the Elder Edda's Niflung cycle who slew a dragon. Sigurdsson. A surname from Icelandic. Sigurdssons, plural of Sigurdsson. Siguros. A female given name from Icelandic. Sigwart procedure. Alcohol septal ablation. Abbreviation of spontaneous intracranial hypotension. A surname from Chinese. A Bantu language of Tanzania. Sihanoukism. The political ideology of Norodom Sihanouk. Sihanoukis. Relating to Sihanoukism. Sihanoukville. A city. The capital of Sihanoukville, Cambodia. Sot. A female given name from Arabic. Sarath. A surname from Lao. Saraths. Plural of Sarath. Seasa. The Blackfoot Sioux, a division of the Lakota people. Sayuan, a traditional type of Chinese residence consisting of 4 houses with a courtyard in the middle, a Chinese quadrangle. Sahayuans, plural of Sahayuan. Su, a rural township in Yunlin County, Taiwan. Sir, a unit of mass or volume in the Middle East and Indian subcontinent. Tes, plural of Ser. Tu, alternative form of Sihe Yunlin County, Taiwan. Ter, a province in southeastern Turkey. Ter, initialism of sacroiliac joint. Se, alternative form of Zijai. Sijiangu, misspelling of Sijiangu. Sijiangu, an archaeological site in Sijian, Zhejiang, Jiyuan, Henan, China. Sija, a classical Korean poetry form consisting of 12 accentual phrases divided in 3 lines. Sejori. Singapore, Johor, and Ryu as an economic growth triangle. Johor and Ryu as an economic growth triangle. Sijaos, plural of Sijo. Plural of Sij. City, alternative form of Ziju. Plural of Sij. City, alternative form of Ziju. Alternative form of Sik, cool, excellent. Alternative form of Sika, an Indonesian ethnic group. Sika deer, alternative form of Sika deer service Nippon. Sika deers, plural of Sika deer. Sikeana, one of the Solomon Islands. Sikeanan, of or relating to Sikeana, one of the Solomon Islands, or relating to Sikeana, one of the Solomon Islands. Sikeanans, plural of Sikeanan. Sikalver, alternative form of Siklager. Sikalvers, plural of Sikalger. Sikandar, a male given name from Persian, equivalent to English Alexander. Sikanese, alternative form of Sikanese. Seta, a former province of China. Dudpani, alternative form of Sekani, of China. Dudpani, alternative form of Sekani. Sifar, a city in Seku district, Rajasthan, India. Sikarga, alternative form of Shikarga. Sikargas, plural of Sikarga. Sina, plural of Sika. Sigasso, a city in South Mali. Tirach, alternative form of Sikach. Sikachas, plural of Sikach. Sikatuna, a municipality of Bohol, Philippines. Sikatuna Village, a barangay of Quezon City, Metro Manila, Philippines. Sikbat, A dish of cooked or marinated in vinegar, often also honey, eaten since at least the 6th century and historically popular among Arabs and Persians. Sitbaja, synonym of sikbaj. Dai, a gutter or ditch, a small stream that frequently dries up in the summer, the marshy ground or ditch through which such a stream flows. Dai, simple past and past participle of psych. Sicilian, synonym of Sicil, member of an Italic tribe. Sicilians, plural of Sicilian. Cyclet, alternative form of Cycliet. Cyclets, plural of Cycliet. Syken, a surname from Swedish. Sygans, plural of Syken. Psyker, alternative spelling of sicker certain. Psycherness, alternative spelling of sickerness. Dykes, a surname. An adherent of Sikhism. Sikh Empire, an Indian empire that ruled over the Punjab region from 1799 CE to 1849 CE. Sitkara, alternative form of Shikara. Sikaras, plural of Sikara. Sikha, the realm or sphere of Sikhs. Sithai, synonym of Sikhism. Sithai, the name of the 23rd of 27 named Buddhas immediately preceding Gautama. Sikho, obsolete form of Sikkim. Sikhism, a revealed monotheistic religion originating in northern India in the 15th century through Guru Nanak and his successors. Sikhs, the Sikhists, plural of Sikhis. Sikhization, the act or process of becoming Sikh. Ahimas, the quality of being Sikh. Sikhotalan, a mountain range in Primorsky and Khabarovsk Krais, Russia. Sikhotalan, alternative form of Sikhotalan. Sikhara, alternative form of Shikara. Sikharas, plural of Sikhara. Sikhs, plural of Sikh. Sikhai, a sweet beverage made from barley and rice, sometimes served with pine nuts. Psyching, present participle and gerund of psych. Sikanias, a dance performed in ancient Greek satyr plays. Sikirasai, a municipality of Croatia. Zeta, an Indonesian ethnic group native to the region of east-central Flores between the Below and Napun rivers. Sikanias, relating to the Sikh people. Sedhemha, a surname from West Frisian. Segamas, plural of Sikama. Sikha, a state in eastern India. Capital, Gangtok. Sikkim fir, a fir tree of species Abies densa of Bhutan. Sikkim wedge-billed babbler. Stachyrus hume, a species of Old World babbler. Sikkim wedge-billed babblers, plural of Sikkim wedge-billed babbler. Sikkimese, of or relating to Sikkim, a landlocked Indian state in the Himalayan mountains. Sekwar, a member of an Indian community found in the states of Gujarat, Haryana, Rajasthan, and Punjab, who traditionally specialized in making and polishing weapons. Sekwars, plural of Sickliger. Tipar, a surname from Polish. Ikaris, plural of Sikhora. Sikorski, a surname from Polish. Sikorskis, plural of Sikorsky. Zete, synonym of Arctic ground squirrel. Sexeta, a First Nation people belonging to the Blackfoot inhabiting southern Alberta. This, plural of Siksik, etc. A type of traditional panpipe from the Andes. That's, plural of Siku. Siddhati, an ancient village in Arizona, United States. Sikayon, alternative form of Sizian. Sikaionian, alternative form of Sizionian. Sikaionians, plural of Sikaionian. Sikaionic, alternative form of Sizionic. Tella, initialism of sibling-in-law. Tella, a male given name. Selgreen, alternative form of Sengreen. Tella, a province of Chad. Seal explosive, any of several highly unstable explosives that are the silicon analogs of existing carbon ones. Seal explosives, plural of seal explosive. Selebenzane, synonym of silene. Selebenzanes, plural of silebenzane. Silaberation, any addition reaction in which a silicon atom and a boron atom are added across a double bond or triple bond. Silaberations, plural of silaberation. Celacidin, a hyalophosphorylated protein that is involved in biomineralization. Celacidins, plural of psilocidin. Silocycle, any organic heterocycle containing one or more silicon atom. Silocycles, plural of silocycle. Silocyclobutane, a saturated heterocycle having 3 carbon atoms and 1 silicon atom, any derivative of this compound. Silocyclobutanes, plural of silocyclobutane. Silocyclopentane, a saturated heterocycle that has 4 carbon atoms and a silicon atom. Silocyclopentanes, plural of silocyclopentane. Cellophane, a protein that acts as a matrix for the precipitation of silica in the cell walls of diatoms. Cellophans, plural of cellophane. Silofluophane, a pyrethroid insecticide. Silage, fermented green forage fodder stored in an airtight silo or clamp. Silaged, simple past and past participle of silage. Silaging, present participle and gerund of silage. Silages, plural of silage. Silaging, present participle and gerund of silage. Silego, a municipality of southern Leyte, Philippines. Solade, alternative form of Shilajit. Silo, a territorial division in parts of southern Africa. Cellulose, plural of cellulose. Silambam, a weapon-based Indian martial art. Selenate, to react or treat porcelain etc. with a silane. Selenated, simple past and past participle of selenate. Selenates, third person singular simple present indicative of selenate. Selenating, present participle and gerund of selenate. Selenation, synonym of selenization. Selenations, plural of selenation. Selendron, a particular anabolic steroid. Selene, Any of a group of silicon hydrides that are analogous to alkanes, the paraffin hydrocarbons, especially the parent compound CH4. Silane modified polymer. A polymer, such as PVC, that has been treated with an organic silane. The material is used in thin films to remove contaminants from water by evaporation and also in adhesives. Silane modified polymers, plural of silane modified polymer. Silanes, plural of silane. Silanethyl. The simple silane CH3SH, any organic derivative of this compound. Silanethyls, plural of silanethyl. Silay, a municipality of Cavite, Philippines. Silanggan, a barangay of Alacapan, Cagayan, Philippines. Selenide, the ion CH derived from silane, any salt containing this ion. Selenides, plural of selenide. Selenization, alternative form of selenization. Selenizations, plural of selenization. Selenize, alternative form of selenize. Selenized, simple past and past participle of selenize. Selenizes, third person singular simple present indicative of selenize. Selenizing, present participle and gerund of selenize. Selenization, the covering of a surface which contains hydroxyl groups, metal oxides, glass, etc. with a coating that contains silane-like molecules, thus making the surface chemically inert. Selenizations, plural of selenization. Selenize, to treat with a silane. Selenized, simple past and past participle of selenize. Selenizes, third person singular simple present indicative of selenize. Selenizing, present participle and gerund of selenize. Selenol, the silicon analog of methanol CH3OH. Selenolate, an anion derived from a selenol, a salt containing this anion. Selenolates, plural of selenolate. Selenols, plural of selenol. Selenol, synonym of silyl. Selenylation, reaction with a selenyl group, ciliation. Selenylations, plural of selenylation. Selanyls, plural of selenyl. Silapentane, any of several compound in which one or more carbon atoms of pentane have been replaced by silicon. Silapentenes, plural of silapentane. Teos, the companion of Paul in the New Testament, also called Silvanus. Silesqueazang, any of a class of compounds in which every silicon atom is linked to 3 nitrogen atoms and every nitrogen is linked to 2 silicons RSI and R10 and where R equals H or hydrocarbyl. Silesqueazanes, plural of silesqueazane. Silesqueaxane, any of a class of compounds in which every silicon atom is linked to 3 oxygen atoms and every oxygen is linked to 2 silicons RSI and O3 and where R equals H or hydrocarbyl. Silesqueaxanes, plural of silesqueaxane. Silesquirthian, any of a class of compounds in which every silicon atom is linked to 3 sulfur atoms and every sulfur is linked to 2 silicons RSI and S3 and where R equals H or hydrocarbyl. Silesquithians, plural of silesquithian. Silastic, a type of flexible, inert silicone rubber used especially in prosthetic medicine to make devices such as shunts to control hydrocephalus, artificial heart valves, and breast implants. Zilla, a type of martial art originating from the Malay archipelago. Silahan, any of a class of organosilicon compounds formerly derived from the siloxanes by replacement of oxygen with sulfur. Silanes, plural of silathian. Silation, silylation. Silations, plural of silation. Silatrane, any atrine having silicon as the heteroatom. Silatranes, plural of silatrane. Silatropies, plural of silotropy. Silotropy, a rearrangement reaction in which a silyl group, typically a trimethyl silyl group, is moved from one place to another in a molecular. Celay, a city in Negros Occidental, Philippines. Silazane, any hydride of silicon and nitrogen having a chain of alternating silicon and nitrogen atoms, any hydrocarbyl derivative of such compounds. Silazanes, plural of silazane. Silazole, any heterocycle formerly derived from an azole by replacing a nitrogen atom with a silicon and attached hydrogen atom. Silazoles, plural of silazole. Dilba, a surname. Dilbas, plural of silba. Silberlade, a surname. Silberlades, plural of silberlade. Silbergroschen, a coin used in Prussia and several other German Confederation states in northern Germany during the 19th century, worth 1/30th of a thaler. Silbergroschens, plural of Silbergroschen. Silberman, a surname. Silvermans, plural of Silberman. Silbernagel, a surname. Silbernagels, plural of Silbernagel. Silberat, a surname. Silberstein, a surname from German. Silbersteins, plural of Silberstein. Silbert, a surname from German. Silberts, plural of Silbert. Silbo, a dialect of Spanish, a variant of the Spanish language that is spoken through whistling. This variant originates from La Gomera, Canary Islands, Spain. Silbo Gomero, a whistled register of Spanish used by inhabitants of La Gomera in the Canary Islands, historically for communication across ravines and valleys. Siltar, a city India. Siltaster, a village and civil parish in Basingstoke and Dean District, Hampshire, England. OS Gridref SU 6262. Silha, a surname. Silcots, plural of Silcot. Silcax, a surname. Silcoxes, plural of Silcox. Silbrite, an indurated crust formed when silica is dissolved and resolidifies as a cement. Silcretes, plural of silcrete. Silcro, the section sign or section. Silcros, plural of silcro. Zal, any young herring other than a sprat, especially if canned and processed in Scandinavia for sale as a sardine. Sildenafil, a drug that is used in the form of its citrate CHN604SC6H807 to treat erectile dysfunction in males that by suppressing a phosphodiesterase enzyme also suppresses the enzyme's inhibitory effect on the hormone cyclic GMP and that enables the cyclic GMP produced during sexual arousal to initiate the muscular and vascular changes which produce an erection. It is marketed under the trademarks Revatio and Viagra. Sildenafil citrate. The citrate salt of sildenafil, marketed as Viagra, a treatment for erectile dysfunction. Sildenafils, plural of sildenafil. Held, plural of sild. Sil, alternative spelling of Sheila. Suid, alternative form of silage. Suides, plural of silage. Sileby, a village and civil parish in Charnwood Borough, Leicestershire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 6015. Silcrot, a village in Witcham Parish, Copeland Borough, Cumbria, England. OS Grid Ref SD 1281. Siled, simple past and past participle of sile. Silanaceous, of or relating to the Silanaceae. Silent, archaic form of silenced. Silence, a female given name from English. Silence Camp, any of the NKVD special camps in Germany 1945-49. Silence camps, plural of silence camp. Silence is consent. A lack of response to an action is a tacit approval of the action. Silence is golden. Peace and quiet have great value. Silence is oppression. Synonym of silence is violence. Silence in certain settings can be perceived or interpreted as unfriendly or hostile. Silence is violence. Inaction or indifference in regards to violence that is aimed at oppressed groups is tantamount to direct violence against those groups. Silence of all, capable of being silenced. Silenced, simple past and past participle of silence. Silencer, something that silences. Silencers, plural of silencer. Silences, plural of silence. Silencing, present participle and gerund of silence. Silencings, plural of silencing. Silency. Silence. Silene, a molecule containing a silicon atom which forms a double bond. Silenase, a particular steroid glycoside. Silenes, plural of silene. Silene, a group of minor deities or demigods similar to fauns or satyrs. Silenic, of or pertaining to Silenus. Silenoside, alternative form of silenioside. Silent, acronym of syndrome of irreversible lithium affectuated neurotoxicity. Silent, not speaking, indisposed to talk, speechless, mute, taciturn. Not loquacious, not talkative. Silent agitator, a sticker affixed in a public place to promote a socio-political cause. Silent agitators, plural of silent agitator. Silent alarm, a burglar alarm that makes no noise that is audible to the trespasser. Silent alarms, plural of silent alarm. Silent as a grave, extremely quiet. Silent as the grave, saying absolutely nothing especially about a particular subject. Silent as the tomb, synonym of silent as the grave. Silent auction, an auction where people write secret bids on a piece of paper and whoever has the highest bid wins the item. Silent auctions, plural of silent auction. Silent barter, a system of bartering, once common in Africa, in which traders remain silent, either because they have no language in common or because they both wish to keep secret and not discuss the origins of their goods, especially gold and salt. Silent butler, a dustpan with a hinged lid for collecting crumbs of food or ash from an ashtray. Silent butlers, plural of silent butler. Silent cinema, the silent filmmaking industry. Silent commerce, the execution of business transactions between electronic devices or systems without human interaction. Silent cop, alternative form of silent policeman. Silent cops, plural of silent cop. Silent disco, an event at which people dance to music that is transmitted through wireless headphones rather than played over a speaker system. Silent discos, plural of silent disco. Silent E, and pronounce letter E at the end of a word. Silent film, a film with no synchronized recorded sound, especially spoken dialogue. Silent films, plural of silent film. Silent forest syndrome, a situation common in Asia in which an area of intact habitat no longer has a birdsong as a result of having had all songbirds trapped out for the cage bird trade. Silent generation, the generation of people born from the late 1920s to the early 1940s. Silent H, a letter H that is written but not pronounced. Silent H's, plural of silent H. Silent key, a deceased ham radio operator. Silent keys, plural of silent key. Silent killer, a disease experienced by someone who is not symptomatic. Silent listing, a property available for sale but not publicly advertised or widely promoted. Silent listings, plural of silent listing. Silent majorities, plural of silent majority. Silent majority, the largest portion of a demographic group or of the population of a political jurisdiction, which is considered to possess political and social views that are not openly declared, but that can nevertheless significantly affect voting patterns and social behavior. Silent miscarriage, a missed abortion. Silent miscarriages, plural of silent miscarriage. Silent mode, a setting available on mobile phones and pagers that, when activated, disables the ringtones and, in some cases, also the vibrating alerts or alarm. Silent modes, plural of silent mode. Silent mutation, a mutation in DNA that does not have an observable effect on the organism's phenotype. Silent mutations, plural of silent mutation. Silent number, a telephone number not listed in the directory. Silent numbers, plural of silent number. Silent partner, a partner who is not actively involved in the running of a business. Silent partners, plural of silent partner. Silent policeman, a small traffic bollard in the middle of an intersection. Silent policeman, plural of silent policeman. Silent Sam, a person who seldom or never speaks, a taciturn or unresponsive individual. Silent Sams, plural of silent Sam. Silent service, the submarine service. Silent services, plural of silent service. Silent treatment, a form of social sanction that consists of ignoring a particular individual, neither speaking to that person nor responding to his or her words. Silent treatments, plural of silent treatment. Silent Valley, a national park in Kerala, India, which is home to several rare species of flora and fauna. Silent vote, the vote of a person whose choice or intention is not publicly known or previously expressed. Silent votes, plural of silent vote. Silent whistle, synonym of dog whistle. Silent whistles, plural of silent whistle. silent but violent. A fart that is very quiet, but has a very potent smell. Silent but violence, plural of silent but violent. Silenter, comparative form of silent, more silent. Silentest, superlative form of silent, most silent. Silential, silent. Tilenturies, plural of silentiary. Tilentuary, a person who keeps silent, especially from religious motives. Silentius, habitually taciturn, prone to silence. Silentiously, in a manner marked by silence or laconism. Silentish, somewhat silent. Silently, in a silent manner, making no noise. Silentness, silence. Silentnesses, plural of silentness. Silence, plural of silent. Silenus, a companion and tutor to the wine god Dionysus. Soel, a surname. Soelis, plural of Sileo. Silpin, a seven-membered unsaturated ring molecule containing a silicon atom. Silpins, plural of silpin. Siler, a surname. Sauleo, a surname from Spanish. Sauleos, plural of Sileo. Silers, plural of Siler. Tiles, plural of Sile. Silesaurid, any extinct reptile in the family Silesauridae. Silesaurids, plural of Silesaurid. Silesia, a cultural region of Central Europe, now chiefly in Poland, with small portions in the Czech Republic and Germany, from early modernity until 1945 predominantly German-speaking with Slavic-speaking minorities and local majorities. Silesian, of or pertaining to Silesia. Silesian German, a nearly extinct West Germanic language group of Central German dialects formerly spoken in Silesia, chiefly Lower Silesia now Poland, and among the Expelli community in Germany now chiefly elderly people. Silesian Voivodeship, a voivodeship of Poland. Silesianness, the quality of being Silesian. Silesians, plural of Silesian. Silesias, plural of Silesia. Siltane, a saturated heterocycle having 3 carbon atoms and 1 silicon atom, any derivative of this compound. Siltanes, plural of Siltane. Silots, a Native American tribe from Oregon. Silex, a vacuum coffee maker. Silexes, plural of silex. Silesite, synonym of quartzolite. Self, obsolete spelling of self. Self, obsolete spelling of self. Selfies, a surname. Selfies, plural of sylphies. Telfly, the act of eating outdoors. Celery, alternative form of sengrine. Silvero, a surname. Silveros, plural of Silgero. Solhillian, of or relating to Solihull, England. Solhillians, plural of Solhillian. Silhouette, alternative spelling of silhouette. Silhouettes, plural of silhouette. Silhouette, an illustrated outline filled in with a solid color S, usually only black, and intended to represent the shape of an object without revealing any other visual details. A similar appearance produced when the object being viewed is situated in relative darkness with brighter lighting behind it. A profile portrait in black, such as a shadow, appears to be silhouetted. Simple past and past participle of silhouette. Silhouettes, plural of silhouette. Silhouetting, present participle and gerund of silhouette. Silhouettist, a person who creates silhouettes. Silhouettists, plural of silhouettists. Silhouettograph, an instrument for outlining the human body in order to gauge posture, etc. Silhouettographs, plural of silhouettograph. Silhydrite, an orthorhombic white mineral containing hydrogen, oxygen, and silicon. Soana, a farming town in northern Tunisia. Silibanin, the major active constituent of silymarin, believed to possess hepatoprotective properties. Silibanans, plural of silibanin. Silicon dioxide. Silica gel, a granular, porous form of silica made synthetically from sodium silicate and used as a desiccant. Silica gels, plural of silica gel. Silica glass, any of various types of glass containing primarily silica in amorphous non-crystalline form. Silica glasses, plural of silica glass. Silica group, a large group of silicate minerals having a silicon to oxygen ratio of 1:2. This group includes many silicates of sodium, potassium, calcium, and aluminum in an open network structure. Silica groups, plural of silica group. Silicaceous, synonym of siliceous. Silicolite, a polymorph of silica having a structure analogous to the zeolites. Silicolites, plural of silicolite. Silicane, synonym of silane. Silicanes, plural of silicane. Silicas, plural of silica. Silicasum, a tiny container made from silica used for drug delivery in chemotherapy. Silicasums, plural of silicasum. Silicate, any salt of silica or of one of the silicic acids, any mineral composed of silicates. Silicate planet, a terrestrial planet composed mostly of silicate minerals. Silicate planets, plural of silicate planet. Silicate, containing silicate or silica. Silicatine, an enzyme used by sponges to capture silicate and build silica nanostructures. Silicatines, plural of silicatine. Silicates, plural of silicate. Silication, containing silicate anions. Silication, any process that adds silicon to a material. Silicatization, silicification. Silicatize, to silicify. Silicatized, simple past and past participle of silicatize. Silicatizes, third person singular simple present indicative of silicatize. Silicatizing, present participle and gerund of silicatize. Silicene, a monolayer of silicon atoms packed together to resemble graphene. Silicenes, plural of silicene. Siliceous, of, relating to, consisting of, or resembling silica or silicates. Siliciousness, the condition of being siliceous. Toethus, plural of silex. Silici, silex. Dilution, containing silicon especially when this replaces another element. Doise of, related to, or derived from silica. Silicic acid, any of a range of compounds being hydrates of silica. They form silicates having complex polymeric structures. Silicic acids, plural of silicic acid. Silicic alkalies, consisting of silica and calcareous matter. Siliciclastate, describing clastic rocks that bear quartz or similar silicate minerals. Siliciclastics, plural of siliciclastic. Silicicle, any siliceolous organism. Silicicles, plural of silicicle. Silicicolis, that lives in a siliceous environment. Silicid, archaic form of silicide. Silicidation, the formation of a silicide. Silicide, any compound of silicon with a more electropositive element. Silicides, plural of silicide. Silicidize, to convert into a silicide. Silicidized, simple past and past participle of silicidize. Silicidizes, third person singular simple present indicative of silicidize. Silicidizing, present participle and gerund of silicidize. Silicids, plural of silicid. Siliciferous, yielding or bearing silica. Silicification, impregnation with silica. Petrification. Silicifications, plural of silicification. Silicify, combined with silicon. Silicifier, a living organism that builds structures from silica. Silicifiers, plural of silicifier. Silicifies, third person singular simple present indicative of silicify. Silicify, to impregnate something with silica. Silicifying, present participle and gerund of silicify. Ilicious, alternative spelling of silicious. Silicization, alternative spelling of silicization. Silicisponge, any sponge having a silica skeleton. Silicisponges, plural of silicisponge. Silicided, silicified. Silicium, the chemical element silicon. Siliciuretted, alternative form of siliciuretted. Siliciuretted, combined or impregnated with silicon. Silicization, the conversion of something into or the reaction of something with silicon or silica. Silicizations, plural of silicization. Silica, a short silique, such as the seed capsule fruit of shepherd's purse. Silicos, plural of silical. Silico, silicon, silicone. Silicoluminate, synonym of aluminosilicate. Silicoluminates, plural of silicoluminate. Silicoluminophosphate, a mixed silicate and aluminophosphate. Silicoluminophosphates, plural of silicoluminophosphate. Silicoated, having undergone the silicoating process. Silicoating, a technique for resin metal bonding in dental prosthetics involving silicon. Silica carbonatite, a carbonatite that is rich in sodium. Silica chloroform, the silicon analog of chloroform CHCl3. Silicoelastic, elastic and manufactured from silicone. Silicothane, Vaseline CH3. Silicoflagellate, any of many unicellular heterocot marine algae of the order Dictyocales that have a silica skeleton. Silicoflagellates, plural of silicoflagellate. Silicafluoric, containing or composed of silicon and fluorine. Silicofluorite, archaic form of silicofluoride. Silicofluoride, a fluosilicate, a salt of silicofluoric acid. Silicofluorides, plural of silicofluoride. Silicofluorids, plural of silicofluorid. Silicofluoroform, the compound CaTeF3 analogous to fluoroform. Silicomanganese, an alloy consisting mainly of manganese and silicon. Silicomethane, synonym of monosilane. Silicomolybdate, a yellow complex oxyanion of silicate and molybdate, any salt containing this anion. Silicomolybdates, plural of silicomolybdate. Silicomolybdic, relating to silicomolybdic acid and its derivatives. Silicon, a nonmetallic element symbol C with an atomic number of 14 and atomic weight of 28.0855. Silicon alkoxide, any compound of general formula C or the tetralkyl orthosilicates. They react with water to form aerogels of silica. Silicon alkoxides, plural of silicon alkoxide. Silicon Alley, an area of Manhattan, New York, which is home to a group of internet-related companies. Silicon Beach, any of several coastal towns or cities that host high-tech industries. Examples include Los Angeles and Brighton. Silicon bronze, a copper alloy composed mainly of copper and usually 1.5 or 3% silicon. Silicon bronzes, plural of silicon bronze. Silicon burning, the nucleosynthesis process in stars where temperatures exceed 3x10^9 K, in which silicon undergoes photodisintegration to form fragments which in turn produce elements of atomic number up to 60, peaking at iron. Silicon carbide, a binary compound of silicon and carbon, Cc. It is one of the hardest known materials and is used as an abrasive under the trade name carborundum and as a refractory material. Silicon carbides, plural of silicon carbide. Silicon chip, a wafer of silicon on which an integrated circuit has been built, a microchip. Silicon chips, plural of silicon chip. Silicon copper, an alloy of about 2/3 copper and 1/3 silicon, used to free molten copper or brass from oxygen. Silicon curtain, a legal barrier to technology transfer and sale of advanced computer equipment between China and the West. Silicon diacetate, a hard glassy mineral, CO2, occurring as quartz, sand, opal, etc., informally known as silica. Silicon disk, synonym of RAM disk. Silicon disks, plural of silicon disk. Silicon docks, an area of Dublin, Ireland, which is home to a group of internet-related companies. Silicon ester, any compound of silicon containing multiple alkoxide groups. Silicon esters, plural of silicon ester. Silicon fen, the area of high-tech businesses around Cambridge. Silicon forests, the area of high-tech businesses around Portland, Oregon. Silicon germanide, the binary compound, Cg, of silicon and germanium, sometimes considered to be a simple alloy silicon germanium. Silicon germanides, plural of silicon germanide. Silicon germanium, an alloy of silicon and germanium used as a semiconductor. Silicon Glen, the area of high-tech businesses in central Scotland. Silicon Gorge, the area of high-tech businesses in the triangle formed by Bristol, Swindon and Gloucester in England. Silicon Hills, the area of high-tech businesses around Austin, Texas. Silicon hydride. Any hydride of silicon is silane. Silicon hydrides. Plural of silicon hydride. Silicon iron. Ferrosilicon. Silicon irons. Plural of silicon iron. Silicon lotteries. Plural of silicon lottery. Silicon lottery. The uncertainty surrounding microprocessors' overclocking potential, which is typically unknown to a consumer, so that, by chance, some get products that prove able to overclock better than others. Silicon Valley, a technology center in Adelaide, Australia. Silicon monoxide, a chemical compound with the formula CO. In the atmosphere, it oxidizes quickly into CO2 but has been detected in stellar objects and has been described as the most common oxide of silicon in the universe. Silicon nitride, an inorganic polymer of empirical formula C3N4 used in ceramics and some transistors. Silicon nitrides, plural of silicon nitride. Silicon oxide, silicon dioxide CO, silica. Silicon oxides, plural of silicon oxide. Silicon oxycarbide, synonym of oxycarbide glass. Silicon oxycarbide glass, synonym of oxycarbide glass. Silicon photonics, the technology discipline related to production of optical switching electronic devices using integrated circuit manufacturing technology. Silicon planet, a silicate planet. Silicon planets, plural of silicon planet. Silicon Prairie, the area of high-tech businesses around Schaumburg, Illinois, Dallas, Texas, or Ames, Iowa. Silicon Roundabout, East London Tech City, a technology cluster in Shoreditch, East London. Silicon rubber. Alternative spelling of silicone rubber. Silicon savanna. The technology ecosystem in Kenya. Silicon Senior, a nickname for the Senior neighborhood, a neighborhood in the second arrondissement of Paris due to the concentration of high-tech businesses in the area. Silicon Slopes, the area of high-tech businesses around Lehi, Utah. Silicon steel, an alloy of iron and silicon that has important magnetic properties. Silicon steels, plural of silicon steel. Silicon silicon tetrachloride. Silicon tetrabromide, the binary compound of silicon and bromine CBr4. Silicon tetrachloride, the binary compound of silicon and chlorine CCl4. Silicon tetrafluoride, the binary compound of silicon and fluorine CF4, a colorless, poisonous gas with a pungent odor used in the production of silicon semiconductors. Silicon Valley, originally the region of the San Francisco Bay Area in which there were a high number of industries producing silicon chips, later extended to mean the entire concentration of high-tech businesses in this area. Silicon Valley North, Toronto, Canada. Silicon Valley of Europe, Twitter. Silicon Valley of India, Bangalore, India. Silicon Valley of Sweden, Kista, a district in Stockholm, Sweden. Silicon Valley of East Coast, Northern Virginia. Silicon Valleys, plural of Silicon Valley. Silicon Wadi, the area of high-tech businesses in Israel. Silicon wafer. A thin slice of silicon used to fabricate semiconductor devices such as integrated circuits. Silicon wafers. Plural of silicon wafer. Silicon, 28. The major stable isotope of silicon 2C having 14 protons and 14 neutrons. It amounts to over 92% of the element in nature. Silicon, 29. A minor stable isotope of silicon 2C having 14 protons and 15 neutrons. It amounts to almost 5% of the element in nature. Silicon, 30. A minor stable isotope of silicon 3C having 14 protons and 16 neutrons. It amounts to 3% of the element in nature. Silicon-based. Based on silicon. Silicon-controlled rectifier. A form of thyristor. Silicon-controlled rectifiers. Plural of silicon-controlled rectifier. Siliconated. Reacted or treated with elemental silicon. Silicon. Any of a class of inert, semi-inorganic polymeric compounds, polysiloxanes, that have a wide range of thermal stability and extreme water repellence, used in a very wide range of industrial applications and in prosthetic replacements for body parts. Silicone grease. A waterproof grease made by combining a silicone oil with a thickener. Silicone greases. Plural of silicone grease. Silicone rubber. A variety of synthetic polymeric silicones having physical properties similar to natural rubber but increased chemical stability. Silicone rubbers. Plural of silicone rubber. Silicone spray. A type of clear, self-drying spray that reduces friction between materials. Silicone sprays. Plural of silicone spray. Silicon Valley. San Fernando Valley, in particular in reference to its large porn industry. Silicon. Simple past and past participle of silicone. Silicons. Plural of silicone. Silicon. Present participle and gerund of silicone. Siliconize. Alternative spelling of siliconize. Siliconized. Alternative form of siliconized. Siliconite. A person who lives or works in Silicon Valley. Siliconites. Plural of siliconite. Siliconization. The process of siliconizing. Siliconizations. Plural of siliconization. Siliconize. To treat or coat with silicone. Siliconized. Treated or coated with silicone. Siliconizos. Third person singular simple present indicative of siliconize. Siliconizing. Present participle and gerund of siliconize. Silicon-like. Resembling silicon. Siliconanane. Silicon tetrethiol. Siliconosis. An illness caused by silicone gel. Silicons. Plural of silicon. Silicophilus. That lives in an environment rich in silicate rocks. Silicophosphate. Synonym of phosphosilicate. Silicophosphates. Plural of silicophosphate. Silicosis. Plural of silicosis. Silicosiderosis. A form of pneumoconiosis caused by inhalation of mixed dust containing silica and iron. Silicosis. A disease of the lungs caused by the inhalation of crystalline silica dust. Silicotic. Of, relating to, or affected with silicosis. Silicotics. Plural of silicotic. Silicotuberculosis. Silicosis related tuberculosis. Silica tuberculotic, of or pertaining to silica tuberculosis. Silicatum state, any salt or ester of silicatumstic acid. Silicatum states, plural of silicatum state. Silicatumstic, relating to the silicatumstic acids. Silicatumstic acid, the most commonly encountered heteropoly acid, widely used in heterogeneous catalysts. Silicatumstic acids, plural of silicatumstic acid. Silicrete, misspelling of silkrete. Silicrestin, a particular flavonoid and hepatoprotective. Ilicua, alternative spelling of silicyl. Siliculi, plural of silicula. Silicular, relating to a silicle. Silicuous, plural of silicula. Silicule, alternative spelling of silicle. Silicules, plural of silicule. Siliculos, bearing silicles. Silicam, silicon. Silicine, an allotroposilicon consisting of a long chain of silicon atoms linked together with either one disilane units equals C equals C equals C equals or two disilane units. Silicines, plural of silicine. Silidinin, a flavonolignin found in milk thistle. Ciliazar, a surname from Spanish. Ciliazars, plural of Ciliazar. Silification, alternative form of silicification. Silifications, plural of silification. Silif, a town in Mersin province, Turkey. Siliguri, a large city in northern West Bengal, India. Silimamite, misspelling of silimanite. Selenate, a monoclinic prismatic mineral containing hydrogen, lithium, oxygen, silicon, and sodium. Silinane, a saturated heterocycle that has 5 carbon atoms and a silicon atom. Selenans, plural of silinane. Solentia, a commune and village in Arad County, Romania. Silan, a heteroaromatic heterocycle that has 5 carbon atoms and 3 to localize silicon atoms. Selins, plural of silene. Siling, present participle and gerund of sile. Siling labuyo, a small chili pepper cultivar that developed in the Philippines after the Columbian Exchange, belonging to the species Capsicum frutescens and characterized by triangular fruits that grow pointing upwards. Silipan, an island of Brunei. Silipi, a complex of silymarin and phosphatidylcholine, approximately 10 times more bioavailable than silymarin. Siliqua, alternative form of silique. Siliquaceous, having siliques. Siliqui, plural of siliqua. Siliquariate, any of the families Siliquariidae of seas males. Siliquariids, plural of Siliquaria. Siliquas, plural of Siliqua. Dough, a long dry fruit seed capsule, length more than twice the width, typical to cruciferous plants and consisting of 2 fused carpels that separate when ripe. Doughicus, plural of silique. Siliquiferous, bearing a silique. Siliquiform, having the form of a silique. Siliquos, bearing siliques. Siliques, siliquos. Celestia, various villages and communes of Romania. Celestra, a town in northeastern Bulgaria. So, a surname originating as an occupation for a seller of silk. Silk elevator, a parachute. Silk elevators, plural of silk elevator. Silk oak, alternative form of silky oak. Silk oaks, plural of silk oak. Silk paper, tissue paper. Silk papers, plural of silk paper. Silk press, a method of straightening hair using heat. Silk Road, an extensive interconnected network of trade routes across Asia, North and Northeast Africa, and Europe, historically used by silk traders. Silk Road disease, synonym of Behçet's disease. Silk screen effect, a visual phenomenon in which a viewer of a rear projection television screen sees the texture of the screen in front of the televised image. Silk screen effects, plural of silk screen effect. Silk serge, a twilled silk fabric used mostly for lining parts of men's coats. Silk serges, plural of silk serge. Silk shag, a coarse, rough-woven silk, like plush but with a stiffer nap. Silk shags, plural of silk shag. Silk tree, an Asiatic leguminous tree Albizia julibrissin with finely bipinnate leaves and large flat pods, so called because of the abundant long silky stamens of its blossoms. Silk trees, plural of silk tree. Silk cotton tree, any of several large tropical trees. Silk cotton trees, plural of silk cotton tree. Silk oak, alternative form of silky oak. Silk oaks, plural of silk oak. Silk screen printing, a method of reproducing colored artwork using a cut stencil attached to a stretched, fine mesh silk screen. Silk stocking, elegantly dressed, aristocratic, luxurious. Silk-a-line, a soft, light cotton fabric resembling silk. Silk-a-lines, plural of silk-a-line. Silk, obsolete spelling of silk. Silk, simple past and past participle of silk. Silhan, made of silk. Silken tofu, a soft, moist form of tofu that has not been drained or pressed. Silken tofu, plural of silken tofu. Silkend, simple past and past participle of silken. Silkene, present participle and gerund of silken. Silkemle, in a silken manner. Silkens, third person singular simple present indicative of silken. Silver, someone who works with silk such as an embroiderer. Silvers, plural of silker. Zos, plural of silk. Dohe, a cotton fabric that looks and feels like silk. Silk grass, the flowering plant Yucca filamentosa. Silk grower, a grower of silk. Silk growers, plural of silk grower. Silk growing, the commercial growing of silk. Silky, a chicken of a certain breed with very fine, silk-like feathers, blue-black skin and bones, and 5 toes per foot instead of the usual 4. Silvier, comparative form of silky, more silky. Silvius, plural of silky. Silvius, superlative form of silky, most silky. Silkily, in a silky manner. Silhen, a surname. Silkiness, the property of being silky. Silkinesses, plural of silkiness. Silthy, present participle and gerund of silk. Silkpus, lacking silk. Silkusmess, absence of silk. Sylph-like, synonym of silky, like silk. Silkman, a male dealer in silk. Silkmuppen, a protein found in Hyopsis cumingi and involved in nacre formation. Silkpen, plural of silkman. Silk moth, any moth whose caterpillar stage is a silkworm, especially Bombyx mori, the domestic silk moth, but also others in the families Bombycidae and Saturniidae, as well as the Siberian silk moth in the Lasiacampidae. Silk moths, plural of silk moth. Silkiness, silkiness. Silkoline, alternative form of silkoline. Silkolines, plural of silkoline. Silfbank, a subgenre of science fiction that depicts advanced technology combined with East Asian aesthetics and philosophy. Silk, plural of silk. Silkscreen, a sheet of material originally silk, but now synthetic, with areas that are porous to ink and others that are non-porous to allow printing of images, such as on t-shirts. Silk-screened, simple past and past participle of silk-screen. Silk-screening, present participle and gerund of silk-screen. Silk-screens, plural of silk-screen. Silkstone, a village and civil parish in the Metropolitan Borough of Barnsley, South Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SC 2805. Silkstone Common, a village in Silkstone Parish, Metropolitan Borough of Barnsley, South Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref SC 2904. Silksworth, a southern suburb of the city of Sunderland, Tyne and Ware, England. OS Grid Ref NZ 3752. Silktail, a bird of the genus Lamprolia endemic to Fiji, closely related to the fantails Ripidua. Silktails, plural of silktail. Silktassel, any of the plants in the family Garryaceae, evergreen shrubs or small trees with opposite, simple leaves. Silktassels, plural of silktassel. Selbtree, alternative form of silk tree. Siltrees, plural of silk tree. Silphi, Paraploca greca, a vine of Europe and the Middle East with fuzzy purple flowers. Silkware, articles made from silk. Silkwares, plural of silkware. Silkware, clothing made of silk. Silkwares, plural of silkware. Silkweed, any plant of the genus Asclepias whose seed vessels contain a long, silky down, milkweed. Silkweeds, plural of silkweed. Silkwoman, a female dealer in silk. Silkwomen, plural of silkwoman. Silkwood, a surname. Silkwoods, plural of silkwood. Silkware, goods or products manufactured from silk. Silkworks, a silk manufactory. Silkworm, any of various caterpillars of moths that produce silk cocoons, especially Bombyx mori, the source of most commercial silk. Silkworm moth, a domestic silk moth of species Bombyx mori. Silkworm moths, plural of silkworm moth. Silkworms, plural of silkworm. Silthy, similar in appearance or texture, especially in softness and smoothness to silk. Sylvie anteater, any species of anteater in the genus Cyclops. Silky anteaters, plural of silky anteater. Silky lacewing, any insect of the family Psychopsidae. Silky lacewings, plural of silky lacewing. Silky mama, silky mom. Silky mamas, plural of silky mama. Silky mom, a mother who prefers a style of parenting that utilizes modern technology and parenting conveniences, such as modern medicine, infant formula, and disposable diapers, contrasts a crunchy mom. Silky moms, plural of silky mom. Sylvia oak, any of various trees and large shrubs in the family Proteaceae, especially Grevillea robusta or Cardwellia sublimis. Sylvia oaks, plural of silky oak. Silky smooth, extremely smooth. Silky soft, synonym of soft as silk. Silky terrier, a small breed of dog of the terrier dog type. Silky terriers, plural of silky terrier. Silky flycatcher, any of the family Tiliavinettae passerine birds. Silky flycatchers, plural of silky flycatcher. Silky air, having hair that resembles silk. Silky scale, a grass of the genus Anthinantia, native to the Americas. Silky scales, plural of silky scale. Tell, a surname. Sela, an ancient kingdom in modern Korea, one of the three kingdoms existing from 57 BC to 935 CE at its maximum, covering all of modern South Korea and most of modern North Korea. Syllabication, obsolete spelling of syllabication. Syllabub, alternative spelling of syllabub. Syllabubs, plural of syllabub, alternative form of syllabubs. Celadar, a member of a troop of irregular cavalry. Celadars, plural of celadar. Zoid, the trail of scent left behind by one who wears perfume. Celades, plural of silage. Selagenid, any in the family Selagenidae of fishes. Selagenids, plural of selagenin. Selego, any fish of the genus Selego. Selegos, plural of Selego. Sela, a surname. Seladar, alternative form of Celadar. Celadars, plural of Celadar. Just, plural of Sela. Sela, of or relating to Scylla. Zellers, a surname. Silpa, a faucet designed to be installed horizontally on the outside wall of a building, typically to attach a hose. Silcox, plural of silcock. Zeld, furnished with a sill. Sella, a municipality of Pontevedra, Galicia, Spain. Celadar, alternative form of Celadar. Celadars, plural of Celadar. Sillam's rosefinch, a species of fringoline finch, Carpodacus sillami, of remote western China. Sillam's rosefinches, plural of Sillam's rosefinch. Selenite, a cubic mineral with a chemical formula BiCO, typically found in association with bismuthite. Selenites, plural of selenite. Seller, a surname. Sellers, plural of seller. Seller, a commune in Marne, France. Celery, alternative form of sanguine. Celebat, obsolete form of syllabub. Syllabubs, plural of syllabub, alternative form of syllabubs. Telekas, an archetypal character in the setting of a joke, typically portrayed as naive and somewhat dull-witted. Toir, comparative form of silly, more silly. Illis, plural of silly. Toit, superlative form of silly, most silly. Sillification, the process of making something silly. Silicon, alternative form of silicon. Silicons, plural of silicon. Dilly, in a silly manner, foolishly. Silaman, a surname. Silamanite, a fibrous neosilicate mineral polymorphic with andalusite and kyanite with the chemical formula Al2CO5. Silamanites, plural of silamanite. Silamanitic, relating to a silamanite. Silamans, plural of silaman. Selenas, that which is perceived as silly or frivolous. Selinuses, plural of silliness. Silan, the thick, voluminous, and shiny soil turned over by a plow. Silito, a surname. Solitas, plural of silito. Selma, a surname from German. Selmans, plural of Selman. Sella, a pollock or a coalfish, sometimes especially a young coalfish. Silex, plural of silic. Silograph, a satirist. Silographer, synonym of silograph satirist. Silographers, plural of silographer. Silographus, synonym of silograph satirist. Silographists, plural of silographus. Silographs, plural of silograph. Selai, an ethnic group of Sudan living in Blue Nile State. Solometer, a 19th century device for measuring the speed of a ship without using a log line. Solometers, plural of solometer. Sala, a work raised in the middle of a wide ditch to defend it. Silinated, characterized by the presence of furrows, grooves, or ridges, having a surface marked by parallel lines or indentations. Selans, plural of Ceylon. Selwat, a small town and port in Silathon Solway Parish, Cumberland Council Area, Cumbria, England, previously in Allerdale Borough OS Grid Ref NY 1053. Silathon Solway, a civil parish with a town council in and around Silath in Cumberland District, Cumbria, England, previously in Allerdale Borough. Daus, plural of sill. Silsalat, a Swedish salad of pickled herring with beetroot, egg, etc. Silsalat, alternative form of silsalat. Silastani, a pre-Inca cemetery on the shores of Lake Umio near Puno in Peru. Tili, laughable or amusing through foolishness or a foolish appearance. Silly being, someone acting in a silly or foolish manner. Silly beans, plural of silly bean. Silly billies, plural of silly billy. Silly billies, plural of silly billy. Silly billy, an epithet used in mild teasing for a silly person, or one who has just done something of a foolish nature. Silly Billy, alternative spelling of Silly Billy. Silly Cay, an island of the Turks and Caicos Islands. Silly Gaze, plural of silly goose. Silly Goose, a silly person, a simpleton. Silly Gooses, plural of silly goose. Silly Me, an expression used to convey mild self-deprecation or to acknowledge a mistake or oversight. Silly Mid-off, a fielding position on the offside, forward of the batsman's wicket and very near the batsman, a fielder in this position. Silly Mid-on, a fielding position on the leg side, forward of the batsman's wicket and very near the batsman, a fielder in this position. Silly Mid-ons, plural of silly mid-on. Silly Money, a ridiculously large or, less commonly, small sum of money. Silly O'clock, synonym of stupid o'clock. Silly Pill, a hypothetical pill that makes those who take it act or behave in a silly manner. Silly Pills, plural of silly pill. Silly Point, a fielding position on the offside, square of the batsman's wicket and very near the batsman, a fielder in this position. Silly Points, plural of silly point. Silly Putties, plural of silly putty. Silly Putties, plural of silly putty. Silly Putty, a toy based on silicone polymers that have unusual physical properties. Silly Putty, alternative form of silly putty. Silly Sausage, term of affection, used when someone has made a minor mistake. Silly Sausages, plural of silly sausage. Silly Season, a period, usually during the summertime, when news media tend to place increased emphasis on reporting light-hearted, offbeat, or bizarre stories. Silly Seasons, plural of silly season. Silly Straw, a drinking straw with a fixed, amusing shape that includes loops. Silly Straws, plural of silly straw. Silly String, aerosol string. Silly Strings, plural of silly string. Silly Window Syndrome, a problem in data transmission where a server, unable to process all incoming data, repeatedly asks the clients to reduce the size of the packets they are sending, to the point where all packets become extremely small tinagrams and transmission becomes inefficient. Silly Belly, silly in a cute way. Silly How, the call which sometimes envelops the top of a child's head after birth. Silly Hows, plural of silly how. Suicidal, suicidal. Silicide, suicide. Silicided, simple past and past participle of silici. Silicides, plural of silici. Siliciding, present participle and gerund of silici. Ewe, a fanfic intended to be humorous or absurd. Illyrix, plural of silific. Siliad, silly person. Siliads, plural of sillyhead. Tillyhood, a caul part of the amnion that encloses a baby's head at birth. Siliods, plural of sillyhood. Silly, somewhat silly. So as a. So as, plural of sillyism. Silicon, one who is silly. Silicons, plural of silicon. Tillily, obsolete spelling of silly. Telenas, Obsolete spelling of silliness. Silliton, a silly person. Sillitons, plural of silliton. Selma, a surname. Selmans, plural of silman. Silo, a vertical building, usually cylindrical, used for the production of silage. Silo bag, synonym of bag silo. Silo bags, plural of silo bag. Silo truck, a commercial truck carrying free-flowing bulk products in its own silo, a type of truck. Silo trucks, plural of silo truck. Silo, alternative form of Silwan. Silodosin, a drug for the symptomatic treatment of benign prostatic hyperplasia. Siloed, pertaining to silos. Silos, plural of silo. Silar, a class of Filipino breakfast dishes containing garlic fried rice and fried egg, sunny side up, served with various accompanying savory dishes, usually fried meat dishes such as tapa, longanisa, or ham. Syllogyme, obsolete form of syllogism. Siloglycoprotein, misspelling of siloblicoprotein. Silogs, plural of silo. Siloing, present participle and gerund of silo. Silization, alternative form of silization. Siloism, a tendency toward the silization of information. Silization, the splitting of personnel, data, etc. into isolated units with poor communication. Sil, a 5-membered heterocycle having 4 carbon atoms, 1 silicon atom and 2 double bonds. It is analogous to cyclopentadiene. Silylene, any unsaturated unicyclic heterocycle having 4 carbon atoms, 1 silicon atom and 1 double bond. Silolenes, plural of silylene. Silos, plural of silo. Silo-like, resembling or characteristic of a silo. Silometer, an electromechanical device for measuring the level of the contents of large containers such as silos. Silometers, plural of silometer. Silongan, a barangay of Butuan, Agusan del Norte, Philippines. Silop, a barangay of Surigao, Surigao del Norte, Philippines. Silorane, any of a class of resin-based composites with minimized shrinkage during polymerization, a combination of siloxanes known for hydrophilicity and oxiranes known for low shrinkage and stability. Siloranes, plural of silorane. Silos, plural of silo. Siler, obsolete form of cellar. Silers, plural of siler. Silovarch, a form of oligarch whose origin is in the security service, e.g. KGB, FSB, or law enforcement areas of government. Silovarchies, plural of silovarchy. Silovarchs, plural of silovarch. Silovarchy, ruled by silovarchs. Siloik, a member of the Russian military, law enforcement, or intelligence services, the KGB or FSB, or a politician with a background in such services. Siloviki, plural of Silovic. Silovics, plural of Silovic. Siloxane, any of a class of compound having a short repeating unit of silicon and oxygen atoms either in a chain or a ring, typically with organic side chains. Siloxanes, plural of siloxane. Siloxane, a compound of silicon, C6HO, that has a planar structure. Siloxanes, plural of siloxane. Siloxy, any univalent radical of the general formula R3CO. Siloxidifluorocyclopropane is siloxy, defluoroderivative of cyclopropane, typically produced as an intermediate in the synthesis of another compound. Siloxidifluorocyclopropanes, plural of siloxidifluorocyclopropane. Siloxes, plural of siloxy. Silothy, synonym of Lozi language. Silpancho, a Bolivian dish of rice layered with sliced boiled potatoes, pounded meat, and chopped tomato with onion, beet, parsley, and 1 or 2 fried eggs. Silpat, a silicone mat used for baking. Silbats, plural of silpat. Sulfurisone, a muscle relaxant. Tofe, plural of silphium. Selphi, a carrion beetle of the family Sylphidae, now subfamily Sylphinae. Selvids, plural of sylphid. Selphian, tilthium. Selphians, plural of sylphian. Sulfoperpholine, any of a group of tricyclic sesquiterpenoid hydrocarbons, typically 3s, 3AR5, AR8s, 8AS3, 5A7, 8-tetramethyl 2,3, 3A4, 5, 8-hexahydro 1H-cyclopen H-pentylene. Sulfoperpholines, plural of sulfoperpholine. Silphium, a plant thought to be extinct, used in ancient Greece and ancient Roman cooking and as a contraceptive. Telphiums, plural of silphium. Theos, initialism of single incision laparoscopic surgery. Tella, plural of SIL. Selsby, a surname. Selsey, a surname. Salisbury, plural of Silsby. Selsen, a town and civil parish with a town council in the metropolitan borough of Bradford, West Yorkshire, England. OS grid ref C0446. Silsisqueoxane, any chemical compound with the empirical chemical formula RCO1.5, where R is either hydrogen or an alkyl, alkene, aryl or arylene group. Silsisqueoxanes, plural of silsisqueoxane. Delcella, lineage or genealogy in Arab contexts. Tozellas, plural of Silsilla. Silsoe, a village and civil parish in central Bedfordshire, England. OS grid ref TL0A35. That, mud or fine earth deposited from running or standing water. Silt up, to become filled or clogged with silt. Silted, a mass of silt. Siltation, the typically undesirable increase in concentration and or of deposition of waterborne silt in a body of water. Siltations, plural of siltation. Siltbush, hopsud. Silted, simple past and past participle of silt. Silted up, simple past and past participle of silt up. Siltheafan, a particular fungicide. Tiller, comparative form of silty, more silty. Tilia, superlative form of silty, most silty. Siltiness, the state or condition of being silty. Silting, the disturbing of fine sediment on the floor of an underwater cave, reducing visibility. Silting up, present participle and gerund of silt up. Siltite, synonym of siltstone. Tilthly, resembling or characteristic of silt. That's plural of silt. Silts up. Third person singular simple present indicative of silt up. Siltstone, a sedimentary rock whose composition is intermediate in grain size between the coarser sandstone and the finer mudstone. Siltstones, plural of siltstone. Siltexima, a monoclonal antibody and antineoplastic. Delti, having a noticeable amount of silt. Silluciferase, smRNA luciferase. Silver, obsolete typography of silver. Silumen, an alloy based upon silicon and aluminium. Silumens, plural of silumen. Dolundum, a hard form of silicon carbide with high electrical resistance. Tellier, a fish of the genus Silurus, such as the sheatfish. Zellurit, a powerful and warlike tribe or tribal confederation of ancient Britain, occupying what is now southeast Wales and perhaps some adjoining areas. Siluri, plural of Silurus. Illyria, of a geologic period within the Paleozoic era, comprises the Enduvri, Wenlock, Ludlow, and Pridley epochs from about 439 to 409 million years ago. Silurians, plural of Silurian. Siluri, any catfish of the Siluridae family. Siluridan, Siluriid. Siluriddans, plural of Siluridan. Silurids, plural of Silurid. Siluriform, characteristic of catfish of the order Siluriformes that have barbels that resemble the whiskers of a cat. Siluriforms, plural of Siluriform. Silurist, synonym of Silurian, a member of the Silures, an ancient tribe of Britannia. Silurists, plural of Silurist. Siluroi, alternative form of Silurit. Siluroids, plural of Siluroi. Silurus, any fish of the genus Silurus, a sheatfish. Ilrisses, plural of Silurus. Kelot, a city and municipality of Klaipėda, Lithuania. Dilla, a surname. Silvadine, the silver salt of sulfadiazine used as a topical antimicrobial. Selvi, plural of silva. Silvalactam, a macrolactam antibiotic produced by some strains of Streptomyces. Selva, a city in Diyarbakir province in Turkey. Jilvana, a Filipino dessert, a frozen cookie made from a layer of buttercream sandwiched between two cashew meringue wafers coated with cookie crumbs. Delvanas, plural of Silvana. Silvanae, any member of the family Silvanidae of flat bark beetles. Silvanids, plural of Silvanid. Sylvanifer, an insect that inhabits trees. Sylvaniforms, plural of sylvaniform. Sylvanite, alternative form of sylvanite. Sylvanity, alternative form of sylvanity. Sylvanus, a god of forests. Teles, a surname from Spanish. Selvaces, plural of silvas. Delwassa, the capital of Dadra and Nagar Haley District, Union Territory of Dadra and Nagar Haley and Daman and Diu, India. Selvate, alternative form of sylvate. Selvates, plural of sylvate. Sylvatic, alternative form of sylvatic. Silver, a surname from Portuguese. So whereas plural of silvera. Silver. A lustrous, white, metallic element, atomic number 47, atomic weight 107.87, symbol Ag. Silver Age, alternative letter case form of Silver Age. Silver Age, a historical period of great accomplishment in a field or a society, in storytelling archetypes, usually following, and not quite as favorable as a golden age and not unfavorable as an iron age. Silver Ages, plural of Silver Age. Silver Alert, a public notification of a missing person, especially a senior with dementia. Silver Alerts, plural of Silver Alert. Silver Anniversaries, plural of Silver Anniversary. Silver Anniversary, the 25th anniversary of some event, particularly a wedding. Silver Ball, pinball the game. Silver Band, a brass band with silver-colored instruments. Silver Bands, plural of silver band. Silver bath, a solution of silver nitrate for sensitizing collodion plates for printing. Silver baths, plural of silver bath. Silver beechweed, the ragweed Ambrosia chamaesanus. Silver beer, beer traditionally served after a game of Cornish hurley. The silver ball from the game is placed in the jug. Silver beet, alternative form of silver beet. Silver beets, plural of silver beet. Silver berries, plural of silver berry. Silver berry, alternative spelling of silverberry. Silver birch, a European deciduous tree, Bichella pendula, characterized by white peeling bark and drooping branches. Silver birches, plural of silver birch. Silver Bow, a neighborhood of Butte, Silver Bow County, Montana, United States. Silver Bow County, one of 56 counties in Montana, United States. County seat, but with which it is a consolidated city-county. Silver Box, a modified DTMF box that adds 4 additional keys, creating a 4-column by 4-key grid. Silver Bream, a fish from any of several species. Silver Breams, plural of silver bream. Silver Bromide, the silver salt of hydrobromic acid, AgBr, sometimes used in photographic papers. Silver Bullet, a bullet made of silver, usually with reference to the folkloric belief that such bullets are the only weapons which can kill a werewolf, vampire, or other monster. Silver Bullets, plural of silver bullet. Silver Carp, a fish of the species Hypophthalmicthes mollitrix, native to East Asia, cultivated as a food fish. Silver Carps, plural of silver carp. Silver Ceiling, an informal and often unacknowledged barrier to promotion or advancement in employment and elsewhere for middle-aged and elderly people. Silver Chloride, the silver salt of hydrochloric acid, AgCl. Silver Chalk, Macrobopsis storiana, a cyprinid fish of North America. Silver City, a number of places in the United States, including Silver Cluster Cactus, the grape cactus, Mammillaria prolifera. Silver Creek, a number of streams and creeks in the United States and Canada, and probably elsewhere. Silver Cross, a high-level military service award. Silver Crosses, plural of Silver Cross. Silver Cyanide, The chemical compound with the formula AgCN, a white salt that is precipitated upon treatment to solutions containing Ag+ with cyanide, which is used in some schemes to recover silver from solution. Silver cyanides, plural of silver cyani. Silver dollar, a dollar coin, whether made from silver or not. Silver dollar fish, alternative form of silver dollar fish. Silver dollars, plural of silver dollar. Silver eel, Ariosoma melisae, a rare tropical marine eel. Silver eels, plural of silver eel. Silver feast, synonym of silver wedding, a 25th wedding anniversary. Silver feasts, plural of silver feast. Silver fir, a species of fern, Scythia dealbata. Silver ferns, plural of silver fir. Silver fir, any of several species large evergreen coniferous trees of genus Abies firs. Silver firs, plural of silver fir. Silver fluoride, a fluoride compound of silver with the chemical formula Ag(F). Silver foil, used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see silver foil. Silver foils, plural of silver foil. Silver fork novel, a 19th century genre of English literature that depicted the lives of the upper class and the aristocracy. Silver fork novels, plural of silver fork novel. Silver fox, a melanistic red fox volts with silver to black fur. Silver foxes, plural of silver fox. Silver foxy, alternative spelling of silver foxy. Silver frost, a deposit of glaze on trees, shrubs, and other exposed objects during a fall of freezing precipitation, the product of an ice storm. Silver frosts, plural of silver frost. Silver fulminate, an extremely sensitive explosive with the chemical formula AgCNO, the silver salt of fulminic acid. Silver gar, a long, slender fish common to coastal waters of the West Atlantic and nearby fresh waters strong the Lora maritima. Silver gars, plural of silver gar. Silver general, a piece in shogi that can move one step in any diagonal direction or straight forward. Silver generals, plural of silver general. Silver gilt, alternative form of silver gilt. Silver glance, argentite. Silver goal, the first goal scored during the first half of extra time, giving victory to the scoring side if this rule is in effect. Silver goals, plural of silver goal. Silver grain, the lines or narrow plates of cellular tissue which pass from the pith to the bark of an exogenous stem, the medullary rays. In the wood of the oak they are much larger than in that of the beech, maple, pine, cherry, etc. Silver gull, a gull found in the coastal areas of Australia and its surrounding islands, Crocosalis nova hollandii. Silver gulls, plural of silver gull. Silver hake, a species of hake, Merluccius bilinearis. Silver hell, a small and fashionable gambling house. Silver hells, plural of silver hell. Silver jubilee, the silver anniversary of a coronation, the 25th anniversary of a monarch's rule. Silver hell. Silver jubilee, the silver anniversary of a coronation, the 25th anniversary of a monarch's rule. Silver jubilees, plural of silver jubilee. Silver king, synonym of Atlantic tarpon. Silver kings, plural of silver king. Silver night, a green form of the cicada saltoda of eastern Australia. Silver knights, plural of silver knight. Silver lace, lace having warp threads of silk or silk and cotton, and a weft of silk threads covered with gold or silver or with gilt. Silver Lake, a census-designated place in Lake County, Oregon, United States. Silver Lakes, a census-designated place in San Bernardino County, California, United States. Silver lining, a favorable aspect or prospect of a mostly unfavorable event or situation. Silver linings, plural of silver lining. Silver mail, rent that has been paid in money. Silver maple, a maple tree of the species Acer saccharinum, native to eastern North America, with leaves having a very pale underside. Silver maples, plural of silver maple. Silver medal, a medal made of or having the color of silver given as a prize for finishing in second place. Silver medalist, someone who has received a silver medal. Silver medalists, plural of silver medalists. Silver medalists, alternative form of silver medalist. Silver medalists, plural of silver medalists. Silver medals, plural of silver medal. Silver mine, a mine for silver ore. Silver mines, plural of silver mine. Silver moth, a common silverfish Lepus massacarinum. Silver moths, plural of silver moth. Silver needle noodle, a kind of short Chinese noodle. Silver needle noodles, plural of silver needle noodle. Silver nitrate, the silver salt of nitric acid AgNO3. It is sensitive to light and is used in the preparation of silver halides for photography. It is used in laboratories as a reagent to test for chloride. Silver owl, barn owl. Silver owls, plural of silver owl. Silver oxide, the chemical compound Ag2O. Silver paper, aluminium foil, often used in wrapping food products such as chocolate. Silver Peak, a census-designated place in Esmeralda County, Nevada, United States. Silver perch, certain percoid fish. Silver pheasant, Laphura nycthemura, a pheasant found mainly in mountain forests in parts of Asia. Silver pheasants, plural of silver pheasant. Silver pine, a tree Manoa colonsoi endemic to New Zealand. Silver pines, plural of silver pine. Silver plate, a thin layer of silver applied to the surface of an object made of another metal. Silver plated, simple past and past participle of silver plate. Silver plates, third person singular simple present indicative of silver plate. Silver plating, present participle and gerund of silver plate. Silver Plume, a statutory town in Clear Creek County, Colorado, United States. Silver pomfret, alternative form of silvery pomfret. Silver pomfrets, plural of silver pomfret. Silver protonate, a substance made of silver and albumin used in carbohydrate electron microscopy and historically to treat gonorrhea before the discovery of antibiotics. Silver quandong, a flowering plant of species Elaeocarpus curtonia. Silver ratio, the irrational number approximately 2.414, which is equal to the sum of its own reciprocal and 2. It equals 1 plus the square root of 2 1 plus square. Silver ratios, plural of silver ratio. Silver retention, synonym of bleach bypass. Silver rule, the principle that one should not treat other people in the manner in which one would not want to be treated by them. Silver rules. Plural of silver rule. Silver salmon. Coho salmon on Korhinchus Kisech. Silver sand. A fine white sand used in gardening. Silver screen. An early type of cinema screen which had a coating of silver or another shiny metal. Silver screens. Plural of silver screen. Silver selenite. Ag2CO3 prepared by a precipitation reaction between silver nitrate and sodium selenite. Silver service. A style of catering where the food is delivered to the table on a platter held by the waiter and served to the customer's plate using a fork and spoon. Silver shark. Synonym of bala shark. Silver sharks. Plural of silver shark. Silver sheet. A thin sheet of silver, for example, used in metalworking or jewelry. Silver sheets. Plural of silver sheet. Silver skin. Alternative spelling of silver skin. Silver skins. Plural of silver skin. Silver spoon. Wealth passed down or inherited. Silver Springs. A place in the United States. Silver spruce. Any of various spruce trees. Silver state. Official nickname for Nevada, a state of the United States. Silver stater with a turtle. An ancient silver coin, specifically a stater from Aegina, featuring a sea turtle design on its obverse. Silver steel. An alloy of steel with a very small proportion of silver. Silver steels. Plural of silver steel. Silver stick. A ceremonial bodyguard to the British royal household, holding the rank of colonel. Silver sticks. Plural of silver stick. Silver storm. A kind of storm with freezing rain that leaves everything glazed over with ice. Silver storms. Plural of silver storm. Silver street. A place in England. Silver sulfide. A binary compound of silver and sulfur, Ag2S. Silver sulfides. Plural of silver sulfide. Silver sulfide. Alternative spelling of silver sulfide. Silver sulfides. Plural of silver sulfide. Silver surfer. An elderly person who regularly uses the internet. Silver surfers. Plural of silver surfer. Silver swaddler. A bag made of aluminium foil designed to retain body heat and provide warmth in harsh weather conditions. Silver swaddlers. Plural of silver swaddler. Silver thaw. Silver frost. Silver thaws. Plural of silver thaw. Silver tongue. The trait of being articulate and clever at speaking, often in a deceitful way. Silver tongues. Plural of silver tongue. Silver-toothed kid. An extremely poorly behaved child. Silver-toothed kids. Plural of silver-toothed kid. Silver top. Full cream milk, normally homogenized and pasteurized, having a silvery top to the bottle. Silver tops. Plural of silver top. Silver train. In China, a railway train assigned to take elderly retirees on touristic trips to underdeveloped areas whose economies will benefit from the spending. Silver trains. Plural of silver train. Silver tree. Leucadendron argenteum, a tree with striking silvery leaves, endemic to a small area of the Cape Peninsula in South Africa. Silver trees. Plural of silver tree. Silver trevis. Plural of silver trevally. Silver trevally. A silver-colored fish with a dark back, of species Pseudocaranx dentex, found in warm waters worldwide. Silver trout, Salvelinus agassizii, an extinct char of New Hampshire. Silver tsunami, a growth in the elderly population having the potential to overwhelm society due to new demands in areas such as healthcare if society is not prepared. Silver vine, Matatopi actinidia polygama. Silver vines, plural of silver vine. Silver vexen, a female silver fox animal. Silver vexens, plural of silver vixen. Silver wattle, any of various shrubs of the genus Acacia having silvery foliage, especially Acacia dealbata of southeastern Australia and Tasmania. Silver wedding, the silver anniversary of a wedding, the 25th anniversary of a marriage. Silver weddings, plural of silver wedding. Silver white, synonym of white lead, particularly historical in the form used in 19th century Parisian paints. Silver whiting, a Southern school whiting Siligo bessensis. Silver Y, ant of species Autographa gamma of moths, having distinctive Y-shaped marks on their forewings. Silver Ys, plural of silver Y. Silver-backed fox, synonym of Cape fox. Silver-backed foxes, plural of silver-backed fox. Silver beet, alternative form of silver beet. Silver beets, plural of silver beet. Silver feast, alternative form of silver feast. Silver feasts, plural of silver feasts. Silver foxy, characteristic of or related to a silver fox, an attractive older person. Silver gilt, yielded silver, silver covered with a thin layer of gold. Silver grain, the metallurgy raised in timber. Silver gray, alternative form of silver gray. Silver grays, plural of silver gray. Silver gray, a shiny pale gray color. Silver grays, plural of silver gray. Silver-haired, having grayish-white hair. Silver lady, the silverfish insect. Silver leaf nightshade, alternative spelling of silver-leaf nightshade. Silver-leaved bloodwood, Corymbia collina, a species of bloodwood tree native to Australia. Silver-leaved bloodwoods, plural of silver-leaved bloodwood. Silver-leaved ironbark, a small tree with blue-gray foliage, Eucalyptus melanophila of Queensland and northern New South Wales. Silver-leaved ironbarks, plural of silver-leaved ironbark. Silver-leaved nightshade, alternative form of silver-leaf nightshade. Silver-lined, having a silver lining. Silver needle noodle, alternative form of silver needle noodle. Silver needle noodles, plural of silver needle noodle. Silver plate, to coat a metal surface with a thin layer of silver, often electrolytically. Silver plated, simple past and past participle of silver plate. Silver plates, third person singular simple present indicative of silver plate. Silver plating, present participle and gerund of silver plate. Silver-Russell dwarfism, synonym of Silver-Russell syndrome. Silver-Russell syndrome, a growth disorder, a form of dwarfism, sometimes treatable. Silver heat, alternative spelling of silver sheet. Silver sheets, plural of silver sheet. Silversmith, alternative spelling of silversmith. Silversmiths, plural of silversmith. Silver spoon socialists, synonym of champagne socialist. Silver spoon socialists, plural of silver spoon socialists. Silver studded blue, Plebigis argus, a butterfly in the family Lycaenidae. Silver-tipped myotes, Myotes albicans, a species of mouse-eared bat found throughout the northern and eastern regions of South America. Silver-tongued, articulate and charming in speech, eloquent, also having a pleasant-sounding voice or way of speaking. Silver, a surname. Silverado Resort, a census-designated place in Napa County, California, United States. Silverus, plural of silvera. Silverback, any of various ferns of the genus Pterogramma. Silverbacked, having a silver back. Silverbacking, present participle and gerund of silverback. Silverbacks, plural of silverback. Silver Valley, any of various trees of the laurel family used for their wood. Silver Valleys, plural of silver valley. Silveretter, a craftsman who hammers out silver into flat sheets. Silver beaters, plural of silver beater. Silvery, the vegetable Beta vulgaris cicla, chard. Silver beets, plural of silver beet. Silverbough, any tree of the genus Halea. Silverbellas, plural of silver belly. Silverbells, plural of silver bell. Silver belly, any fish of the genus Ges. Silverbur, a surname. Silverbirds, plural of silverbur. Silverberries, plural of silverberry. Silverberry, a plant in the genus Elaeagnus of about 50-70 species of deciduous or evergreen shrubs or small trees with alternate leaves, primarily native to temperate and subtropical regions of Asia. Silverbill, a kind of estrildid finch, most in genus Lintura, some in Euodus. Silverbills, plural of silverbill. Silverbird, a bird of the species Empidornis semipartidus, native to eastern Africa. Silverbirds, plural of silverbird. Silverblue, a color variety of mink having bluish-gray fur fiber and guard hairs that are sometimes white-tipped, giving a silvery blue tone. Silverbless, plural of silverblue. Silverbridge, a small village in County Armagh, Northern Ireland. Silverbush, any of several bushes with a silvery appearance. Silverbushes, plural of silverbush. Silverglass, the world of motion pictures. Silvercraft, anything manufactured from silver. Silverdale, a place in England. Silver, coated with silver, made reflective or shiny by application of metal. Silverer, one whose silvers covers with silver or a silvery metal. Silverers, plural of silverer. Silverist, second person singular simple present indicative of silver. Silvera, third person singular simple present indicative of silver. Silveri, a very small passerine bird of species Zosterops lateralis, native to Australia, New Zealand, and nearby Pacific Islands, having a ring of silvery feathers around the eye. Silverize, plural of silveri. Silverfin, a small North American freshwater cyprinoid fish Natropes whippley, now Cyprinella whippley. Silverfins, plural of silverfin. Silverfish, certain insects. Silverfish, plural of silverfish. Silvergilt, alternative form of silvergilt. Silver grass, a grass Miscanthus sinensis that has silvery plumes. Silver grasses, plural of silvergrass. Silverhead, the plant Blutoperin vermiculaire. Sylvia, a surname. Sylvaeas, plural of Sylvia. Silvery, comparative form of silvery, more silvery. Silveriest, superlative form of silvery, most silvery. Silverly, in a silvery manner. Silveriness, the state or condition of being silvery. Silvering, present participle and gerund of silver. Silverings, plural of silvering. Silveao, a surname from Spanish. Silveos, plural of silverio. Silverize, alternative form of silverize. Silverized, simple past and past participle of silverize. Silverizes, third person singular simple present indicative of silverize. Silverish, somewhat silver in color. Silverizing, present participle and gerund of silverize. Silverous, synonym of silverite. Silverists, silverizing, present participle and gerund of silverize. Silverous, synonym of silverite. Silverists, plural of silverous. Silverite, a member of a 19th century political movement in the United States that advocated for silver continuing to be a monetary standard along with gold. Silverites, plural of silverite. Silverization, the process of silverizing. Silverize, to cover with silver. Silverize, simple past and past participle of silverize. Silverizer, one who or that which silverizes. Silverizers, plural of silverizer. Silverizes, third person singular simple present indicative of silverize. Silverizing, present participle and gerund of silverize. Silverknowes, a suburb of Edinburgh, City of Edinburgh Council area, Scotland, northwest of the city's centre. OS Grid Ref NT 2075. Silverleaf, any of several plants that have silvery leaves. Silverleaf nightshade, Solanum alignifolium. Silverleaf nightshades, plural of silverleaf nightshade. Silverleafs, plural of silverleaf. Silverleaves, plural of silverleaf. Silverless, without silver or silvering. Silverlessness, absence of silver. Silverlie, resembling or characteristic of the metal silver. Silverline, any of various lichenid butterflies of the genus Spindaces having silver-colored stripes on the underwings. Silverlines, plural of silverline. Silverling, shekel or small silvern coin of little value. Silverlings, plural of silverling. Silverboy, with a silver appearance or sound. Silverman, a surname. Silvermen, plural of silverman. Silverman, alternative spelling of silver mine. Silvermans, plural of silverman. Silver, made of silver, resembling or characteristic of silver, silvery. Silvernail, A surname. Silver nails, plural of silver nail. Silvermiss, the quality of being silver. Silverol, the antiseptic silver sulfatazine. Silverbatch, a tropical American butterfly of the genus Aedes. Silver-plated. Alternative spelling of silver-plated. Silver point, a traditional technique for drawing by dragging a silvern rod or wire across a surface, often prepared with gesso or primer. Silver points, plural of silver point. Silvers, plural of silver. Silverside, any of several small fish, mostly in families Atherinidae and Atherinopsidae, both in order Atheriniforms, that are characterized by bright, silvery scales. Silversides, a silverside fish in order Atheriniforms. Silverskin, a silverskin onion. Silverskin onion, a kind of small white onion Allium ampilopressum var sectivum, often pickled. Silverskin onions, plural of silverskin onion. Silverskins, plural of silverskin. Silversmith, a surname originating as an occupation. Silversmiths, the shop or workshop of a silversmith. Silversmithery, the work of a silversmith. Silversmith is, plural of silversmithy. Silversmithing, the work of a silversmith, the forging of silver. Silversmiths, plural of silversmith. Silversmithy, the smithy of a silversmith. Silver spa, any of numerous butterflies with silvery spots on the undersides of the wings. Silver spots, plural of silver spot. Silver spruce, alternative form of silver spruce, a color cadv. Silverstein, a surname from German. Silversteinian, of or relating to Michael Silverstein, born 1945, theoretician of semiotics and linguistic anthropology. Silversteins, plural of Silverstein. Silverstone, a place name. Silverstream, a suburb of Upper Hutt, Wellington Region, New Zealand. Silver sword, any member of the genus Argyroxiphium of flowering plants native to Hawaii, with long, narrow leaves sometimes covered in silvery hairs. Silver swords, plural of silver sword. Silvertail, a wealthy person. Silvertails, plural of silvertail. Silvervorn, a surname from Old English. Silvervorn, a surname. Silvervorns, plural of silvervorn. Silvervorns, plural of silvervorn. Silvertip, a grizzly bear Ursus arctos horribilis. Silvertips, plural of silvertip. Silverton, a place name. Silvertone, a metallic silver color as used in some paints. Silvertown, an industrial district south of West Ham in the borough of Newham, Greater London, on the north bank of the Thames, OS Grid Ref TQ 4180. Silver tree, alternative form of silver tree. Silver trees, plural of silver tree. Silver vine, alternative spelling of silver vine. Silver vines, plural of silver vine. Silverware, anything manufactured from silver. Silverwares, plural of silverware. Silverweed, any of several species of low-growing flowering plants the leaves of which are silvery underneath, some now assigned to the genus Argentina, most previously assigned to genus Pedentilla. Silverweeds, plural of silverweed. Silverwood, a surname. Silverwork, work usually ornamental, done in silver. Silverworker, a person employed to manufacture and shape silver. Silverworkers, plural of silverworker. Silverworking, the manufacture of items from silver. Silverworks, plural of silverwork. Silvery, resembling silver in color, shiny white. Silvery gibbon, a gibbon hylobate small auk found in Java. Silvery gibbons, plural of silvery gibbon. Silvery marmoset, a Brazilian monkey, Calothrix argentata, having white fur, a dark tail, and naked ears. Silvery marmosets, plural of silvery marmoset. Silvery pomfret, an edible fish, Pampas argenteus. Silvery pomfrets, plural of silvery pomfret. Silvery pout, Gadiculus argenteus, a species of cod. Silvery pouts, plural of silvery pout. Silvery river, the Milky Way, the night sky visual phenomenon caused by dense regions of the Milky Way galaxy appearing nebulous, generally found when referring to East Asians in a historical context, situated in East Asia. Silvery sedge, a sedge species, Carex canescens. Silvery-cheeked antrike, a passerine bird of the antbird family, Saxifrus cristatus, Thamnophilus cristatus. Silvery-cheeked anthrax, plural of silvery-cheeked antrike. Silvery-haired, alternative form of silver-haired having grayish-white hair. Silvery white, resembling silver in color with a whiter hue than silver. Silveriness, alternative form of silveriness. Delos, a city and municipality of Faro District, Portugal. Silvestre, a surname. Silvestro, of or pertaining to a forest or wood. Silvestre, a surname from Italian. Silvestris, plural of silvestri. Silvestro, a surname from Italian. Silvestral, a bendifluorine derivative present in a Glea fovolata that inhibits Ebola virus. Silvestros, plural of silvestro. Silvex, synonym of phenoprop. Silvae, a surname. Silves, plural of sylvae. Tilve, a female given name from Latin. Silli, a tetragonal dipyramidal mineral containing aluminum, calcium, carbon, oxygen, silicon, sodium, and sulfur. Sylvic acid, alternative form of sylvic acid. Sylvical, relating to sylvix. Sylvicide, a pesticide designed to kill woody plants such as trees. Sylvicides, plural of sylvicide. Sylvicolas, growing in woodlands. Sylvex, the study of the characteristics of trees, including especially their role in the ecology of their forest habitats. Such information collected about individual trees and tree species. Silvicultural, of, pertaining to, or obtained by silviculture. Silviculturally, in terms of, or by means of, silviculture. Silviculture, the care and development of forests in order to obtain a product or provide a benefit. Forestry, Silvicultures, plural of silviculture. Silviculturist, someone who practices silviculture, a forester. Silviculturists, plural of silviculturist. Silvimetric, relating to silvimetrics. Silvimetrics, the measurement of trees, woodland, and forests. Silvano Lobos, a municipality of northern Samar, Philippines. Silvio, a male given name from Italian, equivalent to English Silvius. Silvios, plural of Silvio. Silvipastoral, relating to the upkeep of woodland and of livestock. Silvipasture, alternative form of silvipasture. Silvis, a city in Rock Island County, Illinois, United States. Silves, the son of Ascanius and his wife. Silvofisheries, plural of silvofishery. Silvofishery, a brackish water aquaculture used in combination with mangrove rehabilitation. Silvologist, scientist in silvology. Silvology, the scientific study of forests. Silvopastoral, of or pertaining to silvopasture. Silvopastoralism, the state of being silvopastoral. Silvopastoralists, relating to silvopasture. Silvopastoral, relating to silvopasture. Silvopasture, the practice of combining forestry and grazing of domesticated animals for mutual benefit. Silwan, a neighborhood of East Jerusalem, Jerusalem, Israel, Palestine. Silede, reacted or treated with silicon. Silezen, reaction or treatment with silicon. Silaben, silabanen. Silabens, plural of silabin. Silicrestin, a flavonolignin, 2R3R357-trihydroxy, 2,2-R3-7-hydroxy, 2,4-hydroxy, 3-methexaphene, il-3-hydroxymethyl 2,3-dihydro-1-benzofuran 5-il-2,3-dihydrochrome 4,1, found in milk thistles. Silidinin, plus 2,3-alpha-3-alpha-7-8-tetrahydro-7-alpha-hydroxy, 8,4-hydroxy, 3-methoxaphene, il-4,3-alpha-5-7-trihydroxy, 4-oxo, 2-beta-chromanil 3,6-methanobenzofuran 7,6-alpha-H1, one of the components of silymarin. Sil, the radical CH3 derived from silane. Silylamide, an amide that has a silicon atom bonded to it. Silylate, to add one or more silyl groups to a molecule. Silylated, modified by silylation. Silylates, third person singular simple present indicative of silylate. Silylating, present participle and gerund of silylate. Silylation, the introduction of one or more silyl groups into a molecule. Silylations, plural of silylation. Silybenzyl, any silyl derivative of a benzyl group. Silylbendyls, plural of silylbenzyl. Silylcupration, any addition reaction that adds a silyl group and a cuprate group across a double bond or triple bond. Silycuprations, plural of silylcupration. Silylane, the silicon analog of a carbene R2C. Silylanes, plural of silylene. Silylphenyl, any of a class of univalent radicals R3CC identical to C, having a silyl group attached to the remote carbon atom of an ethenyl group. Silylphenyloxyren, Any silyl athenyl derivative of an oxyarin, typically an intermediate in the synthesis of another compound. Silylphenyloxyrenes, plural of silylphenyloxyren. Silylphenyloxybenzene, a silylphenyloxyren in which the aren is benzene. Silylphenyloxybenzenes, plural of silylphenyloxybenzene. Silyl-formylation, any addition reaction in which a silyl and a formyl group are added across a double bond or triple bond. Silyl-formylations, plural of silyl-formylation. Delilium, any cation formed by a silicon atom with 3 bonds, having the general formula R3C+. Silylketene, any silyl derivative of a ketene. Silylketenes, plural of silylketene. Silylithium, synonym of lithiocylane. Silyloxy, any univalent radical of general formula R3CO derived from a silyl ether. Silyphosphine, any silyl derivative of a phosphine. Silyphosphines, plural of silyphosphine. Delose, plural of silyl. Silymarin, a mixture of flavonolignans extracted from the blessed milk Thistle Silybum marianum, used as a source of silibinin. Silymarine, alternative form of silymarin. Silymarines, plural of silymarine. Silymarins, plural of silymarin. Sili, a molecule containing a silicon atom which forms a triple bond. Silines, plural of siline. Though, clipping of simulation. Though, a male given name, diminutive of Simon and Simon. SIM card, a small, removable card smaller than a credit card which stores mobile phone data such as contact names and numbers, SMSs, and security information. SIM cards, plural of SIM card. Sim racer, a person, such as a video gamer or esports competitor, who takes part in motorsport simulations. Sim racers, plural of sim racer. SIM swap, a social engineering scam in which a perpetrator takes over the phone number of a target. SIM swapped, simple past and past participle of SIM swap. SIM swapping, present participle and gerund of SIM swap. SIM swaps, plural of SIM swap. Timha, simultaneous communication, the technique of using both a spoken language and a manual variant or sign language at the same time. Zia, a surname. Simire, a grimace. Simagers, plural of simager. Semel, a tree. Bombax ceiba, native to much of tropical and temperate Asia and Australasia. Semos, plural of semel. Simao, a surname from Portuguese. Simaus, plural of sima. Sima, initialism of similarity matrix of protein, a freely accessible database of protein similarities created using distributed computing. Sewar, a woman's loose, long dress or robe, sometimes specifically an undergarment or chemise. Cimaralba, any plant of the genus Cimaralba. Cimarabaceous, belonging to the family Cimaralbaceae of tropical and subtropical trees. Cineralbas, plural of Cimaralba. Simar, alternative spelling of simmer. Zemars, plural of simar. Simmers, plural of simmer. Simaruba, alternative Alternative form of Cimaralba. Cimarubaceous, belonging to the family Cimaralbaceae of tropical and subtropical trees. Cimarubas, plural of Cimaruba. Damas, plural of Sima. Cimatic, composed predominantly of silica-bearing, magnesia-bearing, and ferriferous minerals such as olivine, pyrozine, amphibole, and biotite. Cimavastatin, misspelling of simvastatin. Semawa, a barangay of Uzin, Masbate, Philippines. Simazine, the herbicide and algicide 6-N2N4-diethyl-1,3,5-triazine, 2,4-dimine. Semazans, plural of simazine. Zima, the Western Bolivian Guarani language, ISO language code GNW. Zenball, a kind of donut. Zenballs, plural of symbol. Dimbari, an Angan language of Papua New Guinea of the Trans-New Guinea family. Simber, obsolete form of simmer. Simber, simple past and past participle of simber. Simbering, present participle and gerundive simber. Simbers, third person singular simple present indicative of simber. Simber. A surname. Simberts, plural of simbert. Simbel, a shortish-legged African stork, Ciconia abdomii. Simbels, plural of symbol. Simmursk, former name of Ulyanovsk till 1924, the birthplace of Vladimir Lenin, born Vladimir Ulyanov. Cymbeline, alternative form of Cymbeline. Cymbalines, plural of cymbeline. Cymbalot, the harness of a draw loom. Cymbalots, plural of cymbalot. Similar, the community of simmers and sims-related blogs on Tumblr. Symbolist, plural of symboler. Symbol, a barangay of Cabasalan, Zambon de Sibugay, Philippines. Simbuco, a barangay of Kalanbugan, Lanao del Norte, Philippines. Semked, a game with the simple, intuitive controls of an arcade game but also having some of the technical accuracy of a simulation. Semkeds, plural of simcade. Sems, joy. Semchas, plural of simcha. Sinchas Torah, alternative form of Sinchat Torah. Sinchat Torah, a Jewish holiday that marks the conclusion of the annual cycle of Torah readings, the celebrations of which include singing and dancing with the Torah scrolls. Sinshovitz, a surname. Simpo, a surname. Simcoe County, a county in Ontario, Canada, just north of the Greater Toronto area. Simcoes, plural of Simcoe. Simcom, alternative form of Simcom. Simpai, a surname. Demats, plural of Simcot. Demax, a surname transferred from the given name. Simpaxes, plural of Simcox. Simi, acronym of single instruction, multiple data. Ta, a surname. Cymeconazole, a particular fungicide. Cyrac, a surname from Czech. Cymax, plural of Cymac. Simon Cheliad, any member of the Simon Cheliadae. Simon Cheliads, plural of Simon Cheliad. Simonium, of or relating to Georges Simon 1903-1989, Belgian writer best known for his detective stories. Cemental, a surname. Cementals, plural of cemental. Simon. Second son of Jacob, by his wife Leah. Simonism, the beliefs of the Simonites, followers of the Cambridge evangelical preacher Charles Simon 1759-1836. Simonite, a follower of the Cambridge evangelical preacher Charles Simon 1759-1836, whose influence is perpetuated by the Simon Trust, established for purchasing advocents. Simonites, plural of Simonite. Simonov, a transliteration of the Bulgarian surname Semyonov Simonov. Simonov, a transliteration of the Bulgarian surname Semyonov Simonov. Simpravir, a drug for the treatment of hepatitis C. Sire, a surname from Middle English. Semira, a town in Hunedoara County, Romania. Simoe, a surname. Simoes, plural of Simerly. Simers, plural of Simer. Symes, plural of Syme. Symester, a surname. Symthicone, an oral antifoaming agent, a mixture of polydiethyl siloxane and silica gel, used to treat stomach pain caused by excess gas. Symphorai, an orthorhombic dark red mineral containing iron, lithium, magnesium, manganese, oxygen, and phosphorus. Simferopol, the capital city and rayon of the Autonomous Republic of Crimea, Ukraine, and capital city of the Republic of Crimea, Russia. Simferopol, alternative form of Simferopol. Simfibrate, a particular fibrate. Simbrine, alternative form of Sengrine. Simhachalam, name of a mountain in the eastern Ghats. Zel, joy, gladness. Semhamaka, a wisdom dakini of the Dzogchen tradition. Simhat Torah, alternative form of Simchat Torah. Simheuristic, relating to simheuristics. Simheuristics, simulated heuristics. Initialism of Students Islamic Movement of India, a banned organization in India. A surname from Italian. Simi Valley, a city in Ventura County, California, United States. Simian, a plaque. Simea, of or pertaining to apes and monkeys. Simea, a commune and village in Mehedinti County, Romania. Simian crease, a crease that extends across the palm of the human hand, formed by the fusion of the two palmar creases, found especially in people with Down syndrome. Simian creases, plural of simian crease. Simian immunodeficiency virus, a species of retrovirus that causes persistent infections in several species of African non-human primates. Simian immunodeficiency viruses, plural of simian immunodeficiency virus. Simian line, synonym of simian crease. Simian lines, plural of simian line. Simian shelf, a bony thickening on the front of the mandible of an ape. Simian shelves, plural of simian shelf. Syriana, a surname. Simianization, non-Oxford British English Standard Spelling of Simianization. Simianize. Non-Oxford British English Standard Spelling of Simianize. Simianize. Simple past and past participle of simianize. Simianizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of simianize. Simianizing. Present participle and gerund of simianize. Sedati. The quality or state of being simian. Simianization. The representation of a person usually of a foreign or minority ethnicity as a monkey or ape. Simianize. To represent a person, typically of a foreign or minority ethnicity, as simian. Simianize. Simple past and past participle of simianize. Simianizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of simianize. Simianizing. Present participle and gerund of simianize. Simianness. The quality of being simian. Simians. Plural of simian. Simi. Acronym of severely indebted middle-income country, a country with an annual income of between $736 and $9,075 per capita, a debt ratio of at least 80%, and a debt/export ratio of at least 220%. Simi. A surname from Serbo-Croatian. Simi. Plural of Simic. Simis. Plural of Simic. Simian. A surname. Simian fox. Synonym of Ethiopian wolf. Simian foxes. Plural of simian fox. Simian jackal. Synonym of Ethiopian wolf. Simian jackals. Plural of simian jackal. Simians. Plural of simian. Simest. Simian. Ape-like. Tidit. A member of the simiidae, a monkey or ape excluding lemurs and humans. Tidit. This. Plural of simiae. Sidiform. Any member of the simiiforms. Simiiforms. Plural of simiiform. Similacin. Synonym of Sarsaparillon. Similar. Having traits or characteristics in common, alike, allied, comparable. Similarly. Alternative form of similarly. Similarish. Somewhat similar. Similarities. Plural of similarity. Similarton. One of a series of self-similar pulses of laser light. Similartons. Plural of similariton. Similarity. Closeness of appearance to something else. Similarization. The process or result of similarizing. Similarizations. Plural of similarization. Similarize. To make similar. Similarized. Simple past and past participle of similarize. Similarizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of similarize. Similarizing. Present participle and gerund of similarize. Similarly. In a like style or manner. Similarness. The state or quality of being similar. Similarity. Similars. Plural of similar. Similary. Similar. Similitative. Implying or indicating likeness or resemblance. Simulative case. A noun case used to indicate likeness, resemblance, or similarity. In English, this is usually expressed by the phrase is similar to or is like or looks like. as in that bird looks like a robin. Languages that use the simulative case include Old Turkic. Simulative cases, plural of simulative case. Simulatively, in a simulative manner. Similatives, plural of simulative. Simulativity, the quality of being simulative. Simile, a figure of speech in which one thing is explicitly compared to another, using for example like or as. Similect, a variety of a language spoken by people who have a different first language with features transferred from the first language in parallel by individual speakers rather than by a cohesive group. Similects, plural of similect. Similes, plural of by individual speakers rather than by a cohesive group. Similects, plural of similect. Similes, plural of simile. Demilia, plural of simile. Similiar, misspelling of similar. Similian, a surname from French. Similians, plural of similian. Semes, plural of simile. Similize, alternative form of similize. Similize, simple past and past participle of similize. Similizes, third person singular simple present indicative of similize. Similisexual, homosexual. Similisexualism, homosexuality. Similizing, present participle and gerund of similize. Similiter, the form by which either party, in pleading, accepts the issue tendered by his or her opponent, a joinder in issue. Similiters, plural of similiter. Similitive, likening one thing to another. Similitude, similarity or resemblance to something else. Similitudes, plural of similitude. Similitudinarily, in a similitudinary fashion. Similitudinary, involving or expressing similitude. Simility, similarity. Likeness. Similize, to liken, to compare. Similized, simple past and past participle of similize. Similizes, third person singular simple present indicative of similize. Similizing, present participle and gerund of similize. Similima, plural of similimum. Similimum, a remedy selected because it causes symptoms similar to those that the practitioner wishes to treat. Simor, an alloy of copper and zinc resembling brass, but of a golden color. Semilor, a species of brass, formed by means of exposing copper to zinc in a state of evaporation by heat, which bears an excellent polish and when finished has a great resemblance to gold. Simile, obsolete form of simile. Simois, plural of simile. Sinimbon, a barangay of Roxas, Isabela, Philippines. Symington, a surname. Symingtons, plural of Symington. Sidel, related to Simians. Sidanescu, a surname from Romanian. Sineaje, that feeds on the blood of monkeys. Demias, simian, like a monkey. Simiusness, the quality of being simious. Semis, plural of simi. A ring-shaped bread roll covered with sesame seeds. Scimitar, dated form of scimitar. Scimitars, plural of scimitar. Simitis, a transliteration of the Greek surname Sigmidi mu iota tau eta sigma Simitis. Demets, plural of Simit. Simjacking. A social engineering technique in which a person poses as the owner of a mobile phone number and convinces the provider to transfer it to a new SIM subscriber identity module owned by the fraudster. Simji. A surname. Sim. Alternative spelling of Samak. Sylvan. A surname originating as a patronymic. Sebvins. A surname. Simkinses. Plural of Simkins. Silon. Alternative form of Shimla. Silor. A surname from German. Simlars. Plural of Simlar. Simlon. Synonym of Simnel cake. Simlans. Plural of Simlin. Simlish. A constructed language designed by Will Wright for the video game franchise The Sims. Simar. A barangay of Batangas City, Batangas, Philippines. The initialism of single inline memory module. The a surname. Dim. Simple past and past participle of Sim. Sarmelian. Of or relating to George Simmel 1858-1918, German sociologist, philosopher, and critic. Simmental. An alpine valley in the Bernese Oberland of Switzerland. Simmentaler. Alternative form of Simmentaler, kind of Swiss cattle. Simmentalers. Plural of Simmentaler. Simmentals. Plural of Simmental. Simmenthaler. Synonym of Simmental kind of Swiss cattle. Simmenthalers. Plural of Simmenthaler. Soar. A fan of the video game series The Sims. Simmer down. To decrease in intensity of anger, agitation, or excitement. Simmer up. To cook a food through simmering. Simmer. Simple past and past participle of simmer. Simmer down. Simple past and past participle of simmer down. Simmered up. Simple past and past participle of simmer up. Simmer. One who or that which simmers. Simmerers. Plural of simmerer. Simmera. Third person singular simple present indicative of simmer. Simmering. Present participle and gerund of simmer. Simmering down. Present participle and gerund of simmer down. Simmering up. Present participle and gerund of simmer up. Simmeringly. So as to simmer. Simmerings. Plural of simmering. Simmerin. A surname. Simmermans. Plural of simmermen. Simmers. Plural of simmer. Simmers down. Third person singular simple present indicative of simmer down. Simmers up. Third person singular simple present indicative of simmer up. Simmerstat. An electrical control device that turns a heating element such as a stove, hot plate or grill on and off in a user selectable duty cycle. For example, 5 of every 20 seconds. Simmerstats. Plural of simmerstat. Tilbe. A male given name. Simme. Present participle and gerund of sim. Simmons. An English patronymic surname from the given name Simon. Simmons. A Southern English patronymic surname from the given name Simon. Simmons-Smith reaction. An organic cheletropic chemical reaction in which a carbenoid reacts with an alkene or alkane to form a cyclopropane. Simmons-Smith reactions. Plural of Simmons Smith reaction. Simonsite, a monoclinic prismatic pale buff cream mineral containing aluminum, fluorine, lithium, and sodium. The plural of sim. Thus, a surname transferred from the given name. Simul, synonym of simul cake. Simul cake, a rich fruit cake with a decorated marzipan covering, traditionally eaten on Simul Sunday or Easter. Simul cakes, plural of simul cake. Simul Sunday, synonym of Mothering Sunday, the fourth Sunday in Lent. Simnals, plural of simul. Sima, a surname. Simne Sas, a commune of Dulj County, Romania. Simo, a municipality of Lapland, Finland. Semicyclinon, any of the family of individuals that inhibit tepism is. Semicyclinons, plural of semicyclinon. Simoleon, alternative form of simoleon. Simoleons, plural of simoleon. Simoa, alternative form of simoleon. Simoleons, plural of simoleon. Simulavac, a porous synthetic material made by simulation of magma formation in a vacuum. Simon, name of any of a number of men in the New Testament, notably the original name of Apostle Peter. Simon effect, the finding that reactions are usually faster and more accurate when the stimulus occurs in the same relative location as the response, even if the stimulus location is irrelevant to the task. Simon effects, plural of Simon effect. Simon Says, a children's game where players must carry out only those commands that are preceded by the utterance Simon Says. Simon System, an early automated flour roller mill system. Simon Pure, absolutely pure, genuine, authentic. Simona, a female given name from Hebrew, variant of Simone. Simummer, a village and civil parish north of Hadrian's Wall, Northumberland, England. OS Grid Ref NY 8773. Simonse, a surname from Slovak. Simondonian, of or relating to Gilbert Simondon 1924-1989. French philosopher best known for his theory of individuation. Simmons, a civil parish of St. John County, New Brunswick, Canada. Simon, a female given name from French. Simone, a female given name. Simonau, a surname from French. Simonaus, plural of Simonau. Simonox, a surname from French. Simonelli, a surname from Italian. Simonellas, plural of Simonelli. Simonolite, an orthorhombic dipyramidal white mineral containing carbon and hydrogen. Simens, plural of Simum. Simonsti, a commune of Harghita County, Romania. Simona, a surname from French. Simonetta, a female given name from Italian. Simona, a female given name. Simonti, a surname from Italian. Simontes, plural of Simonti. Simonia, one who carries on or is guilty of simony. Simoniacal, synonym of simoniac. Simoniacally, in the manner of a simoniac. Simoniacs, plural of simoniac. Simodhal, Simobiac. Simonian, one of the followers of Simon Magus. Simonianism, the beliefs of the Simonians. Simonians, plural of Simonian. Simonidian, of or relating to the ancient Greek poets Simonides. Simonides, ancient Greek lyric poet from the island of Chios. Simones, plural of Simony. Simonius, Simobiac. Simonize, alternative spelling of Simonize. Simonized, simple past and past participle of simonize. Simonizes, third person singular simple present indicative of simonize. Simonizing, present participle and gerund of simonize. Simonism, simony. Simonist, one who engages in simony, the purchase of church offices. Simonists, plural of simonists. Simoni, synonym of Simonian. Simonites, plural of Simonite. Simonize, to polish to a high sheen with a wax-like substance. Simonized, simple past and past participle of simonize. Simonizes, third person singular simple present indicative of simonize. Simonizing, present participle and gerund of simonize. Simoncolate, a rare zinc chloride mineral. Simons, a surname originating as a patronymic. Simonside, a suburban area in the metropolitan borough of South Tyneside, Tyne and Ware, England. OS Grid Ref NZ 3464. Simonson, a surname originating as a patronymic. Simonsons, plural of Simonson. Simonstown, alternative form of Simonstown, Western Cape, South Africa. Simonswood, a civil parish and locality in West Lancashire District, Lancashire, England, just east of Kirkby, Merseyside. OS Grid Ref SD 4200. Semont, a surname from French. Semontin, a surname. Simontens, plural of Simonten. Simony, the buying or selling of spiritual or sacred things, such as ecclesiastical offices, pardons, or consecrated objects. Simonian, a surname from Armenian, equivalent to English Simpson. Simonians, plural of Simonian. Simonyai, synonym of blurdite. A hot, dry, suffocating, dust-laden wind of the desert, particularly of Arabia, Syria, and neighboring countries, generated by the extreme heat of the parched deserts or sandy plains. Simums, plural of simum. Alternative spelling of simum. Simmons, plural of simun. Simor, alternative form of simurg. Simor, alternative form of simurg. Simors, plural of simor. Simors, plural of simor. Simosity, the quality of being simus. Demas, snub or snub nose. Initialism of strongly interacting massive particle. A simple person lacking common sense. A fool or simpleton. Simple, capable of being simped for. Simpi, the black-crested monkey of Sumatra. Simpatico, having a compatible temperament or pleasing qualities. Simple past and past participle of sim. Simpelveld, a municipality of Limburg, Netherlands. Silver, a surname. Simper out, to speak with a simper. Semper, simple past and past participle of simper. Simpered out, simple past and past participle of simper out. Simperer, one who simpers. Simperers, plural of simperer. Simpering, affected, smug, and supercilious. Simpering out, present participle and gerund of simper out. Simperingly, in a simpering way. Simperings, plural of simpering. Simpers, plural of simper. Simpers out, third person singular simple present indicative of simper out. Simpery, characterized by a simper, smirky. Symphonies, plural of symphony. Symphony, obsolete form of symphony. Sibder, comparative form of symbi, more symbi. Symbiest, superlative form of symbi, most symbi. Sembang, present participle and gerund of sem. Simbish, characteristic of a simp, simbi, foolish. Simpkin, alternative form of Simkin. Simpkins, a surname. Simpkinses, plural of Simpkins. Symbol, uncomplicated, lacking complexity, taken by itself with nothing added. Simple algebra, an algebra that contains no non-trivial proper two-sided ideals and whose multiplication operation is not zero, i.e. there exist a and b such that ab not equal to 0. Simple algebras, plural of simple algebra. Simple as, used to denote that actions and situations are uncomplicated and simple. Simple as a pimple. Very simple, easy peasy. Simple as kiss your hand. Really. Simple connectedness. The state of being simply connected. Simple connectivity. The state of being simply connected. Simple continued fraction. A continued fraction where all of the numerators are 1. Simple continued fractions. Plural of simple continued fraction. Simple engine. An engine that has only a single stage, contrasting to a compound engine, compound locomotive, or triple expansion engine, which use multiple stages to improve efficiency. Simple engines. Plural of simple engine. Simple English, used other than figuratively or idiomatically. See simple English. Simple Englishes, plural of simple English. Simple extension, a field extension obtained by adjoining a single element to a given field. Simple extensions, plural of simple extension. Simple fraction, a fraction in which both the numerator and the denominator consist of whole numbers. Simple fractions, plural of simple fraction. Simple fracture, a fracture where the bone only is divided. Simple fractures, plural of simple fracture. Simple fruit, a fruit that develops from either a single or compound ovary within a flower with a single pistil. Simple fruits, plural of simple fruit. Simple function, any complex valued measurable function whose range is finite. Simple functions, plural of simple function. Simple future, describing the tense which describes a future action. In English, this uses forms of will, shall, or be going to. Simple futures, plural of simple future. Simple group, a group which has no normal subgroups apart from the trivial group in itself. Simple groups, plural of simple group. Simple harmonic motion, oscillating motion as of a pendulum in which the acceleration of the oscillator has an equal magnitude but opposite direction to the displacement of it from the equilibrium position. Simple harmonic motions, plural of simple harmonic motion. Simple harmonic oscillator, an oscillator that undergoes simple harmonic motion. Simple harmonic oscillators, plural of simple harmonic oscillator. Simple hyperopia, a disorder of the vision where first focal line is on the retina, while the second is located behind the retina. Simple interest, interest paid only on the principal. Simple knot, a common knot used to tie a necktie. Simple knots, plural of simple knot. Simple leaf, a leaf that has an undivided blade, therefore having no leaflets. Simple leaves, plural of simple leaf. Simple living, a voluntary lifestyle choice in which one does not own many things or use many modern machines. Simple machine, used other than figuratively or idiomatically, see simple machine. Simple machines, plural of simple machine. Simple majorities, plural of simple majority. Simple majority, synonym of plurality, the largest share of the item being counted. Simple meter, meter with two subdivisions for every pulse. Simple meters, plural of simple meter. Simple microscope, a microscope with only one lens. Simple microscopes, plural of simple microscope. Simple myopia, a disorder of the vision where first focal line is in front of the retina, while the second is on the retina. Simple myopias, plural of simple myopia. Simple pass, a tense used to describe something that happened in the past, formed by the inflection of a single word without any auxiliary verb such as be or have. Simple pasts, plural of simple pasts. Simple pendulum, a hypothetical pendulum consisting of a weight suspended by a weightless string. Simple pendulums, plural of simple pendulum. Simple present, the present tense, a verb or sentence in this tense. Simple presence, plural of simple present. Simple quadruple time, a meter or rhythm with 4 beats to a measure and 4 beats to a whole note, specifically common time. Simple ring, a ring that contains no non-trivial ideals, i.e. no two-sided ideals other than the zero ideal and the ring itself. Simple rings, plural of simple ring. Simple root, a root of a polynomial equation which has multiplicity 1. Simple roots, plural of simple root. Simple sentence, a sentence that contains one independent clause and no dependent clause. Simple sentences, plural of simple sentence. Simple Simon, a fool or gullible person. Simple Simon over, a type of bend not used to join two ropes. Simple Simon overs, plural of simple Simon over. Simple Simon under, a type of bend not used to join two ropes, variation of the simple Simon over. Simple Simon unders, plural of simple Simon under. Simple Simons, plural of simple Simon. Simple squamous epithelium, A single layer of flattened, polygonal cells in contact with the basal lamina of the epithelium, often permeable and occurring where small molecules need to pass quickly through membranes via filtration or diffusion. Simple syrup. A syrup made from sugar and water. Simple syrups. Plural of simple syrup. Simple tense. In English, the tense of a verb which is used specifically in the simple aspect, that is, the verb alone does not indicate whether the action is complete or habitual, and is usually used independently of any auxiliary verbs with the known exceptions of will, shall, and would. Simple tenses. Plural of simple tense. Simple time. A musical rhythm characterized by 2 or 3 beats to a measure. Simple-hearted. Sincere. Simple-heartedly. In a simple-hearted manner, without guile, unsophisticatedly. Simple-heartedness. The state or quality of being simple-hearted, guilelessness, sincerity, lack of sophistication. Simple life-ish. Characteristic of the simple life. Simple-minded. Lacking subtlety or sophistication. Simple-mindedly. In a simple-minded manner, lacking sophistication or intelligence. Simple-mindedness. The property of being simple-minded. Symplectic. Misspelling of symplectic. Simpled. Simple past and past participle of simple. Simple-hearted. Alternative form of simple-hearted. Simple-heartedly. Alternative form of simple-heartedly. Simple-heartedness. Alternative form of simple-heartedness. Simple-minded. Alternative form of simple-minded. Simple-mindedly. In a simple-minded manner. Simple-mindedness. The quality of being simple-minded. Simpleness. The property of being simple. Simplenesses. Plural of simpleness. Simpler. A surname from German. Simpler's joy. The common vervane or verbena. Verbena officinalis. Simplers. Plural of simpler. Simples. Indicating that something is easy to do or to understand. Simplest. Simplicity or silliness. Simplest. Superlative form of simple, most simple. Simpleton. A simple-minded person lacking common sense. Simpletonish. Like a simpleton, dim-witted. Simpletonism. The quality of being a simpleton. Simpletons. Plural of simpleton. Simplex. Having a single structure, not composite or complex, undivided, unitary. Simplexes. Plural of simplex. Simplexity. Disorder. Simplex virus. Any of the viruses in the simplex virus genus responsible for herpes simplex in humans. Simplex viruses. Plural of simplex virus. Simplicate. To make a system more complex so that the use of the system is easier or simpler. Simplicated. Simple past and past participle of simplicate. Simplicates. Third person singular simple present indicative of simplicate. Simplicating. Present participle and gerund of simplicate. Simplication. The process of simplicating. Simplices. Plural of simplex. Simplicia. Plural of simplex. Simplicial. Having to do with or having. Simplices. Simplicial complex. A collection of simplices of various dimensions connected to one another according to certain rules. Simplicial complexes. Plural of simplicial complex. Simpliciality, the quality of being simplicial. Simplicially, in a simplicial way. Simplician, one who is simple, a simpleton. Simplicians, plural of simplician. Simplices, misspelling of simplices. Simplicider, simply, absolutely, without any qualification or condition. Simplicities, plural of simplicity. Simplicity, the state or quality of being simple. Simplifaction, simplification. Simplifactions, plural of simplifaction. Simplifiable, capable of being simplified. Simplification, the act of simplifying or something that has been simplified. Simplificational, relating to simplification. Simplifications, plural of simplification. Simplificative, that leads to simplification. Simplificator, one who simplifies. Simplificators, plural of simplificator. Simplificatory, serving to simplify. Simplify, made more simple. Having its complexity reduced. Simplified Chinese. Chinese written using the forms of Chinese characters introduced by the People's Republic of China as script form. The characters are simplified with a reduced number of strokes, etc., compared to their prior form shapes. Simplified expression, an expression that has been condensed and shortened so that all the like terms have been combined. Simplified expressions, plural of simplified expression. Simplified sewerage, a sewer system that collects all household wastewater in small diameter pipes laid at fairly flat gradients. Simplifiedly, in a simplified manner. Simplifier, one who simplifies. Simplifiers, plural of simplifier. Simplifies, third person singular simple present indicative of simplify. Simplify, to make simpler either by reducing in complexity, reducing to component parts, or making easier to understand. Simplifying, present participle and gerund of simplify. Simpling, present participle and gerund of simple. Simplings, plural of simpling. Simplish, somewhat simple. Simplism, the trait of oversimplifying things by ignoring complexity and complications. Simplisms, plural of simplism. Simplist, one who gathers medicinal herbs, one who simples. Simplistic, overly simple. Simplistically, in a simplistic way. Simplisticness, the quality of being simplistic. Simplists, plural of simplists. Simplity, simplicity. Simplos, dated form of simplos. Simploses, plural of simplos. Simplotite, a monoclinic prismatic mineral containing calcium, hydrogen, oxygen, and vanadium. Simply, in a simple way or state, considered in or by itself, without addition, alone. Simply connected, having its fundamental group a singleton. Simpacan, a barangay of the city of Puerto Princesa, Palawan, Philippines. Duh. Plural of sim. Thomas, the television program The Simpsons. Simpson, a Scottish and Northern English patronymic surname derived from Sim, the short form of Simon. Simpson and Ashland, a civil parish in the city of Milton Keynes, Buckinghamshire, England, which includes the named places. Simpson County, one of 120 counties in Kentucky, United States. County seat, Franklin, named after John Simpson. Simpson Peninsula, a peninsula between the Boothia Peninsula to the west and Melville Peninsula to the east, surrounded by Pelly Bay on its west coast, Committee Bay on its east coast, and Gulf of Boothia to the north. A peninsula located on the mainland portion of Nunavut in the Canadian Arctic. Simpson's paradox. The association of two variables when source of a population may be similar to the association of those variables and an associate, but different from the association of the variables of the total population. Simpson's rule. Any of several approximations for definite integrals. Simpson's rules. Plural of Simpson's rule. Simpson-Gillespie-Bamel syndrome, a rare inherited congenital disorder that can cause craniofacial, skeletal, vascular, cardiac, and renal abnormalities. Simpsonian, of or relating to George Gaylord Simpson 1900 to 1984, U.S. paleontologist. Simpsonite, a trigonal pyramidal mineral containing aluminum, hydrogen, niobium, oxygen, and tantalum. Simpsons, plural of Simpson. Simpsonville, a small home rule city in Shelby County, Kentucky. Simpsonware, a genre of user-created online music videos consisting of scenes from the American animated television series The Simpsons set to vaporwave music with surreal visual distortion effects. Symptomatology, misspelling of symptomatology. Sidame, characteristic of a simp, foolish. Simra, a unisex given name from Punjabi. Thus, initialism of secondary and mass spectrometry. Thus, a surname transferred from the given name. Sim's position, a medical position in which the patient lies on the left side with the right hip and knees bent and the left hip and lower extremities straight, often used for rectal and vaginal examinations. Sim's positions, plural of Sim's position. Sim's tests, synonym of postcoital test. Sim's tests, plural of Sim's tests. Sim's position, alternative form of Sim's position. Sim's positions, plural of Sim's position. Simna, a former village in what is now Israel. Simnimiya, alternative form of Simsenia. Simpson, a surname originating as a patronymic, son of Sim, variant of Simpson. Simpson line, given a triangle ABC and a point P on its circumcircle. The three closest points to P on lines AB, AC, and BC are collinear. The line through these points is the Simpson line of P. Simpson lines, plural of Simpson line. Simpson permutation, a permutation in which, for all k, the subsequence of the smallest k elements has no three consecutive elements in decreasing order. Simpson permutations, plural of Simpson permutation. Simtrazine, an antineoplastic drug. Simtuzumab, a humanized monoclonal antibody designed for the treatment of fibrosis by binding to LOXL2 and acting as an immunomodulator. Semal, an exhibition in which one typically much stronger player plays several games at the same time against different opponents. Simula, a programming language of the ALGOL family that pioneered many object-oriented concepts such as classes and objects. Simulable, capable of being simulated. Simulacre, A simulacrum. Simulacres, plural of simulacre. Simulacra, plural of simulacrum. Simulacral, of or relating to a simulacrum. Simulacre, a simulacrum. Simulacres, plural of simulacre. Simulacrum, a physical image or representation of a deity, person, or thing. Simulacrums, plural of simulacrum. Simulant, a thing to be simulated. Simulans, plural of simulant. Simulant, something that simulates something else such as a gemstone. Simulants, plural of simulant. Similar, false, specious, counterfeit. Similars, plural of similar. Simulatability, the condition of being or the extent to which something is simulatable. Simulatable, that can be simulated. Simulate, to model, replicate, duplicate the behavior, appearance, or properties of. Simulated, simple past and past participle of simulate. Simulated annealing, a probabilistic technique for approximating the global optimum of a given function, analogous to the metalworking process of annealing. Simulated annealings, plural of simulated annealing. Simulates, third person singular simple present indicative of simulate. Simulating, present participle and gerund of simulate. Simulation, something that simulates a system or environment in order to predict actual behavior. Simulation hypothesis, the hypothesis that seeming reality is in fact a simulation such as a computer program of which humans, the simulants, are unaware. Simulational, of or pertaining to simulation. Simulationism, an art movement of the 1980s, somewhat akin to pop art. Simulationists, an artist involved in the simulationism art movement. Simulationists, plural of simulationists. Simulations, plural of simulation. Simulatim, that simulates. Simulatively, in a simulative manner. Simulatives, plural of simulative. Simulator, one who simulates or feigns. Simulator sickness, a form of motion sickness occurring in simulated three-dimensional environments such as aircraft pilot training systems and video games. Simulators, plural of simulator. Simulatory, simulated, or capable of being simulated. Simulcast, a program or event that is broadcast across more than one medium or service at the same time. Simulcasted, simple past and past participle of simulcasts. Simulcaster, one who simulcasts. Simulcasters, plural of simulcaster. Simulcasting, present participle and gerund of simulcasts. Simulcasts, plural of simulcasts. Simulfix, a type of affix in which the change of meaning is conveyed by altering one or more existing phonemes in the affected morpheme, such as ablaut. Simulfixes, plural of simulfix. Simulid, misspelling of simuliad. Simulids, plural of simulid. Sinue, any black fly in the family Simuliidae. Simulids, plural of simuliad. Simuliatic psychosis, toxicosis caused by the presence of black flies of the genus Simulium. Simulism, a tendency to be similar, resemblance. Simulpo, Simultaneous publication of manga in multiple markets. Simulpub. Simple past and past participle of simulpub. Simulpubbing. Present participle and gerund of simulpub. Simulpubs. Plural of simulpub. Simols. Plural of simul. Simultagnosia. Alternative form of simultagnosia. Simultanagnosia. Difficulty in perceiving more than one object simultaneously. Simultanagnosias. Plural of simultanagnosia. Simultanea. Plural of simultaneum. Simultaneities. Plural of simultaneity. Simultaneative. Of or pertaining to simultaneous actions. Simultaneity. The quality or state of being simultaneous, simultaneousness. Simultaneous. Happening at the same moment. Simultaneous death. In the law of wills, the death of two persons, each of whom would inherit the estate of the other if deemed to have survived the other, when such deaths occur within a time period set by statute, typically 120 hours, because of which the law treats each person as if they had died before the other in determining the distribution of estates. Simultaneous deaths. Plural of simultaneous death. Simultaneous equations. Finite set of equations whose common solutions are sought. Simultaneous interpretation. Synonym of simultaneous interpreting. Simultaneous interpreting. A type of oral translation from one language into another which is produced at the same time as a person is speaking. Simultaneously. Occurring at the same time. Simultaneousness. The quality or state of being simultaneous, simultaneity. Simultaneum. A simultaneous occurrence of unrelated events. Simultes. Plural of simulti. Simulti. Private grudge or quarrel. Summa. Alternative spelling of simum. Simunition. Blank or training ammunition made from wax, paintballs, etc. Simonal. A city in Tawi-Tawi, Philippines. Timur. Alternative form of simurg. Timur. A gigantic winged benevolent creature. Simurgs. Plural of simmer. Simurgs. Plural of simmer. Simvastatin. A semisynthetic drug CHO5 that decreases the level of cholesterol in the bloodstream and is derived from a compound produced by Amoldus burgillus terreus. Simvastatins. Plural of simvastatin. Simvastin. Synonym of simvastatin. Siamware. Software held on or running on a SIM card. Simworld. A simulated world, as in virtual reality or cyberspace. Simworlds. Plural of simworld. The abbreviation of Sinaloa, a state of Mexico. The a violation of divine will or religious law. Sinbin. An area where players are temporarily confined while suspended from play following an infringement of the rules of the game. Sinbin. Simple past and past participle of sinbin. Sinbinning. Present participle and gerund of sinbin. Sinbins. Plural of sinbin. Sin City. Las Vegas, Nevada, USA. Sin Eater. A person, usually a man, who is supposed to take sins of a deceased person upon himself by eating a piece of bread or other food laid on or passed across the breast of the corpse. Sin eaters, plural of sin eater. Sin eating, the practice of a sin eater. Sin money, money which is offered in order to expiate one's sins. Sin monies, plural of sin money. Sin offering, a sacrificial offering of flour or an animal commanded in the Torah Leviticus 4.1-35, serving to atone for the unintentional transgression of a prohibition. Sin offerings, plural of sin offering. Sin saw, ride price. Sin saw, alternative form of sin sod. Sin tax, a government-imposed tax on a specific good, service, or activity which is legal but widely considered to be unwholesome or socially harmful, such as a tax on alcoholic beverages, tobacco products, or gambling. Sin taxes, plural of sin tax. Sin bin, alternative form of sin bin. Sin bin, simple past and past participle of sin bin. Sin binning, the act of being set to the sin bin for illegal play. Sin binnings, plural of sin binning. Sin bins, plural of sin bin. Sin eater, alternative form of sin eater. Sin eaters, plural of sin eater. Sin free, freya sin, sinless. Sin ridden, dominated or plagued by sin. Sin tax, subject to a sin tax. Inna, a unisex given name from Scottish Gaelic. Cinnabon, a barangay of Umingen, Pangasinan, Philippines. Cinnabath, a kind of fine white material from Bengal of uncertain manufacture. Cinnabas, plural of Cinnabath. Sinagaban, a municipality of Misamis Occidental, Philippines. Sinakande, any of a group of extinct countries from China. Sinacandids, plural of sinacantid. Adobo, a menu consisting of fried rice and adobo. Sine, synonym of Chinese or Southern Chinese, chiefly in the context of ancient Greco-Roman knowledge of China. Synonym of Chinese. Denans, plural of Sinian. Sinagra, a surname from Italian. Sinagras, plural of Sinagra. Sinagri, alternative form of Sinagrin. Sinadwa, a pre-Columbian culture that existed from 500 AD to 1425 AD in the desert of present-day Arizona. Sinai, a peninsula in eastern Egypt and the only part of the country located in Asia. Sinai Peninsula, a peninsula in Egypt and the only part of the country located in Asia. Sinai, synonym of Sinaitic, of or related to Mount Sinai, Egypt. Sinait, a municipality of Ilocos Sur, Philippines. Sinaitic, of or relating to Mount Sinai, given or made at Mount Sinai. Senile, pertaining to the sinuses. Synalagmatic, alternative form of synalagmatic. Sinalben, a glucosinolate found in the seeds of white mustard and in many wild plant species. Sinalbens, plural of Sinalben. Sinaloa, a state of Mexico. Demo, a Meide surname from Manipuri. Cinemac, a spiced Filipino vinegar. Sinauer, a barangay of Bana, Ilocos Norte, Philippines. Siname, fabric made from banana plant fibers. Cinemeas, plural of cineme. Cinnamine, allyl cyanamide derived from oil of mustard. Sana, a county of Tongan, Gizu, China. Sinanche, a town in Yucatan, Mexico. Sinamicin, netropsin. Sinayangan Nort, a barangay of San Agustin, Isabela, Philippines. Sinayangan Sur, a barangay of San Agustin, Isabela, Philippines. Cinapaldehyde, the aldehyde 3,4-hydroxy 3,5-dimethylxaphenyl prop 2-enol formerly derived from cinapinic acid. Cinabade, any salt or ester of cinapic acid. Cinabates, plural of cinapate. Tinapa, relating to cinapic acid or its derivatives. Cinapic acid, cinapinic acid. Cinapin, alternative form of cinapine. Cinapinate, any salt or ester of cinapinic acid. Cinapinates, plural of cinapinate. Cinapine, an alkaloidal amine found in seeds of black mustard Brassica nigra, sins. Ramphospermum nigrum, Sinapes erythimoides, Sinapes tetrahedra, etc. Considered a choline ester of cinapic acid. Cinapines, plural of cinapine. Cinabinic, of or pertaining to cinapinic acid or its derivatives. Cinapinic acid, a phenolic carboxylic acid 3,4-hydroxy 3,5-dimethylxaphenyl prop 2-enoic acid. Cinapicin, a substance extracted from mustard seed and probably identical with cinalbin. Cinapism, a mustard plaster. Cinapisms, plural of cinapism. Cinapolic acid, an acid of the oleic acid series said to occur in mustard oil. Cinapoling, a nitrogenous base NH.C3H related to urea and extracted from mustard oil, dialylurea. Cinapoil, a univalent radical formerly derived from cinapic acid by removal of the hydroxyl group. Cinapoilcholine, synonym of cinapine. Cinapoilaricimoside, a particular steroid glycoside. Cinapoilbucoericimoside, a particular steroid glycoside. Cinapoiltransferase, a transferase that transfers a cinapoil group. Cinapoiltransferases, plural of cinapoiltransferase. Synaptosomal, misspelling of synaptosomal. Cinapoltide, a synthetic peptide used in the drug lusinactant. Cineraptan, Mystacthes luzonensis, the smallest commercially harvested food fish endemic to Bicol region, Philippines. Synarchism, alternative form of synarchism. Synarchist, alternative form of synarchist. Synarchists, plural of synarchists. Senard, a surname. Senards, plural of synard. Synarchism, a fascist movement in Mexico during the 1930s and 1940s, with links to the Nazis and the Phalangists as well as to the Catholic Church. Synarchists, supporting synarchism. Synarquista, a member of Mexico's National Synarchist Union. Synarquistas, plural of synarquista. Synarquists, plural of synarquists. Sinatra, a surname. Senefries, reminiscent of Frank Sinatra 1915-1998, American singer, actor, director, and producer. Sinatra, of or relating to Frank Sinatra 1915-1998, American singer, actor, director, and producer. Sinatras, plural of Sinatra. Sinatratic, a fan of American singer and actor Frank Sinatra 1915-1998. Sinatratics, plural of Sinatrac. Sinatruses, a male given name mostly popular in West Asia in Parthian period. Sinauer, a surname from German. Sema, a surname. Sinez, plural of Sine. Sindad, a fictional sailor, the hero of his story cycle of Middle Eastern origin, who encountered monsters and magic while traveling the seas east of Africa and south of Asia. Sinbadian, of or relating to the fictional Sinbad. Sindai, synonym of New Taipei. Sinbin, alternative form of Sinbin. Sendens, plural of Sinbin. The ellipsis of sync function f equals sin x-x. Senpai, a village and commune of Murs County, Romania. Syncolide, a cholecystokinetic drug used in diagnosing disorders of the gallbladder and pancreas. Syncoline, howling. Syncomas, alternative form of syncomas. Singapore, archaic form of Singapore. Syncarpal, misspelling of syncarpal. Us, from a specified time in the past. Since Adam was a boy, synonym of since Adam was an oakum boy. Since Adam was an oakum boy, since an extremely long time ago, since long before living memory. Since Adam was an oakum boy in Chatham Dockyard, synonym of since Adam was an oakum boy. Since Hector was a pup, since a very long time ago. Since long, since a long time ago. Since Skippy was a pup, since a very long time ago. Since when, from what time. Sincere, a male given name. Sincerely, in a sincere or earnest manner, honestly. Sincereness, synonym of sincerity. Sincerer, comparative form of sincere, more sincere. Inlaris, superlative form of sincere, most sincere. Sincerities, plural of sincerity. Sincerity, the quality or state of being sincere. Sinkers, initialism of single-channel ground and airborne radio system. Tit, alternative form of cinch, simple saddle girth used in Mexico. Tint, simple past and past participle of cinch. Cinches, plural of cinch. Cincai, a surname from Spanish in turn from Quechua. Cinching, present participle and gerund of cinch. Cinchais, plural of cinchai. Cincipeda, plural of cinciput. Cincipedal, of or relating to the cinciput. Cinciput, the front part of the head or skull as contradistinct from occiput. Cinциputs, plural of cinciput. That, obsolete spelling of sink. Zens, plural of sink. Sinclair, a Scottish surname transferred from the given name, that of a clan. Sinclairian, of or relating to John McCarty Sinclair 1933-2007, British linguist who pioneered work in corpus linguistics, discourse analysis, lexicography, and language teaching. Sinclairtown, a suburb of Kirkcaldy, Fife Council area, Scotland OS Grid Ref NT 2993. Sindicite, a mixed calcium and vanadilyl phosphate mineral that occurs in tetragonal scales or plates. Then, archaic form of Sind. Sindabur, former name of Goa. Sindal, a surname. Sindangan, a municipality of Zamboanga del Sur, Philippines. Singapore, alternative form of Sindabur. Sindarin, a constructed language, partly inspired by Welsh, spoken by certain elves and others in J. Tolkien's works. Sinbad, alternative form of Sinbad. Sindbadian, alternative form of Sinbadian. Then, dated form of Sintai. Sindabel. Northern Endebel language. Sindelar, a surname from Czech. Sindelers, plural of Sindelar. Simden, a surname. Sindens, plural of Sinden. Then, a populated province in southeastern Pakistan, notably the region in which the ancient Indus Valley civilization flourished. Capital, Karachi. Sindhi, dated form of Sintai. Sindhis, plural of Sindhi. Sindanan, the improvisational singing of Javanese gamelan music. Sindhi, of or pertaining to Sind, the Sindhi language or the Sindhi people. Sindhi Bale, an Indo-Aryan language spoken in Sind, Pakistan, often counted as a dialect of Sindhi. Sindhis, plural of Sindhi. Sindhoram, alternative form of Sindoram. Sentu, Indusarur. Sint Udash, a sovereign state proposed by separatists to be established as a homeland for Sindhis. Sindhu Palchak, a district of Bagmati, Nepal. Sindhar, alternative form of Sindor. Sindhuram, alternative form of Sindor. Sindwork, overseas trade and business conducted by ethnic Sindhis. Sindworki, a Sindhi conducting overseas trade or business. Sindworkies, plural of Sindworki. Sind, dated form of Sindhi. Sindan, alternative form of Sindian. Sind, alternative form of Sindhi, the Independent on Sunday newspaper. Sindhis, plural of Sindhi. Sendo, the Sunday Independent, an Irish newspaper. Sendai, alternative form of Sintok. Senthan, a fine thin linen muslin or cambric cloth. Syndenological, of or relating to syndenology. Syndenologist, one who studies the Shroud of Turin from a believing perspective. Syndenologists, plural of syndenologists. Syndenology, the study of the Shroud of Turin from a believing perspective. Sindens, plural of Sinden. Sindor, a traditional red or orange cosmetic powder from India, usually worn by Hindu women along the parting of the hair as a sign of marriage. Sindoram, alternative form of Sindor. A surname from German. Thus, plural of Sind. Sinwork, alternative form of Sinwork. Sind, a female given name, variant of Cindy. Time, acronym of short interspersed element, a type of retrotransposon in genomics. Time, a right triangle, the ratio of the length of the side opposite an angle to the length of the hypotenuse. Sine die, without specifying a date for a future event, indefinitely. Sine formula, law of sines. Sine law, law of sines. Sine qua non, an essential or indispensable element, condition, or ingredient. Sine qua non, alternative spelling of sine qua non. Sine qua nons, plural of sine qua non. Sine quibus non, plural of sine qua non. Sine ratio, the ratio of the side of a right-angled triangle opposite to a specified angle to the hypotenuse. When expressed as a real number between 0 and 1, it defines the sine of the angle. Sine ratios, plural of sine ratio. Sine rule, law of sines. Sine wave, a periodically oscillating waveform as described by the sine function, possibly multiplied by some amplitude, shifted by some phase, and translated by an additive constant. Sine waves, plural of sine wave. Sine-Gordon equation, a kind of nonlinear hyperbolic partial differential equation involving the D'Alembert operator and the sign of the unknown function. Sine-Gordon equations, plural of sine-Gordon equation. Jeanette, a female given name from Irish. Jeanette, alternative form of Sinead. Sine-catechin, any of a group of catechins present in Camellia sinensis. Sine-catechins, an ointment of catechins extracted from green tea and other components used to treat genital warts. Synecological, misspelling of synecological. Synecology, misspelling of synecology. Sinecure, of or pertaining to a sinecure. Sinecure, a position that requires little to no work or easy work, but still gives an ample payment, a cushy job. Sinecured, simple past and past participle of sinecure. Sinecures, plural of sinecure. Sinecuring, present participle and gerund of sinecure. Sinecurism, the state of having a sinecure. Sinecurisms, plural of sinecurism. Sinecurist, the beneficiary of a sinecure. Sinecurists, plural of sinecurists. Sinefengnin, a particular antifungal drug. Single, a surname. Singles, plural of single. Sima, a surname. Simon, used for a preparation containing carbidopa and small-cap L-dopa. Sinemurian, a subdivision of the Jurassic period. Cymidid, any extinct turtle of the family Cymididae. Cymidids, plural of Cymidid. Sinanday, a town and commune in the Borgu department of central Benin. Sinansetin, a methylated flavone found in Orthosiphon aristatus var aristatus sin. Orthosiphon staminus. Sinansein, synonym of Sinitic, of or related to the family of Chinese languages. Sinanseaxanthin, an organic compound found in tangerines and related fruits. Sinensky, a surname. Sinentomid, any proterin in the family Sinentomidae. Sinentomids, plural of sinentomid. Syncrenin, alternative spelling of sine qua non. Synchronons, plural of synchronon. Sire, a surname. Synergistic, misspelling of synergistic. Signers, plural of signer. Time, plural of sign. Signs, plural of sign. Chinese, the Chinese people or a Chinese person, particularly with reference to the historical southern Chinese known to the Greeks and Romans as the Sini. Syncytin, a polymethic psyllid flavone found in citrus fruit. Sinasian, synonym of Chinese or Chinese-like, of, related to, or similar to Chinese people, things, or culture. Tsemeste, a village in Cuca, Argeș County, Romania. Cynetic, alternative spelling of Sinitic. Cintron, a sitcom or soap opera. Cintrons, plural of cintron. Sinew, a cord or tendon of the body. Sinew shrunk, having shrunk sinews under the belly, caused by overfatigue. Sinew wave, alternative form of sine wave. Sinew waves, plural of sinew wave. Sinewed, having sinews or sinews of a particular type. Sinuous, the state or condition of being sinewy. Sinuing, present participle and gerund of sinew. Sinewish, sinewy. Sinewless, having no sinews. Sinewlessness, absence of sinews. Sinuous, sinewy. Sinews, plural of sinew. Sinews of war, money seen as necessary to wage war effectively. Sinewy, tough, having strong sinews. Semptha, a southern suburb of Derby, Derbyshire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 3532. Synthong, alternative form of Zinfeng. Sinfonia, a symphony. Sinfonia concertante, an orchestral work, normally in several movements, in which one or more solo instruments contrast with the full orchestra. Sinfonias, plural of sinfonia. Sintoni, plural of sinfonia. Sinfonietta, a small-scale symphony either in length or size of orchestra needed. Sinfoniettas, plural of sinfonietta. Sinfonietta, plural of sinfonietta. Sinful, having sinned, guilty of sin. Sinful, archaic form of sinful. Sinfully, in a sinful manner, wickedly. Sinfulness, the capacity of being sinful. Sinfulnesses, plural of sinfulness. A surname from English in turn originating as an occupation. Sing a different tune, to hold a different opinion or appreciation about something, to possess a new, changed, or regenerated mindset, usually for the better. Sing along, a gathering or event where participants are encouraged to add their voices in song. Sing-alongs, plural of sing along. Sangberry, a province of Thailand. Sing for one's supper, to work in exchange for some reward or recompense. Sing from the same hymn sheet, alternative form of sing from the same hymn book. Sing from the same hymnal, alternative form of sing from the same hymn book. Sing from the same hymn book, to make the same or similar statements, especially to express the same opinions in public as a result of a prior agreement. Sing combat, to seek peace and ignore disagreements. Sing like a bird, to have a beautiful singing voice. Sing like a canary, to inform on a criminal in great detail. Sing off the same hymn sheet, alternative form of sing from the same hymn book. Sing out, to cry out, for example when in pain. Sing Sing, a maximum security prison in New York State. Sing small, to assume a humble tone. Sing soprano, to perform vocal music in a higher pitch than alto. Sing the praises of, to commend someone or something's attributes to others. Sing the same tune, to hold the same opinion or understanding as another, to be in agreement on a matter. Sing up, to sing louder. Sing along, alternative spelling of sing along. Sing-alongs, plural of sing along. Singin', a peaceful protest where people sing, often to obstruct the normal course of an event. Sing-ins, plural of sing-in. Sing-jay, alternative spelling of sing-jay. Sang-off, a competition between two or more singers where each tries to do better than the last. Sing-offs, plural of sing-off. Sin-sing, a kind of antelope, the cob. Sing-sings, plural of sing-sing. Sing-song, alternative form of sing-song. Sing-songs, plural of sing-song. Sin-songy. Sin-song, abbreviation of Singapore. Singability, the quality of being singable. Singable, capable of being sung. Sing-along-as, the quality of being singable. Singably, in a singable manner so that it can be sung. Singabata, synonym of samosa. Singagram, singing telegram. Singagrams, plural of singagram. Singalese, archaic spelling of sinhalese. Sing-alike, a singer who impersonates the voice and style of another famous singer. Singalikes, plural of singalike. Sing-along, a gathering of people who sing together. Sing-alongs, plural of sing-along. Sinem, obsolete form of Zayan. Singani, a South American pommes brandy distilled from white muscat of Alexandria grapes in the high valleys of Bolivia. Singapore, obsolete form of Singapore. Singaporean, alternative form of Singaporean. Singaporans, plural of Singaporean. Singapore, an island and city-state in Southeast Asia, located off the southernmost tip of the Malay Peninsula, a former British Crown colony and state of Malaysia 1963–1965. Official name, Republic of Singapore. Singapore blue, ellipsis of Singapore blue tarantula. Singapore blue tarantula, a large, arboreal species of tarantula from Malaysia and Singapore, Omothymus violisopes. This species exhibits sexual dimorphism, with the males being less vibrant than the females. Singapore blues, plural of Singapore blue. Singapore daisies, Plural of Singapore daisy. Singapore daisy. Sphageticola trilobata, a ground-covering weed. Singapore dollar. The official currency of Singapore. Singapore dollars. Plural of Singapore dollar. Singapore English. A localized variety of English found in Singapore made up of two varieties, High Singapore Standard English and Low Singapore Colloquial English, Singlish. Singapore fried noodles. Synonym of Singapore-style noodles. Singapore grip. Synonym of pompor, a sexual technique the woman uses her pubicoccygis vagina muscles to stimulate the man's penis while both partners remain still. Singapore holly. Malpighia coccygera, a species of flowering plant native to the Caribbean. Singapore Inc., the commercial community of Singapore taken as a whole. Singapore Inc., alternative spelling of Singapore Inc. Singapore Sling, a kind of gin-based cocktail. Singapore Slings, plural of Singapore Sling. Singapore Strait, a strait between Singapore North and Indonesia's Riau archipelago south, connecting the Strait of Malacca west to the South China Sea east. Singapore-on-Thames, a proposed model for the United Kingdom after Brexit, involving laissez-faire free trade unencumbered by regulation. Singapore-on-the-Thames, alternative form of Singapore-on-Thames. Singapore-style noodles, a Cantonese dish of stir-fried cooked rice vermicelli with meat, vegetables, scrambled eggs, and curry powder. Singapore-upon-Thames, alternative form of Singapore-on-Thames. Singaporean, of, from, or pertaining to Singapore or its people or language. Singaporean core. Singaporeans having birthright citizenship because they are descended from settlers in Singapore prior to independence in 1965. Singaporean English. Synonym of Singapore English. Singaporeanism, a belief, attitude, lexical item, etc. peculiar to or characteristic of the people of Singapore. Singaporeanisms, plural of Singaporeanism. Singaporeanization, or characteristic of the people of Singapore. Singaporeanisms, plural of Singaporeanism. Singaporeanization, the act or process of making something Singaporean. Singaporeanize, to make Singaporean. Singaporeanized, simple past and past participle of Singaporeanize. Singaporeanizes, third person singular simple present indicative of Singaporeanize. Singaporeanizing, present participle and gerund of Singaporeanize. Singaporeanness, the quality of being Singaporean. Singaporeans, plural of Singaporean. Singapores, Singaporean. Singaporization, alternative spelling of Singaporization. Singaporize, alternative spelling of Singaporize. Singaporization, the process of making or becoming like Singapore. Singaporize, to make or become like Singapore. Singaporize, simple past of Singaporize. Singaporizes, third person singular simple present active indicative of Singaporize. Singaporizing, present participle and gerund of Singaporize. Singapura, a 14th century Malay kingdom centered in modern-day Singapore. Singapuras, plural of Singapura. Singnara, a desert city in the northern extremity of Mesopotamia. Singaraja, a city, the regency seat of Buleleng, Bali, Indonesia. Singgaras, plural of Singgara. Singareni, a village in Common District, Telangana, India. Sindha. An exercise where the pupil is instructed to sing back a sequence of notes previously played or sung. Singbacks, plural of singback. Thund, to burn slightly. Singe one's wings, to sustain harm, loss, or ruin by doing some risky or perilous deed. Thund, simple past and past participle of singe. Singed cat, a person who is better than they look. Singed cats, plural of singed cat. Singe one's wings, simple past and past participle of singe one's wings. Sinting, present participle and gerund of singe. Singeing one's wings, present participle and gerund of singe one's wings. Singeingly, so as to singe or burn slightly. Singeings, plural of singeing. Sindale, a fast, energetic form of electronic dance music from Tanzania. Senta, a town in Konstanz district, Baden-Württemberg, Germany. Sayer, a surname originating as an occupation. Singer-songwriter, a musician who both sings and composes, especially when recording or performing their own compositions. Singer-songwriters, plural of singer-songwriter. Singer/songwriter, alternative form of singer-songwriter. Singer/songwriters, plural of singer/songwriter. Singere, a city and district of Moldova. Singeress, a female singer. Singeresses, plural of singeress. Surya, of or relating to Peter Singer, born 1946, Australian moral philosopher. Sayeri, a satirical genre of visual arts depicting monkeys imitating human behavior, often fashionably dressed. Sing-alike, resembling a singer. Singerly, proper to or characteristic of a singer. Singers, plural of singer. Tunjas. Third person singular simple present indicative of singe. Singes one's wings. Third person singular simple present indicative of singe one's wings. Singest. Second person singular simple present indicative of sing. Singest small. Second person singular simple present indicative of sing small. Senna. Third person singular simple present indicative of sing. Singeth small. Third person singular simple present indicative of sing small. De, a surname from Punjabi. Singhal, a surname from Hindi. Singhala, archaic spelling of Sinhala. Sinhalese, archaic spelling of Sinhalese. Singhals, plural of Singhal. Sinhara, the water caltrop. Sinharas, plural of Singhara. Singbanga, the supreme creator god of Sarnaism, worshipped by the Munda and related peoples under different names. Singena, a city in central Tanzania. Singida tilapia, the fish Oreochromis esculentus. Singer, pronunciation spelling of singing. Sing, the act of using the voice to produce musical sounds, vocalizing. Singing along, present participle and gerund of sing along. Singing bowl, a type of bronze bell, shaped like a bowl. Related to Buddhist and pre-Buddhist religious practice. Singing bowls, plural of singing bowl. Singing bread, a type of wafer used in the celebration of Mass. Singing breads, plural of singing bread. Singing chambermaid, an ingenue actress or role. Singing chambermaids, plural of singing chambermaid. Singing cowboy, a subgenre of country music honoring the cowboy life and the West. Singing cowboys, plural of singing cowboy. Singing die, synonym of New Guinea. Singing dog. Singing dogs, plural of singing dog. Singing fish, a California toadfish Porchthys poricissimus, noted for the humming sound it produces during the breeding season. Singing fishes, plural of singing fish. Singing flame, a flame as of hydrogen or coal gas burning within a tube and so adjusted as to set the air within the tube in vibration, causing sound, a chemical harmonican. Singing flames, plural of singing flame. Singing for one's supper, present participle and gerund of sing for one's supper. Singing from the same hymn book, present participle and gerund of sing from the same hymn book. Singing girl, a young woman of low social status often enslaved who performs as a musician and entertainer, especially in Asian societies. Singing girls, plural of singing girl. Singing ground, a place where certain species of male birds, especially the woodcock and capercaillie, congregate to sing and display themselves in order to attract a female. Singing grounds, plural of singing ground. Singing hinnies, plural of singing hinny. Singing hinny, a kind of bannock or scone with currants traditional in the north of England. Singing cumbe, present participle and gerund of sing cumbe. Singing like a canary, present participle and gerund of sing like a canary. Singing off the same hymn sheet, present participle and gerund of sing off the same hymn sheet. Singing out, present participle and gerund of sing out. Singing sand, sand that produces sound. Singing sands, plural of singing sand. Singing saw, synonym of musical saw. Singing saws, plural of singing saw. Singing small, present participle and gerund of sing small. Singing soprano, present participle and gerund of sing soprano. Singing telegram, a message sent like a telegram, but delivered to the recipient by a performer who sings the message. Singing telegrams, plural of singing telegram. Singing the same tune, present participle and gerund of sing the same tune. Singing up, present participle and gerund of sing up. Singing voice, a person's voice when singing. Singing voices, plural of singing voice. Singingly, whilst singing, accompanied by the sounds of singing. Singingness, the quality of singing or having a song-like sound. Singings, plural of singing. Singjai, a Jamaican style of reggae combining toasting and singing in an elastic scat format. Sentu, alternative form of singju, a traditional Mayday dish. Sinkamas, a barangay of Makati, Metro Manila, Philippines. Singapore, alternative form of Singapore. Sincarper, alternative form of Singapore. Singkawang, a city in West Kalimantan, Indonesia. Zendek, a laborer who has recently arrived from China. Singyang, misspelling of Sinkyang. Singla, a surname from Hindi. Singlas, plural of Singla. Singhal, a surname from Old English. Single and ready to mingle, not having a current romantic partner and eager to flirt or browse potential romantic partners. Single angle quote, an angle quote which appears as a single symbol at the beginning or end of a sentence. Single angle quotes, plural of single angle quote. Single annulus, an annulus with just one layer of tissue. Single as a dollar bill, very much single, having no romantic involvement with anybody else. Single as a Pringle, very much single, having no romantic involvement with anybody else. Single bed, a standard-sized bed, usually for the use of only one person. Single beds, plural of single bed. Single bond, a covalent bond in which one electron pair is shared between two atoms. Single bonds, plural of single bond. Single child, synonym of only child, one who has no siblings. Single children, plural of single child. Single combat, a fight between single combatants. Single combats, plural of single combat. Single cream, a relatively thin cream with less fat than in double cream. Single creams, plural of single cream. Single crochet, the most common stitch in crochet used to create two-dimensional surfaces, achieved by pulling the thread through the next loop, then pulling the thread through both of the loops on the hook. Single crystal, a material formed by the growth of a crystal nucleus without secondary nucleation or impingement on other crystals. Irregular three-dimensional structure extends throughout the material. Single crystals, plural of single crystal. Single currency, the unified currency proposed for all EU states, in which it became the euro. Single curve, a three-dimensional shape into which a thin flat sheet of material, for example metal, can be formed by bending alone without stretching or compression. Single curves, plural of single curve. Single data rate, a communication signaling technique that transfers data on either the rising edge or the falling edge of the clock signal. Single dispatch, a dispatch method where the implementation of a function or method is chosen solely on the type of the instance calling the method. Single dispatches, plural of single dispatch. Single entendre, a phrase that has a single, often body, meaning and is lacking in subtlety or cleverness. Single entendres, plural of single entendre. Single eyelid, an upper eyelid that has no noticeable fold when the eye is open, typical of East Asian eyes. Single eyelids, plural of single eyelid. Single father, a man raising a child on his own without a spouse or partner. Single fathers, plural of single father. Single file, a line or queue one person wide. Single files, plural of single file. Single Gloucester, a variety of Gloucester cheese, less strong tasting than double Gloucester. Single Gloucesters, plural of single Gloucester. Single-handed, alternative form of single-handed. Single jack, a short-handled sledgehammer used with one hand, with a head weighing 3-4 pounds and two flat faces. Single jacks, plural of single jack. Single justice procedure. The situation where a magistrate decides a minor criminal case, such as driving without insurance or TV license evasion without taking it to court. Single justice procedures. Plural of single justice procedure. Single lens reflex. Alternative form of single lens reflex. Single lens reflexes. Plural of single lens reflex. Single life. Describing a life insurance policy that insures a single individual's life. Single lives. Plural of single life. Single malt. A liquor made only from the malted barley of a single distillery, unblended with other liquors, a single malt whiskey or single malt scotch. Single malt scotch. Scotch made only from the malted barley of a single distillery, unblended with other scotches. Single malt scotches. Plural of single malt scotch. Single malt whiskeys. Plural of single malt whiskey. Single malt whiskey. Whiskey made only from the malted barley of a single distillery, unblended with other whiskeys. Single malts. Plural of single malt. Single market. A trade bloc with some common product regulation policies in which most trade barriers have been removed. Single markets. Plural of single market. Single money. Used other than figuratively or idiomatically. See single money. Single mother. A woman raising a child on her own without a spouse or partner. Single mothers. Plural of single mother. Single out. To select someone or something from a group and highlight them or treat them differently. Single pane of glass. A management dashboard that brings together information and metrics from various different sources, giving a unified view. Single panes of glass. Plural of single pane of glass. Single parent. A parent who is the only guardian of offspring. Single parented. Simple past and past participle of single parent. Single parenting. Present participle and gerund of single parent. Single parents. Plural of single parent. Single pneumonia. Pneumonia affecting one lung. Single point of failure. A component in a device or a point in a network that, if it were to fail, would cause the entire device or network to fail, normally eliminated by adding redundancy. Single points of failure. Plural of single point of failure. Single procession. The emanation of the Holy Spirit from the Father alone, not the Son. Single quote. A quotation mark, as in she said, "Go ahead." Single quotes. Plural of single quote. Single reed. A reed used singly in many wind instruments, which vibrate to produce a sonorous sound. Single reeds. Plural of single reed. Single responsibility principle. The principle that every class should have a single responsibility entirely encapsulated by that class. Single room. A room that has one single bed. Single rooms. Plural of single room. Single scull. A light, narrow rowing boat, especially one used in competitive rowing, in which a single rower has two oars. Single sculls. Plural of single skull. Single star system. A star system consisting of a solitary star not gravitationally bound to other stars. Single star systems. Plural of single star system. Single story. An overly simplistic and generalized perception of a person, place, or thing. Single supplement. A charge added to a per-person occupancy rate that is based on an assumption of double occupancy, as on a cruise ship. Single supplements. Plural of single supplement. Single ticket. A ticket entitling the holder to travel in one direction to a destination. Single tickets. Plural of single ticket. Single time. A syllable considered as a metrical unit or unit of time. Single track. Alternative spelling of single track. Single tracks. Plural of single track. Single transferable vote. A multi-winner electoral system in which each voter casts a single vote in the form of a ranked ballot. Single transferable votes. Plural of single transferable vote. Single tree. Alternative spelling of single tree. Single trees. Plural of single tree. Single union agreement. An agreement between an employer and a union such that the union will represent all the workers at a particular workplace. Single union agreements. Plural of single union agreement. Single up. To act alone. Single wicket. Synonym of single wicket cricket. Single wicket cricket. A form of cricket played between two individuals who take turns to bat and bowl against each other, with fielders assisting the bowler. Single yellow line. A single yellow line painted at the side of a road to show that parking is permitted only at specified times. Single yellow lines. Plural of single yellow line. Singles Day. Alternative form of Singles Day. Single acting. Having simplicity of action, especially acting or exerting force during strokes in one direction only. Single blind. Describing an experiment usually medical in which some information which might influence the trial is withheld from particular participants until the experiment is complete. Most commonly, information about treatment groups is withheld from subjects, but not the administrators. Single-breasted. Closing with a single row of buttons that form a narrow overlap. Single-celled. Consisting of one cell. Unicellular. Single-celling. The practice of placing a prisoner alone in a cell. Single-chain. Having only a single chain of carbon atoms. Single-click. The action of pushing the button on a mouse once in order to perform a different task that would be performed from a double click or triple click. Single clicks. Plural of single click. Single course. Of a string instrument having a set of single strings. Single crop. To grow only one kind of crop. Single decker. A single deck bus which has only one level for passengers, unlike a double-decker. Single-deckers. Plural of single-decker. Single-digit salute. The vulgar hand gesture in which the middle finger is extended, the bird. Single driver. A steam locomotive with a single driving axle. Single drivers. Plural of single driver. Single-edged. Having one edge only. Single elimination tournament. A tournament where the loser of a game or match is eliminated from further competition. Single elimination tournaments. Plural of single elimination tournament. Single entry. Describing a method of bookkeeping that relies on a one-sided accounting entry to maintain financial information, with each entry appearing only once on one side or other of the account. Single-eyed. Having only one eye. Single figure. Relating to numbers below 10, which is a double figure 1 plus 0. Single first cousin. A first cousin. Single foot. Alternative form of single foot. Single hand. to sail a boat unassisted, without any crew beyond oneself. Single-handed, without help from others, unassisted. Single-handedly, alone, without assistance by oneself. Single-handedness, the quality of having a dominant hand, left-handedness or right-handedness. Single-handing, present participle and gerund of single hand. Single hands. Third person singular simple present indicative of single hand. Single heading, the haulage of a train by one locomotive. Single-hearted, having an honest heart, straightforward, free from duplicity. Single-heartedly, in a single-hearted manner, devotedly and wholeheartedly. Single-heartedness, devotion, commitment, and lack of distraction or ambivalence. Single incision laparoscopic surgeries. Plural of single incision laparoscopic surgery. Single incision laparoscopic surgery. A laparoscopy technique where only a single incision of between 1.5 and 5 centimeters is made, mostly through the umbilicus. Single issue. Concerned with one essential policy area or idea. Single issuism. The tendency or decision to focus on or vote based on a single issue. Single lens reflex. Denoting or relating to a type of camera which allows the photographer to view the subject through the same lens that will be used to take a photograph, usually by incorporating a moving mirror and prism. Single lens reflexes. Plural of single lens reflex. Single line whip. A non-binding indication given to an MP by the MP's superiors of when a vote is expected to take place and what outcome the MP's party would like. Single line whips. Plural of single line whip. Single manned. Manned or staffed by just one person. Single manning. Operation by only one person. Single masted. Having one mast. Single-minded. Intensely focused and concentrated on purpose, thinking of only one goal, undistractable. Single-minded branding moment. A moment in a commercial where the brand being advertised is the sole focus of the audience's attention. Single-minded branding moments. Plural of single-minded branding moment. Single-mindedly. In a single-minded manner. Single-mindedness. The property of being single-minded. Single molecule magnet. A complex compound, typically containing clusters of transition elements, each molecule of which acts as a small magnet. Single molecule magnets. Plural of single molecule magnet. Singalo. A carnival sideshow featuring only one performer or attraction. Single organismic. Consisting of a single organism. Single OS. Plural of single O. Single page application. A website where new content is shown by dynamically replacing existing content in a web page rather than navigating to a different URL. Single page applications. Plural of single page application. Single parent families. Plural of single parent family. Single parent family. A nuclear family with only one parent. Single payer. Being or relating to a form of universal health care in which the costs of essential health care for all residents are covered by a single public system, whether state-run or contracted from private organizations. Single phase. Using an alternating current in which all voltages supplied are in the same phase. Single phased. Simple past and past participle of single phase. Single phase is third person singular simple present indicative of single phase. Single phasing, the abnormal operation of a three-phase machine when its supply is changed by the accidental opening of one conductor. Single platform, of software, etc. designed to work on only one operating system. Single player, alternative spelling of single player. Single ply membrane, roofing membranes that are field applied using just one layer of membrane material, either homogeneous or composite rather than multiple layers. Single ply membranes, plural of single ply membrane. Single ply roof, a roof system in which the principal roof covering is a single layer of flexible membrane, often thermoset or thermoplastic. Single point urban interchange, an interchange between a highway free-flowing and a street with traffic signals which allows traffic to proceed from either direction on each road to either direction on the other, and which is governed by only one set of traffic signals. Single point urban interchanges, plural of single point urban interchange. Single read, alternative form of single read. Single reads, plural of single read. Single serve, being or relating to portions of food or drink sold or dispensed individually for one person at a time. Single serving site, a simple website consisting of a single page with a dedicated domain name that does only one thing. Single serving sites, plural of single serving site. Single sex, suitable for or restricted to only one gender. Single shot, of a firearm holding only a single round of ammunition, thus needing to be reloaded after each shot. Single sideband modulation, a modification of amplitude modulation that modulates the output signal on a single sideband only as opposed to both sidebands. Single sideband modulations, plural of single sideband modulation. Single-sided, having something on one side only. Single space, to type or format text without leaving a blank line between each line of text. Single spaced, formatted without leaving a full blank line between each line of text. Single spaces, third person singular simple present indicative of single space. Single spacing, present participle and gerund of single space. Single speed bicycle, a bicycle with only one gear ratio. Single speed bicycles, plural of single speed bicycle. Single step, of or relating to one-off prompts where a single input is sent to the language model and the response is evaluated. Single-strand binding protein, a protein that binds to single-stranded regions of DNA to prevent premature annealing. Single-strand binding proteins, plural of single-strand binding protein. Single-stranded, having one strand. Single stream, unsorted, composed of various types of recyclables. Single tasking, of an operating system, etc. only capable of execution of one task program or app at a time, not many tasks simultaneously. Single taxism, support for a system of taxation based mainly or exclusively on one tax, typically chosen for its special properties, often being a tax on land value. Single track, having only a single track so that trains may only run in one direction at a time. Single tracking, the reduction of a double-track rail line to a single track when the extra capacity of a double-track line is no longer required. Single tree, alternative spelling of single tree. Single trees, plural of single tree. Single use, designed or intended to be used one time and then discarded or disposed of. Single user, of an operating system, etc. only capable of serving one user at a time, not many users simultaneously. Single valued, of a function associating a unique value of its range with each value of its domain. Single valued function, any function in which each point in the domain maps to just one point in the range. Single valued functions, plural of single valued function. Single wheeler, a steam locomotive with a single driving axle. Single wheelers, plural of single wheeler. Single wide, a trailer measuring 18 feet or less in width and 90 feet or less in length, able to be towed as a single unit. Single wides, plural of single wide. Single word, consisting of a single word. Signal cast, having a single target, not multicast. Synopt, simple past and past participle of single. Singled out, simple past and past participle of single out. Singled up, simple past and past participle of single up. Singledom, the state or sphere of those who are single, unmarried, or unattached. Single fold, consisting of a single fold or undivided part. Single foot, a horse's gait, a cross between a pace and a trot in which the two legs of one side are raised almost but not quite simultaneously. Single-footed, simple past and past participle of single foot. Single-footing, present participle and gerund of single foot. Single foots, third person singular simple present indicative of single foot. Single hand, alternative form of single hand to sail a boat unassisted. Single-handed, alternative form of single-handed. Single-handedly, alternative spelling of single-handedly. Single-handedness, alternative form of single-handedness. Single-handing, present participle and gerund of single-hand. Single-hands, third person singular simple present indicative of single-hand. Single-hearted, alternative form of single-hearted. Single-heartedly, alternative form of single-heartedly. Single-heartedness, alternative form of single-heartedness. Singlet, the state of being single, unattached, or unmarried. Singlism, alternative spelling of singleism. Single leaf, having individual leaves that are not grouped into fascicles. Singly, singly, individually. Single-minded, very focused, having a single goal, purpose, or idea. Single-mindedly, in a single-minded fashion, with directed dedication. Single-mindedness, the state or property of being single-minded. Singleness, the property of being single. Singlenesses, plural of singleness. Single player, played by alone one player. Singleplex, lacking any multiplex character. Singleplexed, simple past and past participle of singleplex. Singleplexes, plural of singleplex. Singleplexing, present participle and gerund of singleplex. Singular, surname. Singlers, plural of singular. Singles, plural of single. Singles bar, A bar or similar establishment for unattached people to meet. Singles bars, plural of singles bar. Singles day, alternative form of singles day. Singles net, a net used for playing singles shorter than a doubles net. Singles nets, plural of singles net. Singles out, third person singular simple present indicative of single out. Singles stick, a stick used to support a doubles net so that it meets the requirements of a singles net. Singles sticks, plural of singles stick. Singles up, third person singular simple present indicative of single up. Singles day, November 11th, a day for shopping and celebrating not being in a relationship. Originating in China, the shopping event has spread worldwide. Single stick, a one-handed wooden stick used for fencing in place of a sword. Single sticker, one who fights with a single stick. Single stickers, plural of single sticker. Single sticks, plural of single stick. Single-stranded, alternative form of single-stranded. Singlet, a set of one, an item not part of a larger set. Singlet bag, a plastic bag with handles and shaped like a singlet sleeveless undershirt used as a shopping bag or similar. Singlet bags, plural of singlet bag. Singlet oxygen, a metastable state of molecular oxygen that has a slightly higher energy than normal triplet oxygen and is more chemically reactive. Singlet oxygens, plural of singlet oxygen. Single tail, a variety of goldfish with an undivided tail. Single tails, plural of single tail. Singletary, a surname. Singleted, wearing a singlet. Singletary, a surname. Singletaries, plural of singletary. Singleton, a place name. Singleton-Merten syndrome, an autosomal dominant genetic disorder with variable expression with an onset of symptoms during childhood. Singleton pattern, a creational design pattern that restricts the instantiation of a class to one object. Singleton patterns, plural of singleton pattern. Singleton set, synonym of singleton, a set containing exactly one element. Singleton sets, plural of singleton set. Singletons, plural of singleton. Single track, a narrow mountain biking trail that is approximately the width of the bicycle. Single tracks, plural of single track. Singletree, a bar behind draft animals and in front of a load, such as a wagon that balances the load. Generally, the animals are attached at the ends and the wagon or other load to a pivot in the middle of the singletree. Singletrees, plural of singletree. Singlets, plural of singlet. Singlewell, a southern suburb of Gravesend, Gravesham Borough, Kent, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 6570. Singlewide, alternative spelling of singlewide. Singlewides, plural of singlewide. Singleworld, relating to the form of the universe in which the many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics is rejected. Singui, a surname. Singuis, plural of singly. Singlicate, an assay performed singularly as opposed to replicated assays, for example assays performed in duplicate or triplicate. Singlicates, plural of singlicate. Singling, Present participle and gerund of single. Singling out. Present participle and gerund of single out. Singling up. Present participle and gerund of single up. Singlings. Plural of singling. Singlino, a singlet form of Higsino. Singlanos, plural of singlino. Singlish, a highly colloquial or basilar variety of Singapore English incorporating much Hokkien and Malay lexis. Singleism, discrimination against and negative perception of single people and singlehood. Singuist, a person who discriminates on the basis of singlehood, one who holds negative views of single people. Singlists, plural of singlist. Singlo, a variety of tea from China. Singly, in a single or unaccompanied manner, without a companion. Singuian, that leads a remainder of 2 when divided by 4, divisible by 2 but not by 4. Singmaster's conjecture, a conjecture in combinatorial number theory, stating that there is a finite upper bound on the multiplicities of entries in Pascal's triangle other than the number 1, which appears infinitely many times. Singogram, singing telegram. Singed out, an informal singing event or concert, especially in barbershop music. Singed out, plural of sing out. Singpho, a Sino-Tibetan language spoken in India. Singreen, alternative form of Sengreen. Singress, alternative form of Singres. Singresses, plural of Singress. Sinus, third person singular simple present indicative of sing. Sings along, third person singular simple present indicative of sing along. Sings for one's supper, third person singular simple present indicative of sing for one's supper. Sings from the same hymn book, third person singular simple present indicative of sing from the same hymn book. Sings compere, third person singular simple present indicative of sing compere. Sings like a canary, third person singular simple present indicative of sing like a canary. Sings off the same hymn sheet, third person singular simple present indicative of sing off the same hymn sheet. Sings out, third person singular simple present indicative of sing out. Sings small, third person singular simple present indicative of sing small. Sings soprano, third person singular simple present indicative of sing soprano. Sings the praises of, third person singular simple present indicative of sing the praises of. Sings the same tune, third person singular simple present indicative of sing the same tune. Sings up, third person singular simple present indicative of sing up. Sensen, a surname. Sensar, a piece of verse with a simple, song-like rhythm. Sensant, simple past and past participle of sing-song. Singsoming, present participle and gerund of sing-song. Singsomingly, in a sing-songing manner. Sing-songs, plural of sing-song. Sinsai, alternative spelling of sing-soni. Singsund, plural of singson. Singspiel, an early German form of opera consisting of spoken dialogue interspersed with song. Singspiels, plural of singspiel. Singspiration, a worship service or sometimes a part of a service or any other church activity involving the singing of hymns. Singspirations, plural of singspiration. Singster, a singer, songster, vocalist. Singsters, plural of singster. Sington, a surname. Singtons, plural of sington. Singular, being only one of a larger population, single, individual. Singular existential statement, a singular statement that states the existence of its subject. Singular existential statements, plural of singular existential statement. Singular matrices, plural of singular matrix. Singular matrix, a square matrix which is not invertible. Singular matrices, plural of singular matrix. Singular statement, a statement that contains only constants and no variables. Singular statements. Plural of singular statement. Singular value decomposition, a particular type of factorization of a matrix into a product of three matrices, of which the second is a diagonal matrix that has as the entries on its diagonal the singular values of the original matrix. Singular value decompositions, plural of singular value decomposition. Singular tantum, a noun in any specific sense that has no plural form and is only used with singular verbs, frequently for mass nouns. Singularia tantum, plural of singular tantum. Singularization, alternative form of singularization. Singularizations, plural of singularization. Singularize, alternative form of singularize. Singularized, simple past and past participle of singularize. Singularizes, third person singular simple present indicative of singularize. Singularizing, present participle and gerund of singularize. Singularism, the philosophical strategy that asserts the validity of only a single interpretation. Singularist, one who affects singularity. Singularists, plural of singularist. Singularitarian, someone who supports the technological singularity theory. Singularitarianism, belief in the technological singularity theory. Singularitarians, plural of singularitarian. Singularities, plural of singularity. Singularity, the technological singularity. Singularization, the process or result of singularizing. Singularizations, plural of singularization. Singularize, to make singular. Singularized, simple past and past participle of singularize. Singularizes, third person singular simple present indicative of singularize. Singularizing, present participle and gerund of singularize. Singularly, strangely, oddly. Singularness, the state or condition of being singular. Singulars, plural of singular. Singulate, pertaining to being single not in a marriage. Singulation, process by which an ARFID reader identifies a tag with a specific serial number. Singulations, plural of singulation. Singulative, of or pertaining to a grammatical form or construction that expresses the individuation of a single referent from a mass noun. Singulatively, in a singulative manner or context. Singulatives, plural of singulative. Singuli in solitum, individually liable for the full amount or obligation in cases of group debt, etc. Singdalt is a singdaltiant, affected with hiccups. Singdaltus, affected with hiccups. Singdalts, plural of singdalt. Singdaltus, a sob, a speech broken by sobs. Singultuses, plural of singultus. Singureni, a village and commune of Giurgiu County, Romania. A traditional tube skirt worn by Lao and Thai women, particularly northern Thai and northeastern Thai women. Sena, a surname. Sinhala, synonym of Sinhalese language. Sinhala hound, a landrace of dog from Sri Lanka, often living in a semi-wild state scavenging for food. Sinhala hounds, plural of Sinhala hound. Sinhalese, of or pertaining to the majority ethnic group of Sri Lanka, their Indo-Aryan language or their culture. Sinalite, an orthorhombic dipyramidal mineral containing aluminum, boron, magnesium, and oxygen. Sinas, plural of Sinha. Sinasin, of Roan. Sinasins, plural of Sinhasan. Sinoun, a priest. Sinouns, plural of Sinhound. Thus, plural of Sin. Sinua, a district of Tainan, Taiwan. Sana, a female given name from Malayalam, meaning a fair-skinned girl of Indian usage. Sida, a surname. Sidas, plural of Sinir. Sina, Chinese. Sinakal, of, relating to, or constructed using signs. Sinicization, alternative spelling of sinicization. Sinicize, alternative letter case form of sinicize. Sinicize, simple past and past participle of sinicize. Sinicize as third person singular simple present indicative of sinicize. Sinicizing, present participle and gerund of sinicize. Cynicism, Chinese culture or custom. Cynicisms, plural of cynicism. Cynicization, the act, action, or result of cynicizing. Cynicizations, plural of cynicization. Cynicize, alternative letter case form of cynicize. Cynicize, simple past and past participle of cynicize. Cynicizes, third person singular simple present indicative of cynicize. Cynicizing, present participle and gerund of cynicize. Sinico-Japanese, alternative form of Sino-Japanese. Sinikiwichi, any member of the genus Hymia of 2 or 3 closely related species of shrub in the family Lithraceae, native to the Americas, with 5-petaled yellow flowers. Sinikiwiching, a biphenyl quinolizidine lactone alkaloid found in Hymia salicifolia. Sena, a historical racial classification and term used in human physical anthropology as a Mongoloid subrace commonly found throughout East Asia and is associated with Chinese, Korean, and Japanese people. Sinification, sinicization. Sinifications, plural of sinification. Signify. Simple past and past participle of signify. Signifies. Third person singular simple present indicative of signify. Siniform. Resembling the Chinese script. Signify. Synonym of sinicize. Signifying. Present participle and gerund of signify. Sinigang. A sour Filipino soup usually made with tamarind. Sinigangs. Plural of sinigang. Sinigres. Myricinace. Sinigres. Plural of sinigres. Sinigrin. A glycosylate glycoside found in many brassicas and related plants which is toxic in large quantities and responsible for the pungent bite of horseradish and hot mustard. Sinigrinase. Myricinace. Sinigrinases. Plural of sinigrinase. Sine. The distance that can be traveled in a day given the current terrain and conditions, used as a measurement by the native peoples of Greenland. Sines. Plural of cynic. Senility. Misspelling of senility. Sinaloan. A municipality of Laguna, Philippines. Sino. Place mentioned in the Bible. Seminim. A barangay of Capasalan, Zamboanga Sibugay, Philippines. Sinine. An alkaloid found in Hamea salicifolia. Sining. Dated form of zining. Sinape. A barangay of Benito Solivan, Isabela, Philippines. Sinevsum. Korean shamanism. Sinister. Inauspicious, ominous, unlucky, illegitimate as in bar sinister. Sinisterism. A sinister atmosphere. Sinisterity. Sinisterness. Sinistoi. In a sinister manner. Sinisterness. The state or condition of being sinister. Sinisterwise. Sinister on the left-hand side from the wearer's viewpoint. Sinistra. Toward the left side, right to left. Sinistrally. Sinistro. Of facing or on the left side. Sinistral fault. A strike-slip fault that shows left lateral movement. Sinistral faults. Plural of sinistral fault. Sinistrality. Left-handedness. Sinistrally. Toward the left, in a sinistral manner. Sinistrals. Plural of sinistral. Sinistration. An act of turning to the left. Sinistral. Hearing more distinctly with the left ear than with the right. Sinistrality. The state of being sinistral. Sinister. Obsolete. Form of sinister. Sinisterly. Obsolete form of sinisterly. Sinistrin. A slimy polysaccharide extracted from squill. Sinistring. Alternative form of sinistrin. Sinistro. Left, on the left, toward the left. Sinistrocular. Having the left eye dominant over the right eye. Sinistrodextral. Moving or directed from the left to the right. Sinistrodextrally. In a sinistrodextral manner. Sinistrogire. Levorotatory. Sinistrolateral. On the left side of, toward the animal or human's left. Sinistromanual. Left-handed. Sinistromanuals. Plural of sinistromanual. Sinistra posterior. Sinister and posterior. Sinistrauditory. Synonym of levorotatory. Sinistrosal, rising spirally from right to left of the observer, sinistrors. Sinistrors, turning to the left of the observer as it grows taller. Sinistrosely, in a sinistrous manner. Sinistros, on the left side, inclined to the left, sinistral. Sinistrously, in a sinistrous manner, perversely, wrongly, unluckily. Sinistroventral, sinister and ventral. Sinistrovers, written from right to left. Sinistroversion, a turning to the left. Sinitian, a surname from Romanian. Tenete, of or pertaining to Chinese languages. Sineticize, alternative form of sinicize. Sinitrotol. A particular antihypertensive drug. Zenitis, a member of a First Nations people descended from indigenous peoples who lived primarily in what is now the West Kootenay region of British Columbia and the adjacent regions of eastern Washington in the United States. Elenikists, plural of cynics. Thud, a city in Croatia. Sinjari, a rare dihydrate of calcium chloride. Sindhu, alternative form of H. Sinchu. Z, a surname. Sink estate, a council estate characterized by high levels of economic and social deprivation, often associated with high crime rates. Sink estates, plural of sink estate. Sink function, a function that may contain tainted values. Sink functions, plural of sink function. Sinkhole, alternative form of sinkhole. Sinkholes, plural of sinkhole. Sink in, to become completely known, felt, or understood. Sink like a stone, to sink immediately with no chance of floating. Sink of iniquity, a place where criminal activity is rife, a resort of criminals. Sink one's teeth in, alternative form of sink one's teeth into. Sink one's teeth into, to bite into. Sink or swim, to fail or succeed, no matter what. Sink tidies, plural of sink tidy. Sink tidy, a small receptacle kept beside a kitchen sink to hold utensils, cleaning materials, or kitchen waste. Sink trap, synonym of stench trap. Sink traps, plural of sink trap. Sinkhole, alternative form of sinkhole. Sinkholes, plural of sinkhole. Sinkability, the condition of being sinkable. Sinkable, capable of being sunk. Sinkage, an amount of material involved in a sinking. Sinkages, plural of sinkage. Sinkaline, alternative form of sinkaline. Sincum cassite, a triclinic pinacoidal mineral containing aluminum, hydrogen, manganese, oxygen, and phosphorus. Second, a chemical agent applied to a fly to make it sink instead of floating on the water. Sinkins, plural of sinkend. Sinkachalan, a barangay of Macalala, Cotabato, Philippines. Sandbags, a weighted, partially submerged enclosure suspended from a floating platform, used as a blind by waterfowl hunters. Sink boxes, plural of sink box. A surname. That, simple past and past participle of sink. Sinker, that which sinks or descends. Sinker nail, a type of nail used in contemporary wood frame construction, thinner than a common nail, coated with adhesive to enhance holding power, with a funnel-shaped head and a grid stamped on the top of the head. Sinker nails. Plural of sinker nail. Sinker ball, a sinker. Sinker bowler, a pitcher who throws a lot of sinkers, sinking fastballs. Sinker ballers, plural of sinker baller. Sinker bowling, the pitching of sinker balls, sinkers. Sinker balls, plural of sinker ball. Synchronous, without a sinker. Sinkers, plural of sinker. Dens, plural of sink. Dengist, second person singular simple present indicative of sink. Sink, third person singular simple present indicative of sink. Sinkfield, a surname. Sinkfields, plural of sinkfield. Sinkfall, as much as a sink will hold. Sinkfuls, plural of sinkful. Sinkhole, a hole formed in soluble rock by the action of water serving to conduct surface water to an underground passage. Sinkhole, simple past and past participle of sinkhole. Sinkholes, plural of sinkhole. Sinkholing, present participle and gerund of sinkhole. Xinjiang, synonym of Xinjiang, a Uyghur Autonomous Region of China, located in the sparsely populated northwest. Senki, somebody from Singapore, a Singaporean. Seiji, comparative form of Sinki, more Sinki. Singis, plural of Sinki. Seijiest, superlative form of Sinki, most Sinki. Sinkadem, a Korean military rocket from the 15th century. Senkin, pronunciation spelling of sinking. Sinkiness, the state of being sinky. Senke, gerund of sink. The process by which something sinks or is sunk. Sinking feeling, an unpleasant feeling in the abdomen caused by hunger or, especially, apprehension or uneasiness. Sinking feelings, plural of sinking feeling. Sinking fund, a fund established by an economic entity by setting aside revenue over a period of time to fund a future capital expense or repay a long-term debt. Sinking funds, plural of sinking fund. Sinking in, present participle and gerund of sink in. Sinking ship, something which is doomed, an impending debacle, an ongoing disaster. Sinking ships, plural of sinking ship. Sinkings, plural of sinking. Sinkinsome, a surname. Sinquer, a surname. Sinquers, plural of sinkler. Senquas, without a sink of any kind. Senflak, resembling or characteristic of a sink. Sinko, a surname. Senkos, plural of sinko. Sink-proof, resistant to sinking. Sink room, A room containing a sink for washing things. A scullery. Sink rooms, plural of sink room. Sinks, plural of sink. Sinks in third person singular simple present indicative of sink in. Sinks of iniquity, plural of sink of iniquity. That simple past and past participle of sink. Cinquetowel sponge, a gourd of species Luffa equitangula, whose fruits are eaten when half ripe and when mature can be dried out to form a loofah. Sinkward, towards a sink. Sinkware, items used with a sink, such as drainers, mats, faucets, and soap dishes. Sinkwater, the water in a sink. Sinki, into which one can sink. Silla, alternative form of Scylla. Demos, without sin, never having sinned. Sinlessly, in a sinless way, without sin. Sinlessness, the state or condition of being sinless. Sin-like, resembling or characteristic of a sin. The obsolete spelling of sin. Sinn Fein, alternative spelling of Sinn Fein. Sinn Fein, an Irish political party committed to the reunification of Ireland. Sinn Feiner, a member of Sinn Fein. Sinn Feiners, plural of Sinn Feiner. Sinn Feinism, the politics of Sinn Fein. Sinna Green, alternative form of Sengreen. Sinol, able to sin. Senate, alternative form of Senate. The obsolete spelling of sin. Then, simple past and past participle of sin. Sentenced, second person singular simple past indicative of sin. Sental. Obsolete spelling of sinful. Sinner, a surname. Sinner's prayer, a prayer of repentance sometimes spoken by those wishing to convert to Christianity. Sinneress, a female sinner. Sinneresses, plural of sinneress. Sinnerod, the condition of being a sinner. Sinnerite, a triclinic petiole steel gray mineral containing arsenic, copper, and sulfur. Sinners, plural of sinner. Sinner's prayer, plural of sinner's prayer. Sinnership, the state, quality, or condition of being a sinner. Thus, plural of sin. Zenas, second person singular simple present indicative of sin. The alternative form of Senate. Sinna, third person singular simple present indicative of sin. Tense, plural of Senate. A surname. That's plural of Senate. Sida, comparative form of sinny, more sinny. Tidid, superlative form of sinny, most sinny. Sinning, present participle and gerund of sin. Sinningia, any plant of the genus Sinningia. Sinningias, plural of Sinningia. Sinningly, in a manner that constitutes sin, sinfully. Sinningness, the tendency to sin, sinfulness. Sinnings, plural of sinning. Sinnington, a village and civil parish in North Yorkshire, England, previously in Ryedale District OS Gridref SE 7485. A surname. Zenons, plural of sinot. Zene, characterized by or characteristic of sin, sinful, guilty of sin, wicked. Sino, a combining form relating to China or the Chinese, in those terms various senses. Sino-American, of or relating to diplomatic relations between China and the United States of America. Sino-Auricular, alternative form of Sino-Auricular. Sino-Burmese, of or pertaining both to China and to Myanmar, being both Chinese and Burmese. Sino-Japanese, involving both China and Japan, for example the First Sino-Japanese War or Sino-Japanese vocabulary. Sino-Korean, of or pertaining both to China and to Korea, being both Chinese and Korean. Sino-Tibetan, of or relating to both China and Tibet. Sino-Tibetanist, a linguist who specializes in studying Sino-Tibetan languages. Sino-Tibetanists, plural of Sino-Tibetanists. Sino-Vietnamese, pertaining to the Chinese-derived elements in the Vietnamese language. Sino-Vietnameses, plural of Sino-Vietnamese. Sino-Xenic, related to pronunciations for reading Chinese in Japan, Korea, and Vietnam, originating in medieval times and the source of large-scale borrowings of Chinese words into Japonic, Korenic, and Vietnamese languages, none of which are genetically related to Chinese excluding Sinitic topoliths. Sino-Cutine, synonym of Salutaridine. Sino-Aortic, relating to a sinus and the aorta. Sino-Phao, relating to the venous sinus and the right atrium of the heart. Sinoatrial conduction time, the unit of time for the activation of the situs to lobal atrial activation in the region surrounding the sinoatrial node. Sinoatrial conduction times, plural of sinoatrial conduction time. Sinoatrial node, a group of cells located in the wall of the right atrium of the heart that originates the impulses stimulating the heartbeat. Sinoatrial nodes, plural of sinoatrial node. Sinoatrial recovery time, the time interval from the moment of the last paced P wave to the moment of the first succeeding spontaneous P wave resulting from activation of the sinoatrial node. Sinoatrial recovery times, plural of sinoatrial recovery time. Sinoauricular, synonym of sinoatrial. Sinocatetidial, relating to a sinus and a carotid artery. Sinocentric, focused on China or the people and culture of China. Sinocentrism, the belief held by the ancient Chinese that China was literally the center of the world. Sinify, simple past and past participle of sinify. Sinifies, third person singular simple present indicative of sinify. Sinify, synonym of sinicize. Sinifying, present participle of sinify. Sinogram, any character used in Chinese writing, Hanzi. Sinograms, plural of sinogram. Sinograph, alternative letter case form of sinograph. Sinographic, relating to sonography. Sinographs, plural of sinograph. Sonography, diagnostic imaging of the sinus. Sema, an orthorhombic pyramidal mineral containing nitrogen, oxygen, and silicon. Sinulpid, any plaque odor term of the suborder Synalpidae. Synalpids, plural of synalpid. Synological, alternative form of synological. Synologically, in a synological manner. Synologists, alternative spelling of synologist. Synologists, plural of synologists. Synolar, a student or expert of Chinese studies. Sinologues, plural of sinologue. Synology, alternative letter case form of synology. Synomyrnacea, a particular steroid glycoside. Synomnine, an alkaloid found in the climbing plant Synomium acutum, native to Japan and China, traditionally used in herbal medicine as a treatment for rheumatism and arthritis. Sinonasal, relating to the sinuses and the nose or nasal cavity. Sina, a province of Turkey on the Black Sea coast. Synopathies, plural of synopathy. Synaptogen, a pathogen that affects the sinuses. Synapathogens, plural of synapathogen. Synopathy, any disease affecting the paranasal sinuses. Sinope, a daughter of Asopus. Sinopian, of or relating to the city of Sinope, now Sinop on the Black Sea. Sinoper, a Sinopal. Sinopers, plural of Sinoper. Cinephile, a person who loves the country, culture, or people of China. Cinephiles, plural of cinephile. Cinephilia, a strong interest in the country, culture, or people of China. Cinephilic, fond of China. Cinephilism, synonym of cinephilia. Cinephobe, one who fears or hates the Chinese. Cinephobes, plural of cinephobe. Cinephobia, fear, hostility, or aversion to China, Chinese people, or Chinese culture. Cinephobic, relating to or characteristic of cinephobia or cinephobes. Cinophone, speaking one or more Sinitic or Chinese language S, Chinese speaking. Cinephones, plural of cinephone. Cinophonic, pertaining to Chinese languages and speakers of Chinese. Sinopia, a reddish-brown ochre-like pigment derived from sinopal, used in traditional oil painting and as the cartoon for frescoes. Sinopias, plural of sinopia. Sinopi, plural of sinopia. Sinopes, the pigment sinopia. Sinopite, sinopia clay. Sinopites, plural of sinopite. Sinopal, a shade of red. Sinoper. Sinopals, plural of sinopal. Sinopoli, a surname from Italian. Sinopolis, plural of Sinopoli. Sinopulmonary, relating to the sinus and the lungs. Sinar, a surname. Sin or spiratory, relating to the sinuses and the respiratory tract. Sinorhizobia, plural of Sinorhizobium. Sinorhizobio, relating to bacteria of the genus Sinorhizobium. Sinorhizobium, any bacterium of the genus Sinorhizobium. Sinners, plural of sinner. Sinus, relating to sinoscopy. Sinoscopy, the visual examination of paranasal sinuses using an endoscope. Sinusi, a particular steroid glycoside. Sinosphere, the area of East and Southeast Asia considered greatly influenced by Han Chinese culture. Sinospheric, relating to the sinosphere. Sinostrasi, a particular steroid glycoside. Sinotubular, relating to or between the sinuses and the tubular part of the aorta. Sinovenous, relating to venous sinuses, usually the dural ones and their related veins, as for example in cerebral synovenous thrombosis. Synexenic, alternative spelling of sinogenic. Synfu, alternative form of Synfu. Tet, obsolete spelling of sink. Thanks, plural of sink. Synraptor, any dinosaur in the family Synraptoridae. Synraptorids, plural of Synraptorid. Plural of sin. Tes, plural of sin. Sensational, both sinful and sensational. Sentai, a traditional Chinese physician. Senseis, plural of sensei. Sinsemilla, a form of cannabis where only the female is allowed to blossom. Without pollen from the male plant, the female blossoms produce no seeds, forming large panicled flowers. Sinsemellas, plural of sinsemilla. Sensalo, an elaborate Korean dish of meatballs, pancakes, mushrooms, and vegetables cooked in a rich broth. City, a district of Tainan, Taiwan. Sinsang, alternative form of Zincsang. Sincere, an extinct dialect of the Yuwa language. Sinsign, a sign that consists in a reaction/resistance, an actual singular thing or occurrence. Sinsigns, plural of sinsign. Sensen, a barangay of Cebu City, Cebu, Philippines. Sensing, a district of Kaohsiung, Taiwan. Sinsai, alternative spelling of sinsod. Sinsring, synonym of banksring. Sinsring, plural of sinsring. A surname. Saint Eustatius, a dependent territory and special municipality of the Netherlands, an island in the northern Leeward Islands portion of the West Indies in the Caribbean. Sint Maarten, a dependent territory and constituent country of the Netherlands, located on the southern half of the island of St. Martin in the Caribbean Sea. Capital, Philipsburg. Sint Maartener, someone from Sint Maarten. Sint Maarteners, plural of Sint Maartener. Sint Michielsgestel, a village and municipality of North Brabant, Netherlands. A female member of a Romani people found in Germany and surrounding areas. Syntax Samthin, the apocarotenoid 8-methyl atopobicaratin 8-1. Sint Romani, the German-influenced Romani language spoken by about 300,000 Sinti and Roma in Germany, Austria, France, and neighboring areas. Zunzer, an alluvial sediment deposited by a mineral spring. Cinderabilities, plural of cinderability. Cinderability, the quality or degree of being cinderable. Sinterwal, capable of being sintered. Sinturi, a commune of Bistritina Sud County, Romania. Sinter, simple past and past participle of sinter. Sintering, present participle and gerund of sinter. Sinterings, plural of sintering. Sinterklaas, Saint Nicholas in a folkloric incarnation, who in the Low Countries and other parts of Europe gives presents to children on December 5 or 6. Sinterklaases, plural of Sinterklaas. Sinters, plural of sinter. Sinther, like sinter. Synthomosexual, having no personal interest in the future of humanity because of one's non-heterosexual, therefore non-reproductive sexual orientation. Synthomosexuality, the condition of being synthomosexual. Synthomosexuals, plural of synthomosexual. Plural of synto. Scintillina, a particular monoclonal antibody. Sithir, a three-stringed, skin-covered bass plucked lute used by the Nawa people of Morocco. Sintir, plural of sintir. Sinto, a member especially male of a Romani people found in Germany and surrounding areas. Sintai, a spice used in the East Indies consisting of the bark of a species of Cinnamomum sintoc. Sintoism, dated form of Shintoism. Sintoist, dated form of Shintoist. Sintoists, plural of Sintoists. Syntacamide, any of a group of chlorinated peptides present in a sponge of the genus Dicidia that are androgen antagonists. Syntacamides, plural of syntacami. Symptomatology, misspelling of symptomatology. Sentin, a surname. Setsu, archaic form of Shinto Japanese religion. Sentha, a city and municipality of the district of Lisbon, Portugal. Thetu, dated form of Shinto. Sintoism, dated form of Shintoism. Tentuis, dated form of Shintoist. Tentuists, plural of Sintuists. Sinoaperturate, with apertures situated in the sinuses, notches, or depressions. Sinuate, to advance in wavy or curvy manner, to bend, to curve, to wind in and out. Sinuated, simple past and past participle of sinuate. Sinuately, in a sinuate manner. Sinuates, third person singular simple present indicative of sinuate. Sinuating, curvy or wavy. Sinuation, the act of sinuating or cavity of being sinuous. Sinuations, plural of sinuation. Sinuatio. Alternative form of sinotrio. Sinaloa, a Filipino dish consisting of barbecue meat marinated in vinegar or calamandan juice along with vegetables and spices. Sindoetu, a city in North Pyongyang Province, North Korea across the Yalu River from Danan, Liaoning, China. Sinuated, any mollusk in the family Sinuatidae. Sinuatids, plural of sinuated. Sinuitis, alternative form of sinusitis. Sinuariali, a diterpenoid lactone, 1R3s 5s 8E12s 13R12 hydroxy 59 13 trimethyl 16 methylidene 414 dioxytricyclo 11.3.2.035 octadict A10 15 1 present in soft coral of the genus Sinularia. Sinulaw, a religious and cultural festival celebrated on the third Sunday of January in Cebu, Philippines. Sinoas, a concave part of the outer lip of a gastropod. Synanel, alternative form of sinanasal. Sinuolate, faintly or minutely sinuate. Sinuopid, any extinct sea snail in the family Sinuopidae. Sinuopids, plural of sinuopid. Sinuous, sinuous. Sinuously, in a sinuous manner. Sinuosities, plural of sinuosity. Sinuosity, the Papadiae sinuous. Sinuous, having curves in alternate directions, meandering. Sinuous ballweed, the brown algae Culpomenia sinuosa. Sinuously, in a sinuous manner. Sinuousness, the state or condition of being sinuous. Sinuousnesses, plural of sinuousness. Sinupaleo, sinupalate. Sinupalate, in mollusks having an indented paleo line or sinus. Sinupalates, plural of sinupalate. Synaplasties, plural of synaplasty. Synaplasty, balloon synaplasty. Sinus, a pouch or cavity in a bone or other tissue, especially one in the bones of the face or skull connecting with the nasal cavities, the paranasal sinus. Sinus brady, sinus bradycardia. Sinus meridini, an albedo feature on Mars stretching east-west just south of the planet's equator. Sinus node, synonym of sinoatrial node. Sinus nodes, plural of sinus node. Sinus pudoris, synonym of macronympha. Sinus rhythm, any cardiac rhythm in which depolarization of the myocardium begins at the sinus node characterized by the presence of correctly oriented P waves in an electrocardiogram. Sinus rhythms, plural of sinus rhythm. Sinus tachy, sinus tachycardia. Sinus tachycardia, a sinus rhythm of the heart with an increased rate of electrical discharge from the sinoatrial node, resulting in a tachycardia. Sinus tachycardias, plural of sinus tachycardia. Sinus venosi, plural of sinus venosus. Sinus venosus, the first chamber of the heart in fish, amphibians, and reptiles, emptying into the right atrium. Sino, relating to the sinus. Cinoscope, a fiber optic device used to examine the sinus and other nasal passages. Cinoscopes, plural of cinoscope. Sinusectomies, plural of sinusectomy. Sinusectomy, excision of a sinus. Sinuses, plural of sinus. Sinusitic, relating to sinusitis. Sinusides, plural of sinusitis. Sinusitis, an inflammation of one or more paranasal sinuses. Sinusitis infertility syndrome, synonym of Young syndrome. Sinusidiasis, plural of sinusitis. Sinus-like, resembling or characteristic of a sinus. Sinusoid, a curve having the shape of a sine wave. Sinusoidal, having the shape or characteristics of a sine wave. Sinusoidality, the condition of being sinusoidal. Sinusoidalize, to oscillate in close to sinusoidal fashion. Sinusoidalize, simple past and past participle of sinusoidalize. Sinusoidalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of sinusoidalize. Sinusoidalizing, present participle and gerund of sinusoidalize. Sinusoidally, in a sinusoidal manner. Sinusoidals, plural of sinusoidal. Sinusoids, plural of sinusoid. Sinusonasal, relating to or situated in the sinuses and the nose. Sinusopathies, plural of sinusopathy. Sinusopathy, disease of the sinuses. Sinusotomies, plural of sinusotomy. Sinusotomy, a surgical operation in which an incision is made in a sinus. Sinusy, alternative form of sinusy. Sinusy, resembling or characteristic of the sinuses. Sinuvertebral, relating to or connecting a sinus and the vertebra. Sena, a barangay of Ozamis, Misamis Occidental, Philippines. Sinwer, towards sin or sinning. To, alternative form of Sinwu. Sinyangwi, a surname. Sinyard, a surname. Sinards, plural of Sinyard. To, initialism of senior investigating officer. Shivard, a female given name. From Irish. Tiracan, a municipality of Zamboanga del Norte, Philippines. Yafa, a town in Hungary. Terren, obsolete form of shogun. Savans, plural of siagun. Tel, alternative form of ja. Zai, a shumai from the Philippines, a traditional steamed Chinese pork dumpling served in dim sum. Soisin, any of a group of peptidazole antibiotics isolated from a soil bacterium Streptomyces zooiensis. Soisins, plural of siamycin. The alternative spelling of Zion. Theodus, a surname. The very tough, challenging. Duns, plural of Seon. The acronym of Single Integrated Operational Plan. Ziratao, Chinese steamed stuffed bun, is usually char siu bao, especially the Philippine variant known as siapao asado. Dahaos, plural of siapao. Tiarsai, a particular steroid glycoside. Duodia, a surname. Tiordias, plural of Siordia. Plural of Sio. Iwan, of or relating to the Sioux people, culture, or languages. Diwanus, a linguist who specializes in studying Siouan languages. Siouanists, plural of Siouanus. Iwans, plural of Siouan. Various formerly nomadic Native American tribes of the North American Great Plains. Sioux City, a city, the county seat of Woodbury County, Iowa, United States, located in Woodbury County and Plymouth County. Sioux County, one of 99 counties in Iowa, United States. County seat, Orange City. Sioux Falls, a city, the county seat of Minnehaha County, South Dakota, United States. Sioux State, nickname for North Dakota, a state of the United States. Of or pertaining to the Native American Sioux culture. Nas, the quality or state of being Sioux. Acronym of single-issue publication. A small mouthful of drink. SEP and puff, an assistive technology allowing disabled people to send signals to a device by means of air pressure, by either sipping, inhaling, or puffing, exhaling through a straw or similar component. Sip Son Chow Thai, a region of Vietnam. Sit and see, a form of baby shower which takes place after the child is born so that friends and family can meet the newborn. Sip and see parties, plural of sip and see party. Sip and see party, synonym of sip and see. Sip and see is plural of sip and see. A traditional Filipino team sport in which players kick a soft ball over a net in the middle of the court. Sithaapuni, a geological formation of the Little Colorado River Gorge, Arizona, United States, from where the Hopi people emerged into the Fourth World. Sevid, archaic form of seepage. Sipahi, an Algerian cavalryman in the French army. Sepa is plural of Sipahi. Sepa Salar, a title given to commanders-in-chief and general officers in the armies of many states of the medieval Islamic world. Sipa Salars, plural of Sipa Salar. Sepalay, a municipality of Negros Occidental Philippines. Tabatu, a small hole or indentation in the floor of a kiva, symbolizing the portal through which the ancient ancestors emerged into the world. Setpapas, plural of Sipapu. Tabaria, a town in Trinidad and Tobago. Sepatrigen, the neuroprotective agent 2,4-methylpiperazine 1L5235 trichlorophene-yl pyrimidine 4-amine. Sipalavi, alternative form of Shipalavi Hopi dialect. Sa, a surname. Tuft, simple past and past participle of site. Sibak, a surname. Cyprone, misspelling of Spiprone. Types, a surname from German. Sidebias, plural of sipes. Sepful, the amount ingested in a single sip. Sepfuls, plural of sipful. Cipher, a surname. Ciphers, plural of cipher. Syphilis, archaic form of syphilis. Syphlonurid, any mayfly of the family Syphonuridae. Sci-fi, a siphon bottle. Siphides, plural of siphi. Siphon, a bent pipe or tube with one end lower than the other in which hydrostatic pressure exerted due to the force of gravity moves liquid from one reservoir to another. Siphon condenser, a condenser for a steam engine in which the vacuum is maintained by the downward flow of water through a tall vertical pipe. Siphon condensers, plural of siphon condenser. Siphon cup, a cup with a siphon attached for carrying off any liquid in it. specifically an oil cup in which oil is carried over the edge of a tube in a cotton wick and so reaches the surface to be lubricated. Siphon cups, plural of siphon cup. Siphon recorder, an instrument used to record the receipt of a telegraph message as an ink line on a roll of paper tape to be read back later by a train operator. Siphon recorders, plural of siphon recorder. Siphon the python, alternative form of siphon the python. Siphonable, able to be siphoned. Siphonaceous, resembling a siphon. Siphonage, the action or use of a siphon. Siphonages, plural of siphonage. Siphonal, resembling or relating to a siphon. Siphonalian, any sea snail of the genus Siphonalia. Siphonalians, plural of siphonalian. Siphonapteran, of, pertaining to, or characteristic of the order Siphonaptera of fleas. Siphonapterans, plural of siphonapteran. Siphonapterology, the scientific study of fleas and other insects of the order Siphonaptera. Siphonarian, any sea snail of the genus Siphonaria. Siphonarians, plural of siphonarian. Siphonaria, any member of the family Siphonariidae of air-breathing sea snails. Siphonarids, plural of Siphonaria. Siphonae, having a siphon or siphons. Siphonaxanthin, a particular carotenoid. Siphoned, simple past and past participle of siphon. Siphonane, a particular carotenoid. Siphonious, of or relating to the Siphony algae. Siphoner, one who, or that which, siphons. Siphoners, plural of siphoner. Siphonat, a cornical tubular organs on aphids which secrete honeydew. Siphonets, plural of siphonat. Siphonia, plural of siphonium. Siphodial, relating to a siphonium. Siphonic, of or pertaining to a siphon. Siphoniferous, siphon-bearing. Siphoniform, shaped like a siphon. Siphoning, present participle and gerund of siphon. Siphonings, plural of siphoning. Siphonid, a foraminifer of the family Siphonoidea. Siphoninids, plural of siphoninin. Siphonium, a bony tube which, in some birds, connects the tympanum with the air chambers of the articular piece of the mandible. Siphonless, without a siphon. Siphon-like, resembling or characteristic of a siphon. Siphono, forming compound terms pertaining to siphons or tubes. Siphonobranchiate, having as siphon or siphons to convey water to the gills, said of gastropods of the former order Siphonobranchiata. Siphonocleidaceous, of or relating to the Siphonocleidaceae. Siphonogamous, relating to siphonogamy. Siphonogamy, reproduction via pollen tubes. Siphonoglyph, a longitudinal flagellated chamber found in most cnidarians in the classes Scyphozoa and Anthozoa, extending from the mouth toward the coelenter and body cavity. Siphonoglyph, alternative form of siphonoglyph. Siphonoglyphs, plural of siphonoglyph. Siphonoglyphs, plural of siphonoglyph. Siphonophoran, belonging to the siphonophory. Siphonophoran's, plural of siphonophoran. Siphonophore, any transparent marine hydrozoans of the order Siphonophore that float or swim as colonies of polyps. Siphonophores, plural of siphonophore. Siphonophorus, of or relating to the siphonophores. Siphonopod, any caecilian of the family Siphonopidae. Siphonopids, plural of siphonopod. Siphonostal, a type of stele in which the vascular tissue in the stem forms a cylinder surrounding a central pith and possessing leaf gaps. Siphonostels, plural of siphonostel. Siphonostellic, relating to a siphonostel. Siphonostomatoid, any member of the Siphonostomatoida, an order of maxillopods. Siphonostomatoids, plural of siphonostomatoid. Siphonostomatus, having the front edge of the aperture of the shell lengthened in the shape of a channel for the protection of the siphon, said of certain gastropods. Siphonostome, any parasitic entomostrachan of the tribe Siphonostomata. Siphonostomes, plural of siphonostome. Siphonos, having tubular filaments. Siphonoxanthin, alternative spelling of siphonaxanthin. Siphonozoid, a polyp in some soft coral colonies that supplies water to the colony. Siphonozoids, plural of siphonozoid. Siphons, plural of siphon. Siphophage, the phage form of a siphovirus. Siphophages, plural of siphophage. Siphosomal, relating to siphosomes. Siphosome, the part of a siphonophore colony that contains the feeding, reproductive, and defensive zooids. Siphosomes, plural of siphosom. Siphoviral, relating to siphoviruses. Siphovirus, any of the viruses of the family Siphoviridae. Siphoviruses, plural of siphovirus. Siphoratora, plural of Sephoratora. Siphuncle, a strand of tissue passing longitudinally through the shell of a cephalopod, used primarily in emptying water from new chambers as the shell grows. Siphunculate, having a siphuncle, siphunculated. Siphuncles, plural of siphuncle. Siphuncular, of or pertaining to the siphuncle. Siphunculate, alternative form of siphunculated. Siphunculated, having a siphuncle. Siphuncle, a tube that connects adjacent chambers in the shells of some cephalopods. Siphuncules, plural of siphuncule. Siphunculi, plural of siphunculus. Siphunculus, alternative form of siphuncule. Sipibo, alternative form of shipibo. Sepe, having a taste or flavor. Saibang, a prefecture-level city of Jilin, China. Setka, a surname. Cephal, a surname. Zevos, plural of Sipple. Siples umad, a monoclonal antibody under investigation as a treatment for psoriasis and in the prevention of graft versus host disease. Sebaca, a municipality of Camarines Sur, Philippines. Sepanimod, an investigational drug for multiple sclerosis. Sepot, a village in Beresty-Miria, Galati County, Romania. Sepotni, a commune of Kalarasi District, Moldova. Acronym of Standard Interline Passenger Procedure, a series of 4-letter codes used to indicate a type of vehicle. A surname. Sepahol, capable of or suitable for being sipped. Sephar, an ancient Sumerian and later Babylonian city on the east bank of the Euphrates, some 60 km north of Babylon, in what is now Tel Abu Haba, Iraq. Simple past and past participle of sip. Tabao, a surname. Tabaos, plural of sipal. Sepanas, the principle of a family sharing the responsibility for a crime committed by one of its members. Sepenhaftan, synonym of Sippenhaft. Sever, one who sips. Severs, plural of sipper. Zebes, second person singular simple present indicative of sip. Zeta, a small piece of something, especially a piece of toast or fried bean eaten with soup or gravy. Seta, third person singular simple present indicative of sip. Debit, plural of sippet. Sebis, plural of sippy. Sebe, pronunciation spelling of sipping. Sepe, present participle and gerund of sip. Sippingly, with a sips. Sepenus, plural of sipping. Settle, a surname. Sevelt, simple past and past participle of sipple. Zevels, plural of sipple. Seple, present participle and gerund of sipple. Plural of sip. Hips, plural of sip. Sip, a little sip, less than a serving of some particular drink. Sippy cup, a spill-proof cup for toddlers. Sippy cups. Plural of sippy cup. The Secret Internet Protocol Router Network, the U.S. Department of Defense's largest network for the exchange of classified information and messages at the secret level. Plural of SIP. Plural of SIP. Sitsal, plural of SIPful. Subsa, a village in the borough of Hillingdon, Greater London, England, just north of Heathrow Airport. OSGrid Ref TQ 0777. Simple past and past participle of SIP. Sevilusol, a vaccine therapy used to treat some cancers. Sepilusol T, a therapeutic cancer vaccine for prostate cancer. Sipenculan, any of many and segmented marine worm-like animals of the phylum Sipuncula, the peanut worms. Sipenculans, plural of Sipenculan. Sipenculid, any member of the clade Sipuncula. Sipenculids, plural of Sipenculid. Sipenculi, relating to the Sipenculidia. Sipenculides, plural of Sipenculide. Sepalite, a niabate of Erdium. Sikatul Islam, a title below Ayatollah, one who has explicitly been trusted to narrate fatwas. Siquare, a surname from Portuguese. Siqueros, plural of siquera. Diqueros, a surname. Siqueroses, plural of siqueros. Septuager, a province of the Negros Island region, Visayas, Philippines. Siquijorian, of or relating to Siquijor. Siquijorians, plural of Siquijorian. Initialism of surface insulation resistance. Alternative letter case form of Sir. Sir David's long-beaked echidna. Saglossus attenboroi, a species of long-beaked echidna. Sir David's long-beaked echidnae, plural of Sir David's long-beaked echidna. Sir David's long-beaked echidnas, plural of Sir David's long-beaked echidna. Sir Francis Drake Channel, a strait in the British Virgin Islands. Sir Humphrey, a high-ranking bureaucrat, particularly one who is elitist and deliberately obscure. Sir Humphreys, plural of Sir Humphrey. Sir John, a priest. Sir John Lacklaton, an uneducated priest, chiefly one who has little to no knowledge of Latin. Sir John Lacklatons, plural of Sir John Lacklaton. Sir John's, plural of Sir John. Sir Philip Sidney Game, a model for the evolution and maintenance of informative communication between relatives developed to explain begging behavior in checks. Sir Philip Sidney Games, plural of Sir Philip Sidney Game. Sir Robert Borden, alternative form of Robert Borden. Sir Robert Bordens, plural of Sir Robert Borden. Sir Roger de Coverley, alternative form of Roger de Coverley Country Dance. Sir Roger de Coverley, alternative form of Roger de Coverley Country Dance. Sir Roger of Coverley, alternative form of Roger de Coverley Country Dance. Sir Roger of Coverley, alternative form of Roger de Coverley Country Dance. Sir Sandwich, the practice of beginning and ending a sentence with the address of Sir. Sir Sandwiches, plural of Sir Sandwich. Sir, this is a Wendy's, alternative form of Sir, this is an Arby's. Sir, this is an Arby's, used to indicate that one finds a statement to be bizarre, tangential, or inappropriate for the context in which it is made. Chirreverence. Excrement. Chirreverences, plural of surreverence. Sir, abbreviation of Surech. Era. A village in Flekkefjord Municipality, Agder County, Norway. Surau, a barangay of Dagami, late Philippines. Surech, a municipality of Croatia. Surech, a book of the Catholic and Eastern Orthodox canon of the Old Testament, considered apocryphal by Protestants. Sriracha, alternative form of sriracha. Siragusa, a surname from Italian. Syragusas, plural of Siragusa. Saraiki, alternative spelling of Saraiki. Surajganj district, one of the 8 districts in the Rajshahi division of Bangladesh. Gurama, a river in El Salvador. Surimsai, a particular anxiolytic and antidepressant. Surau, a barangay of Cebu City, Cebu, Philippines. Eras, plural of Sarah. Saraskier, obsolete form of Saraskier. Saraskiers, plural of Saraskir. Sciarravo, a surname from Italian. Sciarravos, plural of Saravo. Surawai, a municipality of Zamboanga del Norte, Philippines. Surya, an Aboriginal people from Taiwan. Suraic, a language family spoken in southwest Taiwan, a branch of East Formosan. Surian, pertaining to the Suraya tribe, an indigenous people of Taiwan. Surians, plural of Surayan. Surban, a kind of muslin for making turbans. Surbans, plural of Surband. Surbonian, alternative form of Surbonian. SIR, acronym of Security Intelligence Review Committee. Sarkar, alternative spelling of Sarkar. Sarkars, plural of Sarkar. Circe, a surname. Circes, plural of Circe. Sardar, a high-ranking person in India and other areas of West Central Asia, a chief, a headman. Sardars, plural of Sardar. Sardarship, the role or status of a Sardar. Sardarships, plural of Sardarship. Sire, a lord, master, or other person in authority, most commonly used vocatively, formally in speaking to elders and superiors, later only when addressing a sovereign. Sireland, a fatherland, an ancestral homeland. Sirelands, plural of sireland. Sire, simple past and past participle of sire. Siredon, a larval or neotenic salamander, for example the axolotl Ambystoma mexicanum. Siredones, plural of siredon. Siredons, plural of siredon. Sire, Sirius, plural of sire. Sired, the Papadivi Fara. Sire, a surname. Sirx, plural of Sirk. Siron, alternative spelling of Sireland. Sirens, plural of Sireland. Cyrus, without a sire. Sire, a village, the county seat of Burnett County, Wisconsin, United States. Siren call, synonym of siren song. Siren calls, plural of siren call. Siren song, alternative form of siren song. Siren songs, plural of siren song. Siren suit, a one-piece garment for the whole body, originally designed to be put on while making one's way to an air raid shelter. Siren suits, plural of siren suit. Siren song, alternative form of siren song. Siren songs, plural of siren song. Terrena Deep, a deep in Mariana Trench, Pacific Ocean, the third deepest known place on Earth, second deepest in the Mariana Trench. Sirene, a member of the celebrated fraternity of Cyrenaical Gentlemen, a club that met at the Mermaid Tavern in Elizabeth in London. Cyrenaics, plural of Cyrenaic. Sirendip, alternative form of serendib. Sire, a slightly crumbly brine cheese made of cow, sheep, or goat milk, similar to feta, popular in the Balkan Peninsula. Sirened. Simple past and past participle of siren. Science. Plural of siren. Sirenate. The AFL siren controversy surrounding the result of an Australian rules football match of 2006 when a point was scored after the end of the game because the umpire did not hear the siren. Sirenan. Any of a group of aquatic herbivorous mammals of the order Sirenia, a manatee, or a dugong. Sirenians. Plural of Sirenian. Sire. Resembling or relating to a mythical siren. Sirenico. Like or appropriate to a siren, deceptive, fascinating. Sirenic. In a sirenic manner. Sired. Any member of the family Sirenidae of salamanders. Sirenids. Plural of Sirenid. Sire. An extinct Eskimo language that was spoken on the Chukotka Peninsula of Russia. Sirenic Ubek. Synonym of Sirenic. Sirenic Ubek. Synonym of Sirenic. Sireneske. Synonym of Sirenic. Siren. A sexual attraction pheromone in some fungi of the genus Alamyces. Sirening. Present participle and gerund of siren. Sirenize. Alternative form of sirenize. Sirenized. Simple past and past participle of sirenize. Sirenizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of sirenize. Sirenizing. Present participle and gerund of sirenize. Sirenize. To use the enticements of a siren, to fascinate. Sirenize. Simple past and past participle of sirenize. Sirenizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of sirenize. Sirenizing. Present participle and gerund of sirenize. Sirenless. Without a siren. Siren-like. Like a siren mechanical or electronic device. Sirenomelia. A rare congenital deformity in which the legs are fused together, giving them the appearance of a mermaid's tail. Sirenomic. Of or relating to sirenomelia. Sirens. Plural of siren. Siren song. Alternative form of siren song. Siren songs. Plural of siren song. Sires. Plural of sire. Tires. A female sir. Sireses. Plural of sires. Sires. A river in Ukraine and Romania, a tributary of the Danube. Siredo. A village and commune of Iași County, Romania. Sire. Third person singular simple present indicative of sire. Surde. A green-plumaged corvid species, Sisichinensis, of the Himalayas and Southeast Asia. Servangs. Plural of Sergang. Sir Ali. A village in Tredegar Community, Blaen au Gwent Borough County Borough, Wales, a West Grid Ref So 1410. There. A female given name. Thera. Of the star Sirius. Therina. Alternative form of Zyrian. Irinans. Plural of Syrianian. Ziriane. A surname from Italian. Darianes. Plural of Syriani. Darians. Plural of Syrian. Teases. Sunstroke. Cirrus. Any of The family Ciricidae of horntails, certain woodwasps. Ciricids, plural of ciricid. Cirico, a surname from Italian. Siricos, plural of Sirico. Theri, a vining plant of Sumatra, whose leaves may be chewed with betel nuts or used medicinally to shrink the vagina after childbirth. Cyrenaica, a village and commune of Valsia County, Romania. Siring, present participle and gerund of sire. Sirings, plural of siring. Diameter, a unit of distance equal to 1 million astronomical units or 15.813 light years. Cyriometers, plural of cyriometer. Siono, a Tupian language of eastern Bolivia. Iris, plural of Siri. Irisa, alternative form of Cirrus type of tree. Irisas, plural of Cirrisa. Irisa, alternative form of Cirrus type of tree. Irisas, plural of Cirrisa. Tiras, a telescopic binary star, visually the brightest star in the night sky, a part of the northern constellation of Canis Major, the Greater Dog, one of 3 stars in the Winter Triangle asterism. Long understood as a single extremely luminous white star, it was associated in ancient Egypt with the Nile flood and in Greek and Roman culture with the dog days of summer. Tere, sir, as a respectful term of address. Teres, plural of Seaji. Sir, a surname from Slovene. Sarkar, alternative spelling of Sarkor. Sarkars, plural of Sarkar. Dogir, any of several species of Asiatic cuckoos of the genus Takakua. Erkirs, plural of Cirkir. Tid, alternative form of Circe. Circean, of or relating to Douglas Sirk 1897-1987, German film director best known for his work in Hollywood melodramas of the 1950s. Sergis, plural of Serki. Zegis, plural of Seaki. Turks, plural of Sirk. Sergi, a kind of unplated matting formed by laying the fine cylindrical culms from the upper part of the grass Tripitium bengalans side by side and binding them in single or double layers. It may be laid under the thatch of a house, used to cover carts and palanquins to make table mats, etc. Sirloin, a cut of beef from the lower part of the back, where the last ribs are called rump in UK English. Sirloin cap, synonym of pecan, a cut of beef. Sirloins, plural of sirloin. Turma, alternative form of sorma. Sermons, a surname. Sermonses, plural of sermons. Sermark, alternative form of Sermark. Sermarks, plural of Sermark. Sirmoor district, one of the 6 districts in the Shimla division of the Himachal Pradesh in the Republic of India. cRNA, small interfering RNA or short interfering RNA or silencing RNA. Serda, a village and commune of Prahova County, Romania. Sermo, relating to cRNA. Surname, archaic spelling of surname. Surnamed, simple past and past participle of surname. Surnames, plural of surname. Surnaming, present participle and gerund of surname. CRNA, plural of CRNA. Cerebacidaceous, of or relating to the Cerebacidaceae. Sirach, synonym of sirocco. Sirocco, a draft of hot air from an artificial source of heat. Siraquish, resembling or characteristic of a sirocco. Sirocco's, plural of sirocco. Sirox, plural of siroc. Sirodes men, any of a certain group of fungal phytotoxins. Sirodes mens, plural of sirodes men. Siroheme, alternative spelling of siroheme. Sirohemes, plural of siroheme. Siroheme, a heme-like prosthetic group used by some enzymes to accomplish the 6-electron reduction of sulfur and nitrogen. Sirohemes, plural of siroheme. Siroitrochorin, a porphyrin derivative related to heme. Sirolimus, an immunosuppressive drug CHNO that is a macrocyclic lactone obtained from a soil bacterium Streptomyces hygroscopicus and is taken orally, especially to prevent rejection of transplanted organs. Sire, alternative spelling of Siren. Sire, a Celtic goddess of healing associated with healing springs. Sire, any harvestmen of the family Sirenidae. Sirenids, plural of Sirene. Scions, plural of Siren. Syrah, obsolete form of Syrah. Europa, alternative form of Serapa. Europas, plural of Siropa. Syrops, plural of Syrah. Syros, alternative form of Syros, Greek island. Siroda, a surname. Sirodes, plural of Siroda. Serpich, alternative form of Sarpach. Serpiches, plural of Serpich. Serpesh, alternative form of Sarpech turban ornament. Serpes, plural of Serpesh. Serple, alternative form of Sipple. Serple, simple past and past participle of serple. Serples, third person singular simple present indicative of serple. Serfle, present participle and gerund of serple. Tura, alternative spelling of Sura. Tura, synonym of alpharats. Suras, plural of Sura. Suraki, alternative form of cirky kind of matting. Turas, plural of Sura. Suras, plural of Sura. Suraki, alternative form of cirky kind of matting. Turas, plural of Sura. Sur, simple past and past participle of Sur. Suri, alternative spelling of Syri. Surius, plural of Suri. Suring, present participle and gerund of Sur. Eris, alternative form of Cirrus type of tree. Sarah, obsolete spelling of syrup. Sarah, a fantastical creature depicted on the reconstructed Ishtar Gate of Babylon. A scaly dragon with hind legs like an eagle's talons and feline forelegs. Terahus, plural of Sirush. Terth, abbreviation of systemic inflammatory response syndrome. Thar, plural of Sir. Thurs, plural of Sir. Ter, initialism of Security Incident Response Team. Sirtaki, a modern Greek folk dance, a mixture of the slow and fast versions of the Hasapiko dance. Sirtakis, plural of Sirtaki. Sir, a part city in Libya. Sir, initialism of space infrared telescope facility. Certinol, the substituted benzamide 2,2-hydroxynaphthalene, 1-methylene amino and 1-phenethylbenzamide that is biochemically active. Serving any of several enzymes that act as regulatory factors that mediate the life-extending effects of a low-calorie diet. Sirtuins, plural of sirtuin. Circumab, a human monoclonal antibody designed for the treatment of rheumatoid arthritis. Daruma, a municipality of Camarines Sur, Philippines. Sura, dated form of Sira. Syrupt, simple past and past participle of syrup. Syruper, alternative form of syruper. Syrupers, plural of syruper. Syruping, present participle and gerund of syrup. Syrups, plural of syrup. Syrupy, obsolete form of syrupy. Sir, initialism of Special Investors Resident Visa. TERA, acronym of shoulder injury related to vaccine administration. Shervan, a typically satirical song sung by the troubadours of Provence. Servants, plural of servant. Serwal, a form of baggy trousers worn in North Africa, the Arab world, and parts of the Balkans. Darwals, plural of Surwal. Surah, any of the battles in which the Islamic prophet Muhammad personally did not participate but to which he sent sahabas. Therists, any of the tropical birds in the genus Surists found in Central and South America. This, initialism of Secret Intelligence Service. This, plural of C. This, clipping of sister. Sis boonba, an exclamation of encouragement. Sisachko Maslovachka, alternative form of Sisak Maslovina. Sisak, a city in Croatia. Sisak Maslovina, a county of Croatia. County seat, Sisak. Sezai, a province of Thailand. Sidal, a Central American plant, Agave cultivated for its sword-shaped leaves that yield fibers used for Sizalagnin, a chemical compound found in Agave Sizalana. Sidals, plural of Sizal. Tithon, a surname. Dithamus, plural of Sisam. Sisko, a surname. Sisten, strong attachment or attraction to one's own sister. Siskins, plural of siskin. Siskows, plural of Cisco. Siskowit, a freshwater fish from Lake Superior in the Great Lakes, a variety of the lake trout. Siskowits, plural of Siskoit. Thus, acronym of single instruction, single data. DIES, SISA, acronym of Stop Internet Sexual Exploitation Act. SITSI, alternative form of Sisi historical Chinese ingots used as currency. SIDL, the Sawelect. Diddles, plural of sizzle. Sizemar, a surname. Sizemars, plural of sizemore. Izrera, alternative form of sizrari. Izraras, plural of sizrara. Zyraris, plural of sizrari. Tyrari, a severe rebuke or scolding. Sizerstat, synonym of iridazmine. Tias, plural of sis. Tesi, a village and commune of Mehedinti County, Romania. Sexual bex, spoonerism of bisexual sex. Zid, alternative form of Zisha. Zizhe, the county of Jining, Shantung, China. Sissification, the suppression of the freedom of the press in Egypt under President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi. Sese, a pork dish from the Philippines. Sissetan, a municipality in Uri Canton, Switzerland. Sizzlar, a meal of sisig with fried rice and fried egg. Sisaman, a barangay of Lac, Davao de Oro, Philippines. Tizeve, alternative form of Sisyphean. Sitirin, a barangay of Patogo, Quezon, Philippines. A surname. Zeta, a surname. Zetas, plural of Siska. Sestin, a small green and yellow European finch, Cardelis spinus or Cardelis spinus, now spinus. Siskind, a surname from German. Siskind, plural of Siskind. Sestins, plural of Siskin. Sisgewe, archaic form of Siskowit. Siskewets, plural of Siskiwet. Siskiyou, a mountain range and a national forest in Northern California and Southern Oregon. Siskiyou County, one of 58 counties in California, United States. County seat. Eureka. Cisco, a surname. Siskaus, plural of Cisco. Siskowit, alternative form of Siskowit. Siskowits, plural of Siskowit. Ev, plural of Sisk. Zor, a surname. Zewers, plural of Sizzler. Tesla, a surname originating as a matronymic. Ewis, plural of Sicily. Silan, a surname from Armenian. Selens, plural of Sicilian. Sizwe, a surname from Armenian. Sitwes, plural of Sicilian. Sesamens, a close but non-sexual relationship between two women. Sesamenses, plural of sisments. Sismantic, of or relating to sisments. Seismograph, archaic form of seismograph. Seismographs, plural of seismograph. Seismology, archaic form of seismology. Seismometer, dated form of seismometer. Seismometers, plural of seismometer. Seismotherapy, alternative form of seismotherapy. Tetany, a surname. Sentence. Plural of Sisny. Sissamison, minute ligocide antibiotic 2 R3 R4 R5 R2 1s 2s 3 R4s 6 R4 6 diamino 3 2s 3 R3 amino 6 aminothiol 3 4 dihydro 2 H pyrin 2 il oxy 2 hydroxycyclohexyloxy 5 methyl 4 methyl amino oxane 3 5 del. That's a surname from Hokkien. Sissons, plural of sisson. Sisophon, synonym of seraphone. Sisorid, any member of the Sisoridae. Sisorids, plural of Sisora. Sisoroi, any member of the Sisoridia superfamily of catfish. Sisoroids, plural of Sisoroi. Sispoi, a census-designated place in Santa Barbara County, California, United States. Thus, a hissing noise. Zezash, a municipality and district in Basel-Landschaft Canton, Switzerland. Thus, simple past and past participle of cis. Sevel, a surname. Cicero. The pet Amazona imperialis found only on the island of Dominica. Zetherus, plural of Cicero. Devis, plural of Cis. Cisethan, a city, the county seat of Roberts County, South Dakota, United States. Cisa, simple past and past participle of sissy. Cither, comparative form of sissy, more sissy. Tethas, plural of sissy. Tis, superlative form of sissy, most sissy. Sissification, alternative spelling of sissification. Sissify, made like a sissy, effete. Sissifies, third person singular simple present indicative of sissify. Sissify, to make sissy, to emasculate. Sissifying, present participle and gerund of sissify. Tesenas, the property of being sissy. Sissing, present participle and gerund of sis. Sissinghurst, a village in Cranbrook and Sissinghurst Parish, Tunbridge Wells District, Kent, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 7937. Sizzle, alternative form of sizzle. Sizzled, simple past and past participle of sizzle. Settles, third person singular simple present indicative of sizzle. Sizzling, present participle and gerund of sizzle. Tetho, a surname. Telemus, plural of sissum. Teza, a surname. Tesson, a jump starting with 2 feet on the ground and ending with only 1. Sissons, plural of sisson. Sesums, a surname. Thesser, a leguminous tree Dalbergia sisu of northern India. Thesers, plural of sisu. Dese, a diminutive of the female given name Cecilia. Sissy bar, a looped bar behind the saddle of a motorcycle or bicycle, serving primarily as a backrest for the driver or a passenger. Sissy bars, plural of sissy bar. Sissy hypno, a pornographic genre which purports to hypnotically persuade a male consumer to undergo feminization on themselves. Sissy squat, an isolation exercise for the quadriceps femoris in which, from a standing position, The knees bend forward while the hips remain extended and the lifter leans backwards. The heels normally lift off the ground and the tibia reaches a mostly perpendicular angle with the direction of resistance gravity. The knees do not need to touch the floor before returning to a standing position. Optionally, weight can be held on the torso in order to increase the load on the quadriceps femoris. Sissy squats, plural of sissy squat. Sissification, the act or process of sissifying. Sissigasm, an orgasm reached solely through penetration of the anus rather than by stimulation of the penis or clitoris. Sissigasmed. Simple past and past participle of sissigasm. Sissigasming, present participle and gerund of sissigasm. Sissigasms, plural of sissigasm. Today, present participle and gerund of sissy. Today, like a sissy. Sit as a, the quality of being a sissy. Sissiphobia, a prevailing negative reaction towards men who act in a feminine way. Sissophobic, exhibiting or relating to sissiphobia. Thus, to stay, for example, judicial proceedings, to delay or suspend, to stop. Thus the pronunciation spelling of sister. Sister girl, a gay or transgender person in the Tiwi Islands culture. Sister girls, plural of sister girl. Testa, pronunciation spelling of sister. Testas, plural of sister. Sistan, a province in eastern Iran, in full, Sistan and Balochistan. Sistan and Balochistan, one of 31 provinces in Iran, in the southeast of the country. Sistani, or pertaining to the Iranian region of Sistan. Sistani Persian, a dialect of the Persian language that is spoken mostly in the Sistan region, with distinctive grammar and phonology. Sestanese, plural of Sistani. Sistarala, a village and commune of Arad County, Romania. Thus, plural of Sista. Tested, simple past and past participle of sis. Tester, title of respect for an adult female member of a religious order. Sister Act, a variety show involving two or more sisters. Sister Acts, plural of Sister Act. Sister Block, a tackle block having two sheaves one above the other. Sister Blocks, plural of Sister Block. Sister Chromatid, either of the two chromatids of a replicated chromosome. Sister chromatid cohesion, the coupling of replicated sister chromatids along the whole length of a chromosome. Sister chromatids, plural of sister chromatid. Sister cities, plural of sister city. Sister city, a foreign city with which a city has a declared relationship of cordiality. Sister clip, Danglefield clip. Sister clips, plural of sister clip. Sister companies, plural of sister company. Sister company, a company that shares its parent company with another company. Sister from another mister, a very close female friend. Sister hook, either of a pair of hooks fitted together, the shank of one forming a mousing for the other. Sister hooks, plural of sister hook. Sister humper, sister fucker. Sister humpers, plural of sister humper. Sister in Christ, a female fellow Christian, a woman who shares the speaker's belief in Christianity. Sister-in-law, alternative form of sister-in-law. Sister language, a cognate language, a language that is related to another by virtue of descending from a common ancestral language. Sister languages, plural of sister language. Sister minor, synonym of Poor Clare, a nun of the Order of St. Clare. Sister minoress, synonym of Poor Clare, a nun of the Order of St. Clare. Sister minoress, alternative letter case form of Sister minoress. Sister of Loretto, a member of the Sisters of Loretto, a Catholic religious institute. Sister of Mercy, a member of a worldwide religious institute of Catholic women founded in 1831 in Dublin, Ireland. Sister of the Holy Names of Jesus and Mary, a member of a religious institute founded at Longueuil, Quebec, Canada, in 1843 for the Christian education of young girls. Sister of the Immaculate Heart of Mary, a member of a Catholic religious teaching institute for women founded in Alat, Catalonia, Spain in 1848. Sister Planet, a planet that shares similar physical characteristics, such as size, density, and mass, with another planet. Sister planets, plural of sister planet. Sister Republic, a European republic established by the forces of the First French Republic or with French assistance during the French Revolutionary Wars of the late 18th and early 19th centuries. Sister republics, plural of sister republic. Sister ship, a ship built to the same design and dimensions as another or belongs to the same owners as another. Sister ships, plural of sister ship. Sister soldier moment, a politician's public repudiation of extremism perceived to be allied or associated with them or their political party. Sister soldier moments, plural of sister soldier moment. Sister wife, alternative form of sister wife. Sister wives, plural of sister wife. Sister German, a sister born of the same parents. Sister in arms, a woman comrade in arms. Sister-in-law, a female relative of one's generation, separated by 1 degree of marriage. Sister-in-laws, plural of sister-in-law. Sister-outlaw, the sister of one's boyfriend or girlfriend. Sister-wife, a woman who is simultaneously sister and wife to her spouse. Sister-wives, plural of sister-wife. Tercest, incestuous relationships between sisters. Sisterkin, synonym of siskin. Sisterkins, plural of sisterkin. Sisterdom, sisterhood, the quality of being a sister. Sister, simple past and past participle of sister. Sisterfuck, a sister fucker. Sister fucker, an extremely undesirable person. Sister fuckers, plural of sister fucker. Sister fucking. Motherfucking. Sister fucks, plural of sister fuck. Sister girl, sister, girlfriend as a familiar term of address between women. Sister girls, plural of sister girl. Sisterhood, the state or kinship of being sisters. Sisterhoods, plural of sisterhood. Sistering, present participle and gerundive sister. Sistergy, sister as a respectful term of address. Sistergies, plural of sistergy. Sisterkin, fond term of address for one's sister. Sisterkins, fond term of address for one's sister. sister. Sestras, without a sister. Sisterly, resembling or characteristic of a sister. Sisterwiness, the property of being sisterly. Sisterlocks, small, thin dreadlocks that are woven into the hair using a special tool. Sisterly, of or characteristic of sisters. Sisterly love, feminine variant of brotherly love. Sister, alternative form of sistren. Sisters, a city in Deschutes County, Oregon. Sisters before misters. A woman should prioritize her female friends over her boyfriend or husband. Sisters from another mister. Plural of sister from another mister. Sisters from other misters. Plural of sister from another mister. Sisters in Christ. Plural of sister in Christ. Sisters in law. Plural of sister in law. Sisters minor. Plural of sister minor. Sisters minores. Plural of sister minores. Sisters minores. Plural of sister minores. Sisters of mercy. Plural of sister of mercy. Sisters of the holy names of Jesus and Mary. Plural of sister of the holy names of Jesus and Mary. Sisters of the Immaculate Heart of Mary. Plural of sister of the Immaculate Heart of Mary. Sisters German. Plural of sister German. Sisters-in-law. Plural of sister-in-law. Sisters outlaw. Plural of sister outlaw. Sistership. Alternative form of sistership. Sisterships. Plural of sistership. Sesterson, the son of one's sister, soror nephew. Sestersons, plural of sisterson. Tith, a surname from Italian. Sestine, of or pertaining to Pope Sixtus. Dessing, present participle and gerund of cis. Death is, plural of sisti. Saston, a village and civil parish in South Gloucestershire District, Gloucestershire, England. OS Grid Ref SD 6875. Tissa, plural of sistrum. Tessera, plural of sister. Sistrans, plural of sistren. Sistrum, an ancient Egyptian musical instrument, to be shaken, consisting of a metal frame holding percussive metal beads. Sistrums, plural of sistrum. Sestruck, a surname. Sestrunks, plural of sistrunk. Thus, plural of sis. Tessa, pronunciation spelling of sister. Testas, plural of sister. Thither, strength of will in the face of adversity, grit, perseverance, regarded as an integral part of Finnish culture. Cisinatavir, a drug that is an inhibitor of respiratory syncytial virus replication. Sisopala, the king of Chetty and cousin of Krishna. Siswati, the Swazi language. Sisimbrium, any plant of the genus Sisimbrium. Sisimbriums, plural of Sisimbrium. Sisyphan, incessant or incessantly recurring, but futile. Sisyphean labor, alternative form of Sisyphean labor. Sisyphean labors, plural of Sisyphean labor. Sisyphean labor, a task that is both laborious and futile. Sisyphean labors, plural of Sisyphean labor. Sisyphean, alternative form of Sisyphean. Sisyphe, alternative form of Sisyphean. Sisyphism, infinite labor that produces nothing. Sisyphus, son of Aeolus and Anerete, and king of Ephyra, as tragic figure doomed eternally to roll a boulder up a hill in Tartarus, a part of Hades. Sisyphus cooling, the use of specially selected laser light, hitting atoms from various angles to both cool and trap them in a potential well, effectively rolling the atoms down a hill of potential energy until they have lost their kinetic energy. Sisyphus effect, the phenomenon of Sisyphus cooling. Sisyphus effects, plural of Sisyphus effect. Sisyphean, alternative form of Sisyphean. Scissorid, any spongula fly in the family Scissoridea. Scissorids, plural of Scissorid. Sisyrinchium, any plant of the genus Sisyrinchium. Sisyrinchiums, plural of Sisyrinchium. Initialism of special information tone. A surname. Sit about, synonym of sit around. Sit around, to spend time sitting idly, not doing anything important. Sit back, to recline while still in a seated position, with one's back on the frame of the seat. Sit back on one's heels, to take no action, letting things happen as they will. Sit bon, either of the two ischial tuberosities. Sit bones, plural of sit bone. Sit by, synonym of sit idly by. Sit dead rat, for a batter to look for a four-seam fastball. Sit down, to assume a sitting position from a standing position. Tit for, to take care of children in the absence of their parents, to work as a babysitter for someone. Sit idly by, to remain close or stand aside while refraining from acting or intervening. Sit in, to attend a class, educational presentation, meeting, etc. for one time as a visitor. Sit in for, to substitute, to take somebody's place. Sit in judgment, to perform the role of a judge, to take on the power of judgment. Sit in judgment, to determine formally whether someone has done something wrong. Sit in on, to attend a private meeting or class without participating. Sit in the wheels, to wheelsec. Sit in we, to join often as an observer, supervisor, or outsider a group working together on a task. Tit loose, to be careless or indifferent to something. Tit loosely, alternative form of sit loose. Sieve off, to give less than full effort, to let off on energy or pressure. Sieve on, to block, suppress, restrain something. Sit on attack, an expression of contempt or dismissiveness directed at someone, particularly in the case of disagreement. Sit on death's doorstep, to be on the brink of death, to be almost dead. Sit, vomit, shove it up your ass, up yours, or back off. Sit on one's arse, alternative form of sit on one's ass. Sit on one's ass, to be very lazy and idle, especially when immediate action is required. Sit on one's hands, to remain idle when action is needed, perhaps because of fear, ignorance, complacency. indecisiveness or dislike of the person as or situation. Sit on one's laurels. Synonym of rest on one's laurels. Sit on someone's wheel. To sit in the wheels, to wheelsec. Sit on the fence. To remain neutral on a certain topic, to not have a stance or opinion. Sit one's ass down. A rude and vulgar directive requesting someone to take a seat. Sit one's butt down. To listen to another person without interrupting. Sit out. To decline to participate, particularly to decline to dance. Sit outs. Plural of sit out. Sit over. To move along a seat or bench to make room. Sit right. To suit one's constitution, so as not to upset one's stomach or make one sick when consumed. Sit Shiva. To take part in the Shiva morning ritual. Sit spin. A kind of spin in figure skating, executed in a sitting position with the knee of the skating leg bent and the free leg held in front. Sit spins. Plural of sit spin. Sit still. To remain motionless. Sit the fence. Alternative form of sit on the fence. Sit there like a Lenin. To remain uselessly in a place or situation without taking any action. Sit through. To unwillingly stay seated until the end of an event. Sit tight. To wait patiently. To take no action. To remain quiet or relatively motionless. Sit under. To be in the habit of hearing the preaching or teaching of someone. Duh. To assume a sitting position from a position lying down. Sit up and take notice. To start to pay attention suddenly. Sit up with. To stay awake past one's usual time in order to care for someone or keep someone company. Sit upon. Buttocks, bottom. Sit upons. Plural of sit upon. Sit-ups. Plural of sit up. Sit well. To agree or be pleased with something. Sit with. To consider something slowly and carefully, to reflect on. Sit and go. A type of poker tournament which has no scheduled start time and begins once a set number of players have entered the tournament. Sit and goes. Plural of sit and go. Sit and wait predator. Synonym of ambush predator. Sit and wait predators. Plural of sit and wait predator. Sit by the fire. A person who prefers to stay at home rather than go out and socialize. Sit by the fires. Plural of sit by the fire. Sitcom. Alternative spelling of sitcom. Sitcoms. Plural of sitcom. Sit down. Intended to be done, used, consumed, etc. while sitting. Sit down money. Welfare or social security, including unemployment benefits, especially such welfare paid to Aboriginal people. Sit downer. A worker or protester who participates in a sit down. Sit downers. Plural of sit downer. Sit downs. Plural of sit down. Sit-in. A peaceful form of protest in which people occupy an area and refuse to leave. Sit-inner. A non-violent protester who participates in a sit-in. Sit-inners. Plural of sit-inner. Sit-ins. Plural of sit-in. Sit-lie. That is related to sitting and lying. Salon. Designed to be sat on. Sit on top. A kayak with a long hollowed-out portion in which the kayaker sits rather than a cockpit. Sit on tops. Plural of sit on top. Sit out. Alternative form of sit out. Sit outs. Plural of sit out. Sit-D. A ski/sled variant adapted for wheelchair-bound skiers with a seat and ski or skis mounted underneath. Sit-D. Simple past and past participle of sit-ski. Sit-D. One who rides on a sit-ski. Sit-skiers. Plural of sit-skier. Sit-E. Present participle and gerund of sit-ski. Sit-Ds. Plural of sit-ski. Sit-ho. An exercise in which the abdominal muscles are contracted, bringing the torso of a person lying down to a more upright position. Sit up and beg. Of a posture adopted by a person steering a vehicle such as an aeroplane, car, or motorcycle, sitting up straight, not bent forward or leaning back. Sit up and begs. Plural of sit up and beg. Sit upon. Alternative form of sit upon. Sit upons. Plural of sit upon. Sit-ups. Plural of sit-up. Sita, a goddess, the consort of Rama. Sita Buzăului, a village and commune of Covasna County, Romania. Sitawal. Alternative form of citable. Citalfloxacin, a fluoroquinolone antibiotic. Sitagliptin, misspelling of sitagliptin. Sitagliptin, a hypoglycemic drug taken orally in the form of its phosphate CHF6N50H3POH2O in the treatment of type 2 diabetes. It acts by inhibiting the degradation of incretins, which results in increased secretion of insulin by the pancreas. It is marketed under the trademark Januvia and when used in combination with metformin, under the trademark Janimet. Sitaglidone, a particular diuretic drug. Sitopatty, a fine kind of mat made especially in eastern Bengal and used to sleep on in the cold weather. Sitopatties, plural of sitopatty. Sitamaquine, a particular iminoquinoline that may be an anti-leishmanial drug. Sitanagaram, a village in Andhra Pradesh. Sitakti. Alternative form of Lamal. Sitapur, a city and district of Lucknow Division, Uttar Pradesh, India. Sitar, a surname. Sitaris, someone who plays a sitar. Sitarists, plural of sitaris. Sitar-like, resembling or characteristic of a sitar. Sitar-maker, an occupational surname of Indian usage. Sitar-makers, plural of sitar-maker. Sitters, plural of sitter. Siddhatapatra, a bodhisattva in Mahayana and Vajrayana Buddhism. Siddhatamda, the marsh buck, Tragelaphus-speke. Siddhatamdas, plural of Siddhatamda. Sidaxanthin, a drug for the treatment of pulmonary arterial hypertension. It, a brook, an occasional small waterway. A ditch, a gutter or drain, a ravine. Sitches, plural of sitch. Sitchin, a surname. Sitchis, resembling or influenced by the works, ideas, or literary style of Secharia Sitchin 1920-2010. Setchins, plural of Sitchin. Sitcom, situation comedy. Sitcomedian, an actor who appears on a sitcom. Sitcomedians, plural of sitcomedian. Sitcom, of or relating to sitcom. Sitcomish, resembling or characteristic of a sitcom. Sitcom-like, resembling or characteristic of a sitcom. Sitcomish, alternative spelling of sitcomish. Sitcomy, synonym of sitcomish. Sitcoms, plural of sitcom. Sitcomy, alternative form of sitcomy. Sit down, alternative spelling of sit down. Sit downs, plural of sit down. Sit drow, a dramatic sitcom. Sit drowns, plural of sit dram. Thought, the place where anything is fixed, situation, local position. Side effect, misspelling of side effect. Sitemap, a web page that lists the content and shows the structure of a website to aid in navigation. Sitemaps, plural of sitemap. Siteq, a formerly unidentified archaeological site of a Mayan city, identified in the late 1990s and early 2000s as La Corona. Side effect, misspelling of side effect. Site faithful, that return to the same breeding grounds every year, typically generation after generation. Cideable, able to be cited. Cite then, to ban a user from accessing or using a website. Sitebend, simple past and past participle of sitebin. Sitebanning, present participle and gerund of sitebin. Sitebins, plural of sitebin. Site, simple past and past participle of site. Site holder, the owner or operator of a physical site. Site holders, plural of site holder. Sidok, a surname from Polish. Sidex, plural of sidok. Sightless, without sights. Sightlessness, lack of a sight. Sitelet, a small website. Site Sitelets, plural of sitelet. Sitemap, alternative spelling of sitemap. Sitemaps, plural of sitemap. Siteup, a WordPress site operator, the person in charge of a top site. Siteups, plural of siteup. Siterup, a complete archive of a website. Siterups, plural of siterup. Tights, plural of site. Site swap, a numerical notation used to describe juggling patterns where each number represents the height and direction of a throw. Site swap notation, a numerical notation used to describe juggling patterns. Site swaps, plural of site swap. Siwi, throughout a site, either a physical place or a website. Siwise, arranged or classified by site. De-s, a callosity with inflamed edges on the back of a horse under the saddle. De-asts, plural of sitas. Tetes, a town in Barcelona province, Catalonia. Spain. One of a fictional order of creatures from Star Wars universe who represent the antithesis and ancient enemies of the Jedi. Sithkund, synonym of Jessithkund. Sithkend men, a Jessith. Sithkend men, plural of Sithkend men. Sa, obsolete form of Sai. That, simple past and past participle of Sai. City, see thee, variously used as a farewell I will see you later, or an admonition to pay attention equals see here. Sithaman, obsolete form of Scythaman. Scythaman, plural of Scythaman. Sitha, from or since the time that. Tethans, thereupon, subsequently, afterwards. Tithans, obsolete form of Scythans. Size, third person singular simple present indicative of Sai. Sile, present participle and gerund of Sai. Sithingly, with sighs, sighingly. Sil-like, resembling or characteristic of the Sith. Sithme, a village and civil parish in southwest Cornwall, England. OS Grid Ref SW 6329. Sith Hole, a surname. Des, plural of Sith. Sidit, sold inside, ticketed inside, relative to the country of origin of travel. Sita, a city in Crete. Greece. Tidat, thirsty. Sit in Akai, a tetragonal ditrigonal dipyramidal mineral containing hydrogen, niobium, oxygen, potassium, silicon, sodium, and titanium. Siding, present participle and gerund of site. Sidings, plural of siding. Sidha, a subdivision of a barangay, typically rural. Sidirane, concerned with the mythological motif of the origins of foods, food sources, or food-related aspects of human culture. Sidalide, alternative form of cytology. Sidamania, alternative form of sidomania. Sidaphobia, alternative form of sidophobia. Sidhouse, plural of Sidao. Teta, a member of an indigenous tribe of people from Baranof Island in the area of Sitka, Alaska. Sitka deer, Otocoileus hemianus sicensis, a cane of mule deer. Sitka spruce, Pisces achensis, a very large coniferous evergreen tree. Sitka spruces, plural of Sitka spruce. Seta, plural of Sitka. Setgo, a surname. Sitgaus, plural of Sitgo. Settler, a surname. Settlers, plural of Sittler. Setlinton, a civil parish in the metropolitan borough of Wakefield, West Yorkshire, England, at one time named Shitlinton. Seta, a river in Botasani, Romania. Sidel, sold inside, ticketed outside, relative to the country of origin of travel. Sidel, food, especially grain. Sidocalciferol, vitamin D5. Citondacai, misspelling of citoindacai. Citoindacai, any of a group of steroid glycoside lipids. Citoindocides, plural of citoindacai. Citoloboi, plural of citologos. Citologos, an official in charge of a granary in ancient Greece. Cytology, the science of food and nutrition. Sitomania. Obsessive eating. Situtary. Alternative form of situtary. Situtaries. Plural of situtary. Situtary. A small patio or sheltered area outside a house suitable for sitting and for relaxation or socializing. Sitophilia. Food ply. Sitopho. A person who has sitophobia. Sitophobes. Plural of sitopho. Sitophobia. A morbid or insane dread of eating and aversion to food. Sitophobic. Having or relating to sitophobia. Sitophobics. Plural of sitophobic. Cytosol. Misspelling of cytosol. Cytostanol. Stigmastanol. Cytosterine. Synonym of beta-sitosterol. Cytosterol. Any of a range of plant sterols used to prepare steroid hormones. Cytosterolemia. Alternative form of cytosterolemia. Cytosterolemia. A rare inherited lipid metabolic disorder characterized by hyperabsorption and decreased biliary excretion of dietary sterols leading to hypercholesterolemia, xanthomas, premature atherosclerosis, and abnormal hematologic and liver function test results. Cytosterolemic. Relating to cytosterolemia. Cytosterolin. The glucoside of cytosterol. Cytosterols. Plural of cytosterol. Cytosterone. A steroid ketone related to cytosterol. Cytosterones. Plural of cytosterone. Cytotoxism. Food poisoning, especially when caused by spoiled grain. Sit-up. An outdoor area that is set up for sitting, including a floor and seats and possibly, but not necessarily having a roof, screens, or elevated platform. Sit-outs. Plural of sit-out. Sitravatinib. A tyrosine kinase inhibitor that is used as an anti-cancer drug. Citrap. Alternative form of Citra. Sitrep. Alternative form of Citra. Citrap. A situation report, a periodic report on the current military situation. Citraps. Plural of citrap. Plural of SIT. That's plural of sit. Sits about. Third person singular simple present indicative of sit about. Sits around. Third person singular simple present indicative of sit around. Sits back. Third person singular simple present indicative of sit back. Sits by. Third person singular simple present indicative of sit by. Sits down. Third person singular simple present indicative of sit down. Sits for. Third person singular simple present indicative of sit for. Sits idly by. Third person singular simple present indicative of sit idly by. Sits in. Third person singular simple present indicative of sit in. Sits in for. Third person singular simple present indicative of sit in for. Sits in judgment. Third person singular simple present indicative of sit in judgment. Sits in on. Third person singular simple present indicative of sit in on. Tet to loose. Third person singular simple present indicative of sit loose. Sits loosely. Third person singular simple present indicative of sit loosely. Sets off. Third person singular simple present indicative of sit off. Sits on. Third person singular simple present indicative of sit on. Sits on death's doorstep. Third person singular simple present indicative of sit on death's doorstep. Sits on it. Third person singular simple present indicative of sit on it. Sits on one's arse. Third person singular simple present indicative of sit on one's arse. Sits on one's ass. Third person singular simple present indicative of sit on one's ass. Sits on one's hands. Third person singular simple present indicative of sit on one's hands. Sits on the fence. Third person singular simple present indicative of sit on the fence. Sits one's ass down. Third person singular simple present indicative of sit one's ass down. Sits one's butt down. Third person singular simple present indicative of sit one's butt down. Sits out. Third person singular simple present indicative of sit out. Sits over. Third person singular simple present indicative of sit over. Sits right. Third person singular simple present indicative of sit right. Sits Shiva. Third person singular simple present indicative of sit Shiva. Sits Estelle. Third person singular simple present indicative of sit still. Sits through. Third person singular simple present indicative of sit through. Sits tight. Third person singular simple present indicative of sit tight. Sits under. Third person singular simple present indicative of sit under. Sets up. Third person singular simple present indicative of sit up. Sets up way. Third person singular simple present indicative of sit up with. Sits back. Abbreviation of situations vacant, job vacancies, or advertisements for job vacancies. Sits away. Third person singular simple present indicative of sit in with. Sit to the. Alternative form of sit ski. Sit to the. Simple past and past participle of sit ski. Sete. Present participle and gerund of sit ski. Setstes. Plural of sit ski. Tetsa. Tending to, apt to, prone to, or desirous to be seated or sitting, sedentary, stationary. Sidsapa. The central part of each buttock on which a person rests while sitting. Sidsapats. Plural of sitspot. Sittable. Able to be sat on. Sidesni. An ancient people dwelling along the Meotian swamp. Sida. Alternative form of Sidon. Sidderjelle. A municipality of Limburg, Netherlands. Seva. A river in south-central Myanmar. Ted. Simple past and past participle of sit. Sidawa. A small passerine bird of the genus Staphynospida, found in Australasia. Sidawas. Plural of sitella. Ted. Past participle of sit, alternative form of sat. Sitten down. Past participle of sit down. Sittenfeld. A surname. Sitter. A surname. Sitterin. One who attends a class, meeting, etc. Sitters. Plural of sitter. Sittersen. Plural of sitterin. Sittes. Second person singular simple present indicative of sit. Sit. Third person singular simple present indicative of sit. Sit. Any bird in the family Sitidae, the nuthatches. Sitets, plural of Sitid. Sit. A surname. Siteds, plural of Side. Sit. Pronunciation spelling of sitting. Sitting, of or relating to the family Sitidae, or nuthatches. Sitines, plural of sitine. Sitte, a period during which one is seated for a specific purpose. Sitting about, present participle and gerund of sit about. Sitting around, present participle and gerund of sit around. Sitting back, present participle and gerund of sit back. Sitting by, present participle and gerund of sit by. Sitting down, present participle and gerund of sit down. Sitting duck, an obvious, vulnerable target. Sitting ducks, plural of sitting duck. Sitting for, present participle and gerund of sit for. Sitting idly by, present participle and gerund of sit idly by. Sitting in, present participle and gerund of sit in. Sitting in for, present participle and gerund of sit in for. Sitting in judgment, present participle and gerund of sit in judgment. Sitting in on, present participle and gerund of sit in on. Sitting loose, present participle and gerund of sit loose. Sitting loosely, present participle and gerund of sit loosely. Sitting member, a current member of Parliament. Sitting members, plural of sitting member. Sitting off, present participle and gerund of sit off. Sitting on, present participle and gerund of sit on. Sitting on death's doorstep, present participle and gerund of sit on death's doorstep. Sitting on it, present participle and gerund of sit on it. Sitting on one's arse, present participle and gerund of sit on one's arse. Sitting on one's ass, present participle and gerund of sit on one's ass. Sitting on one's hands, present participle and gerund of sit on one's hands. Sitting on the fence, present participle and gerund of sit on the fence. Sitting one's ass down, present participle and gerund of sit one's ass down. Sitting one's butt down, present participle and gerund of sit one's butt down. Sitting out, present participle and gerund of sit out. Sitting over, present participle and gerund of sit over. Sitting pretty, having a comfortable or certain supply of money or resources. Sitting right, present participle and gerund of sit right. Sitting room, a room in a house where people residents or guests pass the time in leisure. Sitting rooms, plural of sitting room. Sitting Shiva, present participle and gerund of sit Shiva. Sitting still, present participle and gerund of sit still. Sitting table, a table for sitting at. Sitting table, plural of sitting table. Sitting tenant, a tenant who is already in occupation of a premises, especially when there is a change of owner. The tenant is not evicted when the property is sold to a new owner. Sitting tenants, plural of sitting tenant. Sitting through. Present participle and gerund of sit through. Sitting tight. Present participle and gerund of sit tight. Sitting toilet. A toilet used while sitting, as opposed to squatting, such as a flush toilet. Sitting toilets. Plural of sitting toilet. Sitting under. Present participle and gerund of sit under. Sitting up. Present participle and gerund of sit up. Sitting up with. Present participle and gerund of sit up with. Sitting volleyball. A form of volleyball played by disabled people who sit on the court while playing. Sitting with. Present participle and gerund of sit in with. Sitting out area. A public space provided with outdoor seating and some shelter, a parklet. Sitting out areas. Plural of sitting out area. Sitting rising tests. A test predicting mortality risk in older people based on whether and how easily they can sit on the floor and then rise back to a standing position. Sitting room. Alternative form of sitting room. Sitting rooms. Plural of sitting room. Sittingbourne. A large town in Swale District, Kent, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 9063. Sittingly. While sitting. Sittings. Plural of sitting. Did a surname. Sittings. Plural of sitten. Sit-on. Alternative form of sit-on. Sitringies. Plural of sitringi. Sikringi. A carpet of colored cotton, often striped. Titwi. A town in Rakhine State, Myanmar. Sit. Grandmother in Arabic contexts. Sit. A surname. Situal. Positional, relating to position or location. Situash. Flipping of situation. Situashes. Plural of situash. Situatable. Capable of being situated. Situate. To place on or into a physical location. Situated. Located in a specific place. Situatedly. In a situated manner. Situatedness. Embeddedness in a culture. Situate. Plural of situatedness. Situates. Third person singular simple present indicative of situate. Situating. Present participle and gerund of situate. Situation. The combination of circumstances at a given moment, a state of affairs. Situation comedies. Plural of situation comedy. Situation comedy. An episodic comedy radio or television program with a plot or storyline based around a particular humorous situation with the same set of characters. Situation room. A room reserved for business or political officials to discuss plans or courses of action. Situation rooms. Plural of situation room. Situation theory. A mathematical formalism developed in the 1980s for the representation of meaning or semantics. Situational. Of or pertaining to a particular situation or situations in general. Situationally. In a situational way. Situationism. A school of thought which holds that personality is more influenced by external factors than by internal traits or motivations. Situationisms. Plural of situationism. Situationists. pertaining to situationism. Situationists, plural of situationists. Situationless, without a situation. Situationlessness, lack of a situation. Situations, plural of situation. Situations vacant, the section of a newspaper or magazine that lists job openings. Situationship, a romantic or sexual relationship in which the parties do not consider or are not clear that they are in such relationship, such that is informal, without the responsibilities of a formal relationship, a companionship. Situationships, plural of situationship. Situative, occurring in relation to a specific situation. Sitola, a deep ceramic vase with a wide opening. Situli, plural of situla. Situlas, plural of situla. Situlate, resembling a vessel of the situla type. Situliform, shaped like a situla. Sita, alternative spelling of sita. Sitoba, alternative form of chituba. Situpes, plural of situpa. Situps, plural of situp, alternative spelling of situps. Itas, plural of situ. Situs ambiguous, synonym of situs ambigus. Situs ambigus, a congenital disease in which the major visceral organs are distributed abnormally in the chest and abdomen cavities. Situs, plural of situs. Situtanga, alternative form of situtunga. Situtungas, plural of situtunga. Titwal, a surname. Sitwallian, of or pertaining to the Sitwell literary family or any of its members. Sitwellism, the opinions and practices of the Sitwell literary family. That's ellipsis of sitz bath. Sitz bath, a hydrotherapeutic bath taken in a sitting position. Sitz baths, plural of sitz bath. Sitz im Leben, sociological setting. Sitzball, a sport somewhat similar to volleyball but played sitting down and thus suitable for people with disabilities or amputations that diminish their capacity to stand. Sitzra, alternative form of sitzbath. Sittas, plural of sitzbath. That's simple past and past participle of sitz. Sitzes, a surname from German. Sitzes, plural of sitzes. Sitzfleisch, the ability to endure or carry on with the activity. Sitzing, present participle and gerund of sitz. Sitzgray, warfare without any military operations or campaigns, a stalemate. Sitzgrades, plural of sitzgray. Sitzemann, a surname from German. Sitzemann, a surname from German. Sitzemans, plural of sitzmen. Sitzemans, plural of sitzmen. Sitzemark, an indentation in the snow made by a fallen skier. Sitzemarks, plural of sitzmark. Sitzbänkuler, a fearful person, usually male. Sitzprobe, alternative form of sitzprobe. Sitzprobes, plural of sitzprobe. Initialism of television or radio sets in use. A surname. Suhu, a kind of barbecue sauce used in Cantonese cuisine. Sula, Cantonese-style cooked meat. Sumai, alternative form of shumai. Sumai, meat roasted on spits over an open fire or wood-burning rotisserie oven, as in Cantonese cuisine. Su Sai Wang, a residential area of Eastern District, Hong Kong. Hu, roast pork in Chinese cuisine. Siu, obsolete spelling of sieve. Sears, plural of siu. Siumai, alternative form of shumai. Sude, alternative form of sunic. Hu, plural of siu. Hu, plural of siu. Law, a member of one of the tribes comprising the Confederated Tribes of Siletz Indians. Laws, plural of Law. Initialism of simian immunodeficiency virus. Dila, alternative spelling of Shiva. Dila, alternative form of Shiva. Sebaism, alternative form of Shaivism. Sebais, alternative form of Shavist. Sevaiste, alternative form of Shivaistic. Sevais, plural of Sivaeus. Sevit, alternative form of Sevite. Sevets, plural of Sivate. Seva, a surname. Sevax, plural of Sivak. Sivak humor, a surname from Tamil. Sivak humors, plural of civic humor. Sevalatiped, any prosimian in the family Civilatipedi. Cevilatipeds, plural of Civilatiped. Civilic Hills, a mountain range of the outer Himalayas that stretches over about 2,400 km 1,500 mi from the Indus River eastwards close to the Brahmaputra River, spanning the northern parts of the Indian subcontinent. Saba, the 9th month of the civil year and the 3rd month of the ecclesiastical year in the Jewish calendar, after Iyar and before Tammuz. Sivapithecine, an extinct hominid of the genus Sivapithecus. Sivapithecines, plural of Sivapithecine. Tehas, a province in central Turkey. Sivasamudram Falls, alternative form of Shivanasamudra Falls. Sivala, an extinct giraffe of the genus Sivathurium. Sivalas, plural of Sivather. Sivathurian, alternative form of Sivathurine. Sivathurians, plural of Sivathuriang. Sivathurine, a Sivather. Sivathurians, plural of Sivathurine. Sivalestat, an inhibitor of human neutrophil elastase, used in the treatment of acute respiratory failure. Cyber, a surname. Cyber, simple past and past participle of cyber. Severa, alternative form of Severia. Severian, alternative form of Severian. Siverianian, alternative form of Severian. Siverianians, plural of Siverianian. Siverians, plural of Siverian. Cybering, present participle and gerund of cyber. Cybers, plural of cyber. Cybersk, a city in Bakhmut Rayon, Donetsk Oblast, Ukraine. Syverson. A surname. Syversons, plural of Syvertson. Syverson. A surname. Syversons, plural of Syvertson. Sivetter. A surname. Tilly. A surname. Tivlis, plural of Sively. Silena. Gives to the fiancé to the fiancé at the engagement. Divridos. A former municipality of Crete, Greece. The plural of Siv. Sevens. Alternative form of Sibbins. The initialism of substrate integrated waveguide. Iwa, an oasis in Egypt. Siwalik Hills, obsolete form of Sivalik Hills. Dua, alternative form of Sivan month of Jewish calendar. Siwanator, a fan of American dancer, singer, actress and YouTuber JoJo Siwa, born 2003. Siwanators, plural of Siwanator. Siwanators, plural of Siwanator. Hill, initialism of self-induced water intoxication. Sume, alternative form of Sunic. Plural of SIW. Abbreviation of MI6 Intelligence Service. Six and 2 threes, two equivalent choices or situations. 6 Bells, a suburb and ward in Abertillery, Blaine Went Borough County Borough, Wales OS Grid Ref So 2203. 6 Bob a Day Tourists, an Australian soldier serving in World War I, especially a volunteer. 6 Bob a Day Tourists, plural of 6 Bob a Day Tourists. 6 Counties, the 6 Irish counties that form Northern Ireland. 6 feet deep, synonym of 6 feet under. 6 feet under, buried 6 feet underground, not alive, dead. 6 figures, an unspecified amount of money ranging from $100,000 to $999,999 or other unit of currency. 6 foot, the area between the closest rails of 2 parallel standard gauge railway lines, regardless of the actual distance. 6 Hills, a hamlet in Charnwood Borough and Broughton and Old Dalby Parish, Melton Borough, Leicestershire, England OS Grid Ref SK 6420. 600, the cardinal number occurring after 599 and before 601, represented in Arabic numerals as 600. 6 Mile, a place in the United States. 6 Mile Bottom, a hamlet in Little Wilbraham Parish, South Cambridgeshire District, Cambridgeshire, England OS Grid Ref TL 5757. 6 Nations, ellipses of Iroquois Confederacy of 6 nations, the 5 nations adding the Tuscarora to make 6 in the Iroquois Confederacy. 6 Nations of the Grand River, the largest First Nations Indian reserve in Canada, located on the Grand River of Ontario that feeds into Lake Erie. 6 o'clock, the start of the 7th hour of the day, 6:00 a.m. 6:00. 6 o'clock swill, the last-minute rush to buy alcohol at a bar before it closed at 6 p.m. 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. The two alternatives are equivalent or indifferent. It doesn't matter which one we choose. 6 of the best. 6 strokes with a cane, a traditional school punishment. 6 pack, alternative form of six-pack. Six packs, plural of six-pack. Sixpenny nail, alternative form of sixpenny nail. Sixpenny nails. Plural of sixpenny nail. Six perfections. In Mahayana Buddhism, the six virtues which the bodhisattva must practice in their avowed pursuit of bringing all beings to enlightenment through bodhicitta. They are dana munificence, sila ethicality, kesani patience, virya determination, dhyana meditation, and prajna wisdom. Six-pointer, alternative form of six-pointer. Six pointers, plural of six-pointer. Six senses, the five senses and the sixth sense: sight, hearing, smell, taste, touch, and extrasensory perception. Six sigma, a set of techniques and tools for process improvement. 6,000, cardinal number between 5,999 and 6,001. 6 ways for Sunday, synonym of 6 ways to Sunday. 6 ways from Sunday, alternative form of 6 ways to Sunday. 6 ways till Sunday, alternative form of 6 ways to Sunday. 6 ways to Sunday, thoroughly, completely, in every way imaginable. 6 is thermometer, a thermometer capable of recording the maximum and minimum temperatures reached over a period of time. 6 is thermometers, plural of 6 is thermometer. 6 ace flat, a loaded die fashioned so that the numbers 1 and 6 come up more frequently than others. 6 ace flats, plural of 6 ace flat. 6 coupled, of a locomotive having 6 driving wheels on 3 axles coupled together with rods. 6 figure, counted in the hundreds of thousands, 100,000 to 999,999. 6-footedness, the state or quality of being a hexaped having 6 feet. 6-footer, a person who is 6 feet tall. 6-footers, plural of 6-footer. 6-bang, synonym of 6-shooter. 6 guns, plural of 6 gun. 6-holed keyhole urchin, a clypestoid sand dollar of species Lydia sexus perforata. 600, the ordinal form of the number 600. 6-leggedness, the state or quality of being a hexaped having 6 legs. 6-lined race runner, Aspidoceles saxlanitis, a species of lizard native to the United States and Mexico. 6-lined race runners, plural of 6-lined race runner. 6-man football, a variant of gridiron football played with 6 players per team, instead of the standard 11 or 12. 6-month club, the official Customs and Border Protection list of countries whose citizens do not require 6 months validity on their passport on arrival in the United States. 6-pack, a collection of 6 of something bundled together, especially 6 cans. 6-pack bezique, synonym of Chinese bezique. 6-pack of rolls, a fat belly, as opposed to one with a 6-pack. See definitions 1 and 2 of 6-pack, seldom used in the plural. 6-packs, plural of 6-pack. 6-penny nail, alternative form of 6-penny nail. 6-penny nails, plural of 6-penny nail. 6-pointer, a match between 2 teams on a similar number of points in a league using the 3 points for a win system. such that the difference between a side winning and losing the match is a 6-point swing relative to their opponents. Six-pointers, plural of six-pointer. Six-ring, the Asian butterfly Athema fasciata family Nymphalidae, having circular markings on the wings. Six rings, plural of six-ring. Six-shooter, a revolver which holds 6 cartridges. Six-shooters, plural of six-shooter. Six-shooting, using a six-shooter. Six-sided, having 6 sides. Six-stitcher, a regulation cricket ball. Six-stitchers, plural of six-stitcher. Six-string, guitar. 6 strings. Plural of six-string. 6,000er, any mountain on Earth that extends more than 6,000 meters 19,685 ft, but less than 7,000 meters 22,966 ft above sea level. 6,000ers, plural of 6,000er. 6,000, the ordinal form of the number 6,000. Six-stop, a table seating 6 diners. Six stops, plural of six-stop. Six-water grog, rum diluted with 6 measures of water instead of the normal 3, formerly used as a disciplinary measure for sailors. Six-way, a serving of Cincinnati chili with spaghetti, cheese, onions, beans, and either jalapenos or chopped garlic. Six ways, plural of six-way. Six-wheeler, a vehicle of any type fitted with 6 wheels. Six-wheelers, plural of six-wheeler. 6-yard area, synonym of 6-yard box. 6-yard box, an enclosed area inside the penalty area, extending 6 yards 5.5 meters from the goal, inside which a goal kick must be taken. 6-yard boxes, plural of 6-yard box. Sexangular, alternative form of sexangular. Sextering, a 6-oared boat of the Shetland Islands. Sixerians, plural of sixerine. Obsolete spelling of 6. Seta, a dot analogous to a pixel, forming part of a code based on sets of 6 such dots, used to transmit bitmap graphics to certain printers and terminals. Sectals, plural of sixel. Sexer, a player for the 76ers, a team from Philadelphia. Sexer, alternative form of sixerine. The sexerns, plural of sixern. Sixers, plural of sixer. Sexes, plural of 6. Sixes and nines, pearly quotation marks as opposed to straight quotes. Six-file, alternative form of sexfoil. Six-files, plural of six-foil. Six-fold, having 6 times as much or as many. Sixfoldness, the property of being sixfold. Sexa, having 6 pairs of gill slits, as some sharks do. Six-gill shark, any deepwater shark in the genus Hexanchus, characterized by a broad, pointed head, 6 pairs of gill slits, comb-like, yellow lower teeth, and a long tail. Six-gill sharks, plural of six-gill shark. Sexgills, plural of six-gill. Six-run, alternative form of 6 gun. 6 guns, plural of 6 gun. 6 man, a man worth 600 shillings in Wergeld. 6 man, plural of 6 men. 6, a 7th grader at Boston Latin School. 6 is, plural of 60. Is exit, any time close to 6 o'clock. 6ling, a compound or twin crystal consisting of 6 individuals. 6lings, plural of 6ling. 6 Mile Bridge, a small town in County Clare, Ireland. 6 Mile Cross, a small village and townland in County Tyrone, Northern Ireland. 6 mo, sexto as a paper size in printing. 6 mon, half a year. 6 mo's, plural of 6 mo. That to mass, the property of being 6 in number. 6pence, the value of 6 old pence, half of a shilling, or 1/40th of a pound sterling. 6pences, plural of 6pence. 6pennies, plural of 6penny. 6penny, worth 6 pennies. 6penny bit, former pre-decimalization British and Irish coins worth 6 old pennies. 6penny bits, plural of 6penny bit. 6penny Hanley, a village in 6penny Hanley and Pentridge Parish, northeast Dorset, England. OS Grid Ref SD 9917. 6penny Hanley and Pentridge, a civil parish in northeast Dorset, England, formed in 2015 from these two parishes, which until then had a joint parish council. 6penny nail, a nail 2 inches 5.1 centimeters in length. 6penny nails, plural of 6penny nail. 6pennyworth, a portion worth 6pence. 6pennyworths, plural of 6pennyworth. 6wex, a building divided into 6 separate residences or commercial premises. 6plexes, plural of 6plex. 6 store, 120. 6 shooter, alternative form of 6 shooter. 6 shooters, plural of 6 shooter. 6 sweat, a surname originating as an occupation for a person who made sickles. 6 a group of 6 persons or things. 6 sums, plural of 6sum. That is obsolete spelling of 6. That is the 6th defensive position with the sword hand held at chest height and the tip of the sword at eye level. 16. The cardinal number occurring after 15 and before 17, represented in Arabic numerals as 16 and in Roman numerals as Roman 16. 1600. The start of the 17th hour of the day on the 24-hour clock I. 1600. 16 penny nail, alternative form of 16 penny nail. 16 penny nails, plural of 16 penny nail. 16 penny nail, alternative form of 16 penny nail. 16 penny nails, plural of 16 penny nail. 16er, during the American Civil War, a child who, having reached the age of 16, was discharged from a soldier's orphan school. 16ers, plural of 16er. 16-fold, by a factor of 16. 16ish, of about 16 years of age. 16mo, Sextodecimo as a paper size in printing. Sextimos, plural of sixtimo. 16 pence, the monetary amount of 16 pence. 16 penny, having a value or cost of 16 pence. 16 penny nail, a relatively large nail, 3½ inches 9 centimeters in length. 16 penny nails, plural of 16 penny nail. Sixteens, plural of 16. 16th, the ordinal form of the number 16. 16th note, a note that has 1/16 the value of a whole note. 16th notes, plural of 16th note. 16th rests, a rest with the same length as a 16th note. 16th rests, plural of 16th rests. 16thly, in the 16th place, 16th in a row. Sixteens, plural of 16th. Sextal, a keg that is 1/6 of a barrel, 5/16 gallons. Sextals, plural of sextal. Sixth, the ordinal form of the number 6. Sixth commandment, the commandment that states that killing a human being is a sin, commonly recited as "You shall not murder, you shall not kill, or thou shalt not kill." Sixth cousin, any of a number of people who have a common great-great-great-great-great-grandparent. Six cousins, plural of sixth cousin. Sixth cranial nerve, synonym of abducens nerve. Sixth day, Friday the 6th day of the Judeo-Christian 7-day week. Sixth disease, exanthema subidem. Sixth form, the final 2 years of secondary education, during which students of about 16 to 18 years of age prepare for their A-level examinations or equivalent qualifications. Sixth form college, an educational establishment consisting solely of a sixth form. Sixth form colleges, plural of sixth form college. Sixth forms, plural of sixth form. Sixth grade, the period in school that comes after 5th grade and before 7th grade. Sixth grader, a pupil who is in 6th grade. Sixth graders, plural of 6th grader. Sixth grades, plural of 6th grade. Sixth man, a player who is not a starter but comes off the bench much more often than other reserves. Sixth men, plural of sixth man. Sixth rate, alternative spelling of sixth rate. Sixth rates, plural of sixth rate. Sixth republic, a hypothetical successor to France's current Fifth Republic. Sixth sense, extrasensory perception, the ability to sense things by means other than the known bodily senses. Sixth senses, plural of sixth sense. Sixth world, collectively, young earnest micronations which have yet to establish a national identity and are highly likely to dissolve, but above the seventh world of frivolous micronations. Sixth form college, alternative form of sixth form college. Sixth form colleges, plural of sixth form college. Sixth former, a pupil in this sixth form. Sixth formers, plural of sixth former. Sixth rate, of a Royal Navy warship in the Napoleonic era, having 28 guns on one gun deck, a complement of 140 200 and weighing 340-550 tons burden. Sixth rates, plural of sixth rate. Seket, simple past and past participle of six. Sixth hand, having been relayed by 5 intermediate sources. Sixthe, present participle and gerund of six. Sextly, in the sixth place, sixth in a row. Zetas, plural of six. Sextis, the decade of the 1860s, 1960s, etc., but especially the 1960s. Sixties scoop, the government practice of forcibly taking Aboriginal children away from their families to be brought up in foster care or adopted into white families, which occurred from the late 1950s until the 1980s. Sixth is reminiscent of the 1960s. Sixtieth, the ordinal form of the number 60. 60thly, in the 60th place, 60th in a row. 60th, plural of 60th. 16, alternative form of sistine. Sixthly, obsolete form of sixthly. Sixto, a surname from Spanish. Sixto Clementine, of pertaining to or designating the edition or text of the Vulgate 1592, corrected in 1593 and 1598, correcting that of Pope Sixtus Vr 1585-90, which was revised on the orders of Pope Clement Roman VIII R 1592-1605. Sextalis, plural of sixto. The cardinal number occurring after 59 and before 61, represented in Roman numerals as LX and in Arabic numerals as 60. 60 cycle hum, the sound generated by the alternation of current in electronic devices. Take a. The cardinal number immediately following 67 and preceding 69. Sexere, a participant in any of the mass social movements of 1968. Sixaters, plural of 68er. 68, the ordinal form of the number 68, describing a person or thing in position number 68 of a sequence. Describing a person or thing in position number 68 of a sequence. 68, plural of 68. 65th, the ordinal form of the number 65, describing a person or thing in position number 65 of a sequence. 65th, plural of 65th. 61st, the ordinal form of the number 61, describing a person or thing in position number 61 of a sequence. 61sts, plural of 61st. 65, the cardinal number immediately following 64 and preceding 66. 64, the cardinal number immediately following 63 and preceding 65. $64 question, synonym of $1 million question. $64 questions, plural of $64 question. $64,000 question, synonym of $1 million question. $64,000 questions, plural of $64,000 question. 64mo, sexagesimo quarto as a paper size in printing. 64mos, plural of 64mo. 64, the ordinal form of the number 64, describing a person or thing in position number 64 of a sequence. 64th note, a note with 1/64 value of a whole note. a note with 1/60 for the value of a whole note. 64th notes, plural of 64th note. 64th rests, synonym of hemidmeismic-waver rest. 64th rests, plural of 64th rests. 64ths, plural of 64th. 69, the cardinal number immediately following 68 and preceding 70. 69, simple past and past participle of 69. 69er, 69 sex hacked. 69ers, plural of 69er. 69s, third person singular simple present indicative of 69. 69ing, present participle and gerund of 69. 69th, the ordinal form of the number 69, describing a person or thing in position number 69 of a sequence. 69ths, plural of 69. 61, the cardinal number immediately following 60 and preceding 62.